hard to figure out what we do and what vaccine, if any, may be available for it. But it is a concern in the sense that if it were to spread, it's consequential. That's all they've told me.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on monkeypox and also the latest COVID headlines. I have to say, someone in my neighborhood had a sign in their driveway this weekend that said, "Who had monkeypox?" on the bingo card for disasters. I think we got to start there. Doctor, you heard President Biden saying that his administration is looking into possible treatments. Are vaccines a possibility? How concerned should we all be about this?
Yeah, so the president did give that kind of statement that concerned me, but I'll be honest, if you look at the science and look at what we're dealing with, I would not be concerned. I would be more concerned about COVID cases rising than I would about the monkeypox cases, even though it's a very exciting headline to put on a bingo card. One, monkeypox itself is incredibly rare. Number two, I think that you're actually showing the fact that we're putting so much of a spotlight on it around the globe really has to do with the fact that it's showing up in countries we didn't expect it to. We've always had outbreaks here and there, mostly in countries in Africa and in other places. We have cases in the United States and had an outbreak in 2003 here, but we're seeing such geographic spread, Kate and Joe, that this is unusual. Again, very hard to get, very rare transmission. And the good news is we actually do have vaccines and treatments and a way to prevent this.
That is some good news. Dr. Patel, let's talk about COVID, which has been on our bingo cards way too long. We do have some news from Pfizer this morning. New data from the company says that its vaccine is highly efficient and safe for kids 6 months to 5 years old. So does this mean we can maybe finally expect to see the vaccine made for children in this youngest age group? And then remind us, what is the authorization process for that?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. This is incredible news for parents who have been waiting for so long. And I do hope that we see something in June. What the process involves, by the way, Pfizer's data, 3 shots, 80% efficacy against symptomatic infection, which is kind of unbelievable, but it's what they put out in a press release. So we'll need to see more details of data, small numbers of cases. I'll be interested in seeing how it protects against hospitalization and death, but that's also pretty rare in the age group. So what the process will be, this FDA has already scheduled 3 dates in the month of June, hoping the early date, June 8th, is when they deliberate over the under 5 vaccine. And then the CDC has an advisory committee that'll meet hopefully quickly after that. And we could see shots in arms literally the day after the CDC signs off on it. Our offices have already been alerted that we should be getting doses of vaccines in early June, late May or early June. So we should be ready.
Oh, that's a big headline right there. So the World Health Organization, Dr. Patel, is warning that it's still too early to be easing on COVID protocols. Take a listen.
We lower our guard at our peril. Increasing transmission means more deaths, especially among unvaccinated, and more risk of a new variant emerging. Declining testing and sequencing means we're blinding ourselves to the evolution of the virus.
We lower our guard at our peril, but, people are at their limit with protocols right now and not necessarily wanting to mask up all the time. What do we make of that?
Yeah, what we make of it is exactly what he said, especially because much of the world remains, I'll even say this, Kate, not just unvaccinated, but really, including the United States, under-boosted. Omicron changed the game. It made boosters incredibly relevant. And we just simply do not have our booster levels in the United States and in other countries up to where we need them to avoid seeing these cases. I think what we need to do is get more precise about who needs to do what, when, and where. It's confusing. The guidance, you don't know if you need to put a mask on, you don't know when to put a mask on, and you don't know what to do if you just recently had an infection. We need to make this messaging simple and clear, and I'm going to try to make it very clear for this morning. Boost if you're eligible. Boost if you're eligible. It makes a big difference.
Oh, that's very clear. Dr. Patel, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Turning now to some international news. After a tight race, Australia has a new prime minister.
Ali Arouzi joins us now from London with more on that. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Kate. That's right. Australia has a new leader. Anthony Albanese beat Scott Morrison in Saturday's election. He was sworn in this morning and left immediately after the ceremony for Tokyo, where he met with leaders of the so-called Quad nations, the United States, India, and Japan. A colonel in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was shot dead in his car outside his home in Tehran. The assassination was conducted by 2 men on motorbikes who shot shot the colonel 5 times. Nobody has claimed responsibility for the attack, but in the past, Iran has blamed Israel. Iran's prime minister has vowed revenge. And finally, Prince William is turning 40 years old, and for his birthday, he's having a coin minted for him. The new £5 coin will feature his portrait and his monogram, but it's largely a souvenir coin and won't really go into circulation unless somebody decides to use it other than a souvenir. For my 40th, I didn't even get a birthday cake.
Right.
Well, for the next birthday, Allie, we're going to get you on a coin somewhere,
Totally.
somehow. I don't know how that works, but we're going to make it happen.
Allie,
I'm going to hold you to that, Joe.
All right, thank you, Allie. Coming up, after almost 30 years, one Texas district will get the opportunity to send a new representative to Congress.
We're going to take a closer look at the new generation of black candidates and what they want to do if they're elected. Up next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. We're going to take a close look now at a key congressional race in Texas. For nearly 3 decades, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson has represented Texas's 30th congressional district, a predominantly black district that includes most of Dallas and the surrounding county. The 86-year-old politician announced that she is retiring, and that's setting up a battle among Democrats to replace her. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee spoke to 2 of the top candidates.
Hi, I'm Jane Hope.
Jane Hope Hamilton is going door to door, asking voters to send her to Washington.
So this is the final stretch here. You're making sure you're back in the neighborhood?
That's right. That's right. That's what it's all about, you know. It's really taking the message directly to voters. And frankly, that's how I got into this runoff, right?
On Tuesday, she faces Jasmine Crockett in a runoff for the Democratic nomination for Texas's open 30th Congressional District House seat. It's considered a safe blue district, so whoever wins the runoff will likely go to Congress. Retiring Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, a legend in Texas politics who served 30 years in Congress as a moderate, made her choice clear. But it wasn't who many people were expecting. The Congresswoman picked Jasmine Crockett, a progressive, explaining to our Dallas affiliate why she thinks the newcomer is right for the job.
I want somebody to get in there and work, study the issues, and do things for the district that can be identifiable.
There are a lot of people that never thought that the Congresswoman would end up picking kind of like the loud, wild child freshman.
Crockett, A freshman Texas state representative made a national name for herself after she joined her Democratic colleagues in protesting restrictive voting laws introduced by conservative Republicans by fleeing the state ahead of a vote. And she's become a rising star on the left among a new crop of progressive candidates challenging and sometimes colliding with the Democratic establishment.
To me, being a progressive just means I don't want to be regressive, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there while you take me back. I'm going to fight back against that.
With Johnson's endorsement, Crockett emerged from the 9-way primary with 48% of the vote, 31 points ahead of Hamilton. As the runoff race has heated up, both women have tried to underline contrast in their political experience. Hamilton highlighting a 20-year career as a congressional staffer who's also worked to elect many of the most powerful Democrats in the region.
I do know that there's obviously a struggle inside of our party. You know, people look at me and they say, she's the establishment candidate. I'm a black woman in America. The only thing established about me is my record.
While Crockett has forged a path on her own as a civil rights lawyer and passionate advocate for justice.
I'm here to fight for the people. That's why I think there are those that get confused about progressives, because progressives will call out somebody even if they say are playing on the same team.
That was Tremaine Lee reporting. We thank him for that. Texas's runoff election is tomorrow. Coming up, red-hot job market. Recent grads have more career options than ever, but a new survey shows they're looking for more than just a big payout. More on what's driving the next generation and how COVID is shaping the workforce. Coming up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So this year, the class of 2022 is marching into one of the best job markets in years. And when it comes to accepting a position, they're not just thinking about salary. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains what else they're looking for and why they can be a little more choosy than in years past.
The class of 2022 has reason to celebrate. They are entering one of the best job markets in years, with employers planning to hire almost 32% more grads than a year ago.
Which was easier, finishing school or finding a job?
Finding a job for sure.
I would completely agree. Myself being a pre-med student, finding a job was definitely easier than, 4 years as an undergraduate.
Finding a job was much easier than finishing school for me as well.
Aga Noel got an associate's degree and is a licensed occupational therapist assistant.
I was receiving job offers before my license even came in.
Carolina Ruiz earned a degree in biology and is a clinical research coordinator at a New York hospital.
Now, how many job offers did you consider?
So I considered 3.
Liam Burke studied supply chain manufacturing. He chose to work for an aerospace company after multiple offers.
I landed my position about 6 weeks after graduation.
All three are making more than the national average salary for grads, $55,260. A recent Monster.com survey shows while salary is the top priority for graduates, career advancement, work-life balance, and remote work options are also important.
I was really focused on the research project that I would be a part of and the fact that it would be making a difference in certain people's lives, mainly focusing on minorities or any sort of groups that I am very passionate about.
Allowing today's grads to be choosy, an unemployment rate of 3.6%, compared to the daunting 14.7% the class of 2020 faced, and almost 2 job openings for every person unemployed.
I really wanted what my career services person would say the perfect fit.
The market giving new grads some leverage and making hiring hard for employers.
We know that they're having real difficulties finding candidates. They're having to make concessions around things like salary, around flexibility, other benefits that they didn't have to think about, over the past few years.
The class of 2022 joining the working world at just the right time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Stock futures rose early today as the market tries to recover some of the losses that have gripped Wall Street. Silvana Hanow joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is looking out to break out of a losing streak. The Dow falling for the 8th straight week, the first time it's done that since Calvin Coolidge was in the White House in 1923. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are on their longest losing streak since the dot-com bust in 2001. In focus this week for investors, reports on new home sales, durable goods, personal income and spending, jobless claims, GDP, and the minutes from this month's Federal Reserve meeting. Amazon is looking to sublet at least 10 million square feet of warehouse space and end some leases as the online shopping boom slows. Bloomberg reports the excess space include facilities in New York, New Jersey, Southern California, and Atlanta. Last month, Amazon reported slowing growth and a weak profit outlook, blaming that partly on overbuilding during the pandemic. At the end of last year, Amazon leased 370 million square feet of industrial space in the U.S. That's twice as much as before the pandemic. Pay is the top factor wage earners are looking for when seeking a job. That's according to a new blue-collar worker survey from staffing firm EmployBridge. Nearly 40% of hourly workers say this is their top priority, and that's up 32% from last year. They also care about total compensation factors such as retirement and healthcare benefits, as well as flexibility with their schedule. Back to you.
Yeah, kind of fits with the story we just told about new college grads. Silvana,
exactly.
Thank you so much. The summer travel season, it's upon us, and experts are predicting pre-pandemic levels of Americans hitting the road, taking to the sky. But with inventories low and prices still sky high, travelers could be in for a rude awakening. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has that story.
Nearly 40 million Americans expected to hit the road or take to the sky ahead of Memorial Day. But with heavy demand, rampant inflation, and surging prices, it comes with a warning. Brace for headaches.
It's a little bit of a perfect storm. We're just seeing a lot of people come back to wanting to travel.
Average domestic flight prices expected to soar, up 46% from 2019, with some flights already sold out for weeks. Not much better on the ground. Demand for rentals spiking 130%, while the gas forecast could average close to $4.65 by next weekend, a 51% over last year.
We're having to, go a different route than we usually do.
Amanda Reesing's family is driving from Arkansas to Florida to vacation before their son's football training, with rental car inventory so low and gas so high. This year, they're calling an audible.
It's definitely a whole new ballgame this time, and we're trying our best to budget.
They plan on meal prepping instead of eating out, and a game changer: pay for the room in zero-interest installments.
You're not paying it all at one time, and you're not taking that lump sum of money out of your savings that you need to hold on to.
Experts say more ways to save include looking for midweek and early morning flights, booking at least 6 weeks early, and if you're okay with a staycation, this is the perfect year. Getting away without breaking the bank, a summer travel tightrope. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Coming up, a life-changing surprise. We'll tell you why these third graders received full-ride college scholarships and who's behind this generous gift. Up next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
He scared citizens as a kid, and now his job is to protect them. Sergeant Jonathan Searle was a child actor who appeared in the 1975 Steven Spielberg classic Jaws. He was the kid who placed a cardboard fin in the water, remember, scaring people who were on the beach? Well, now, more than 40 years later, Searle has been selected to become the next police chief of the Oaks Bluff, Massachusetts Police Department on the island of Martha's Vineyard, where the movie Jaws was shot. According to the Vineyard Gazette newspaper, Searle actually busted a man in 2008 for doing exactly what his character did in the film. Finally this hour, a story about a life-changing donation to elementary school students in an underserved area who now all have the chance to be part of the class of 2036.
This standing ovation marks a life-changing moment.
Very proud of you. Give me a high five.
Congratulations.
It's the instant just weeks ago when parents found out their third graders at Michael Anderson Elementary near Phoenix would all be getting scholarships to college.
Congratulations.
Tuition, room, and board, as long as students are accepted to a program and graduate from a high school in their current district. The giveaway, part of a commitment to education in underserved locations, started by Phoenix area business owners Jill and Tom Rostozzi. Tom, inspired by his father, a Hungarian refugee.
My dad was the beneficiary of a lot of people who helped him out along the way. That's why he was able to achieve his American dream.
So why third grade? The idea is to get kids, their families, and teachers thinking now about what could be possible.
I want to go to college. I want to go to high school. I would rather start my own business or be a dentist.
Parents say the opportunity is a lifeline to a brighter future.
With all the struggles in life and having kids, this is one less worry.
But this recent award wasn't the only Roast Otzi Foundation grant. The first one 10 years ago helped Damaris Flores reach her dream.
And right now I'm a current Arizona nursing student at Arizona College of Nursing. I want to give back to my community.
And in April, another grant.
For every Bernard Black third grader that is right here with us, they are offering a full ride college scholarship.
Roosevelt School District Superintendent Quentin Boyce calls it a game changer.
We saw parents liberated of this really tough struggle of figuring out how to create a better life for their child via a college education.
We're going to college!
These generous gifts giving parents like Tanisa Miller new hope for the next generation.
I'm so thankful and grateful that someone would have it on their heart to think of my child, to want to provide them with a better future and take stress off of me.
Okay, it really sounds weird to call them the class of 2036, but that's the year that they would graduate from college. The journey to senior year of high school is going to go by like this. Trust me, because I have 2 kids.
Yes.
I know how fast this all goes. But congrats to them and very best of luck.
Absolutely. Great story. Thanks so much for sharing that. Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Kate Snow. I'm in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, relief for families. America's new parents can breathe maybe a little bit easier this morning. A plane carrying tens of thousands of pounds of baby formula from Europe landed stateside yesterday. It's the first of several shipments ordered by the Biden administration in response to the shortage. So when could you actually see formula restocked at your nearest store? Border battle. A hotly debated COVID-era immigration rule was set to expire today, and a federal judge ruled to keep it in place over the weekend. We're going to take a closer look at Title 42 and why it's sparking such fierce conversation in Washington and beyond. Also this morning, in his own words, a new chapter in the dramatic defamation trial involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Heard's team expected to put Depp back on the stand today, why some legal experts are calling the move a big gamble. Plus, goodbye from New York, a fond farewell over the weekend to some of the brightest stars to ever grace Saturday Night Live's stage in Studio 8H. I have to admit, I cried a little bit at that last moment there with Kate McKinnon saying goodbye.
It's 4 of them leaving.
4 of them leaving. It's a huge shakeup.
It's a big change.
But good bench sitting in ready to take over for when they go.
Exactly. I'm
More
a big
on
fan.
that in a little bit. We're going to begin in Tokyo this morning. President Biden is striking an aggressive posture against China, announcing a new trade alliance in the Pacific to contain China's influence. He also reiterated that the U.S. would respond militarily to defend Taiwan, a comment drawing a sharp rebuke from Beijing.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has been traveling with the president. He joins us now from Tokyo. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Kate and Joe, good morning to both of you. So I was in the room at today's news conference, and when President Biden made that statement, you could see his own advisors' eyes. They just got wide. One of the president's top priorities, of course, during this Asia trip is to demonstrate the strength of the U.S.'s alliances in the region to counter the rise of China. But his comments overnight in support of Taiwan appear to be a provocative message directed at the Chinese. The United States. President Biden this morning unequivocal with his stunning response to a question whether he'd be willing to defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade.
Yes.
You are.
That's the commitment we made. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate.
Those comments appearing to break with U.S.'s longstanding policy of strategic ambiguity on Taiwan. The White House quickly clarifying that our policy has not changed, reiterating the U.S.'s existing position to sell arms to Taiwan to defend itself. Still, it's at least the third time President Biden has said the U.S. would use force to defend Taiwan. Overnight, one of several critical comments about China's expanding reach, making reference to the war in Ukraine, saying the world cannot let up in sanctioning Russia.
What signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? They're already flirting with danger right now by flying so close.
After an earlier trip to the opulent imperial palace to visit with Japan's emperor, President Biden also turned his attention to kitchen table issues at home, insisting a recession is not inevitable.
Does that mean we don't have problems? We do. We have problems that the rest of the world has, but less consequential than the rest of the world has them because of our internal growth and strength.
And acknowledging record gas prices will not come down overnight.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
And Joe and Kate, China quickly responded to President Biden's comment that the U.S. would defend Taiwan militarily, expressing, quote, strong dissatisfaction with his remarks, adding China will, quote, take firm actions to safeguard its own sovereignty and security interests, and we will do what we say, end quote. Back to you.
Peter Alexander in Tokyo. Peter, thank you. Now to some encouraging progress in the nation's fight to ease that shortage of baby formula. The first international shipment of formula arrived in the U.S. over the weekend, and the Biden administration says it's the first of several.
Those shipments are meant to bring relief to parents desperately searching for formula to feed their children. But despite the 78,000 pounds of formula brought in from overseas so far, officials say it's going to be weeks before the crisis subsides. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has been covering this and has the latest.
As the nation grapples with widespread formula shortages, this morning relief could be on the horizon. The first Operation Fly Formula aircraft touching down in Indianapolis on Sunday. Aboard this C-17, more than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic alpha-amino infant and junior formulas, unloaded after its journey from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
This shipment provides enough formula to take care of 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers.
The precious cargo is destined for babies and kids with cow's milk allergies.
Now at least we can breathe a little bit.
The first batch, which Nestle, the manufacturer, says has already been tested, will be sent to hospitals and healthcare providers in a couple of days. The rest of the shipment, Nestle says, will be tested and sent out in the next 2 weeks.
How long do you expect to be distributing formula on this emergency basis around the country?
As long as it takes, but our understanding is up until the production capacity has caught up. So we're thinking a matter of weeks, not months.
The much-needed supply arriving just as New York City declared a state of emergency over the formula shortage. And the CEO of the shuttered Abbott formula plant apologized in a Washington Post op-ed, saying, "We're sorry to every family we've let down since our voluntary recall." Mom Alexandra Moskowitz has 1 week of formula left for her baby son Dylan, who has a cow's milk allergy.
It's definitely a sense of anger or betrayal that we feel, because if the government was aware of this, we kind of should have been more proactive in getting our hands on the formula before the shortage got to this point.
Did the U.S. government drop the ball here?
I don't think it's the U.S. government dropped the ball. We moved as expeditiously and quickly as possible.
Seeing that C-17 land here at Indianapolis was a welcome sight for millions of parents. But the challenge now is what was on that plane serves a small group of babies and children and also won't last very long. Now all eyes are on the Defense Production Act to help fill shelves here at home.
All right, Jolene, thanks so much. A judge recently ruled that Title 42 will stay in place for now. That's the Trump-era rule that was created as a result of the pandemic, and it means that migrants detained in the U.S. were immediately deported. But countless of migrants right now crossing into Mexico believe the U.S. is opening its borders after May 23rd. Migrants are relying on social media platforms to learn about U.S. border policy changes. But these posts and messages are often taken out of context. They often contain false information. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins me now with more on this. Guad, there seems to be a lot of misinformation spreading about the status of the border. Talk about where they're getting that information and what's the truth.
Kate, good morning. We've been hearing about these sites, different platforms where the migrants will join groups that will exchange messages that will often mislead them as they make their journey to the U.S.-Mexico border. So we came down to the southern border with Mexico, between Mexico and Guatemala here in Tapachula, to talk to the migrants and try and understand what it is that they know about what is currently happening at the U.S.-Mexico border. And you'd be surprised at the messaging that they are receiving. Let's hear from some of the migrants that I spoke to yesterday.
So this is a video. She just watched the video 3 hours ago. This was published on Facebook, and she's seen migrants that are now crossing the border. This is how they learned what's happening at the border. She says she saw on TikTok, she saw a video saying that the border was going to open on the 23rd. So she left Honduras with her 5 children, but then when she arrived in Mexico, they told her she cannot continue.
So you can see how a mother of 5 left with her kids because she saw a video on TikTok that said the border will open on the 23rd. She tried to make her way. She was stopped by Mexican immigration where we spoke to her. So this is what the migrants are learning. Now, their understanding of U.S. policy is completely erroneous. It's false information that they're going with. Also, some of them receiving messages to WhatsApp through chat groups where they're often told that everything has changed now. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of them have decided to continue on this journey. We were told yesterday that about 2,000 migrants are still crossing into Mexico daily. You can see behind me some of them arriving here, trying to get those humanitarian permits to remain in Mexico, Kate.
Yeah, and just to be totally clear again, Guad, this is misinformation. As we just said earlier, a court ruled over the weekend that the policy's not changing. The border's not opening up as far as we know. But it sounds like people are just grasping for that information and then deciding to make the journey. I mean, they're traveling miles and miles to get where you are.
That's correct. When there's a headline in the U.S., when something changes, there was a headline because a judge decided to block the Biden administration from lifting Title 42. So Title 42 remains in place. That headline can then be utilized. Sometimes I was told by smugglers or by others to filter messages to the migrants who know that something is happening at the border, but they don't quite understand what's happening. So by the time someone explains it to them through these chat groups, it's completely false and it's something different from what's really happening. Let's listen to a conversation that I had with migrant aid workers who were trying to explain to me how that information ends up changing by the time it gets to the migrants.
We've definitely seen examples of that, screenshots of news articles that are then used, taken out of context and used in a way to act as if the border is going to be open.
There's always going to be some sort of date that they can manipulate and say, oh, there's going to be this change of policy.
He's not sure if this is the...
So these workers, are trying to explain to me how the information will change, as you heard. And, when you think of the information that the migrants are learning, an informed migrant might reconsider making the trip if he or she understands that arriving at the U.S. border might mean that they will be expelled under Title 42 or sometimes even flown back to their countries. People only see the images of migrants crossing into the U.S., but they don't understand that under the current process, many of them will be returned to their countries or expelled to Mexico, Kate.
And so, Guad, what are human rights groups and immigrant groups who help doing right now with that population behind you?
So, Kate, they're trying to fight this misinformation with real information. So the guys we spent the day with yesterday go to shelters. They have handouts. They try to explain to the migrants what is really happening. It's amazing. They told me about 90% of the migrants are traveling with wrong information, expecting the borders to be open. Some of them, for example, with Title 42, they spoke to some Cubans and Nicaraguans who told them they wanted to arrive before today, before the 23rd, because they thought the changes would then affect them, being from countries where their governments don't have a good relationship with the U.S. And somehow by the time they receive the information, they're like, we need to be there before the 23rd when it's going to close for us, but open to others. So all types of information that has nothing to do with really is happening at the border. These aid groupers are trying to explain to them what is really happening, which is very complex and difficult to understand, even for the average American. So it's a tough battle to fight misinformation with the real information, Kate.
Guad, glad you're there for us. Thanks so much.
Turning now to the dramatic trial involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Depp is expected to take the stand again today for the second time since the beginning of the trial. He's expected to face questions from Amber Heard's legal team. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is following the case closely and has the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. You know, it's been 4 weeks or so since Johnny Depp took the stand, and a lot has happened since then. As you know, he accuses Amber Heard of lying, and he says he never abused her. Amber Heard is countersuing him, saying she was abused herself, all of this affecting their careers. But legal experts say putting Depp back on the stand could really be a battle.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
This, Johnny Depp insists, is the truth, that Amber Heard was the aggressor in their volatile, sometimes violent, 4-year relationship.
In her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove.
Now Heard's team is putting Depp back on the stand to challenge his story, kicking off the final stretch of a trial that's become a worldwide sensation.
There's a lot of risk because we know he has been a well-prepared witness and a likable witness for the public at large.
Depp claims Heard defamed him when she called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed. He's suing her for $50 million, and Heard is countersuing for $100 million. Witness after witness called by Heard's team has described Depp's drug and alcohol abuse.
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
Fueling a violent rage.
Again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back.
Heard herself describing a torrent of abuse, both physical and sexual.
He just hit me over and over and over again. And I thought, this is how I die. He's gonna kill me now.
Depp's team tried to poke holes in Heard's story and her credibility in a withering cross-examination.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
The case is lighting up social media, where everybody's got an opinion. Both Depp and Heard claim the flood of allegations has damaged their careers and cost them movie roles. But in the courtroom and online, the spotlight is still shining on the darkest chapters of their relationship. The trial is wrapping up this week, closing arguments expected by the end of the week, and then the jury will have the case and they will have to make their decision. But we could have a verdict as early as the end of the week, guys.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more on the trial. Danny, good morning to us. So we heard one analyst in Stephanie's piece there say there's a lot of risk here. Walk us through why Amber Heard's legal team is calling Johnny Depp back to the stand again.
It's hard to say exactly what their strategy is, but in all likelihood, they may have heard things on Johnny Depp's or some testimony that they want to contradict with Johnny Depp. But as Stephanie pointed out, that is a huge risk because if the jury is liking Johnny Depp, he's going to get more space, more time in front of the jury, and that could be potentially good for the Depp team.
Yeah, so how much of a gamble is this by Heard's lawyers to let Depp take the stand one more time? And is it possible we could hear anything different from him at all today?
In theory, we should hear almost everything different because that's the point of rebuttal. You're bringing up stuff that was raised and wasn't addressed in his direct testimony. In theory, in reality, it can become a rehash of what was already testified to. But think about this. It gives Johnny Depp, who has sat there through the trial and listened to everything Amber Heard said, an opportunity to essentially respond to that. And it's on Heard's time. In other words, it's Heard that's giving Johnny Depp this opportunity to inject his own response to all the evidence that Heard has put in so far. And believe me, he will, because he's somebody that is openly flouting the rules of evidence and will find any way to sort of put his narrative into the story. He's done a pretty good job of it so far. The first 5 minutes of listening to him testify, you think, what kind of silliness is this? But after a while, I have to admit, even I get hypnotized by his cadence, his voice, and that accent, which is from I don't know where.
So, I mean, in the end, do you think it's surprising they're calling him back?
It is surprising, but look, it's easy for observers like me who are risk averse to say, well, look, this is a huge risk. But if you're in trial and you're on Amber Heard's team and you think we have got to address some of these issues, we have something that is just going to lambaste Johnny Depp if we get him back up there on the stand. If they feel that confident, then they have to take a calculated risk. And of course, afterwards, people like me will say, oh, that maybe wasn't such a good idea, or it was a brilliant idea. But that's easy for me to do because I'm not in the courtroom laying my own reputation on the line like these lawyers are. You have to make those game time decisions during a trial, and they are not easy. This one seems incredibly risky, but maybe they know something we don't yet.
So, Danny, as this winds down, looking ahead here, what should we expect for the rest of the trial as it nears its conclusion?
I think Johnny Depp's testimony on redirect is going to be the highlight. We're almost finished here. Johnny Depp knows that this is his last chance to shine, and I think he probably will shine if social media is any indicator. Because, look, as somebody who watches people testify, I still think he sounds kind of silly on the stand, but my unscientific review of social media, Twitter, and the like seems to indicate that people are finding him very persuasive, which I'm surprised at. But look, at the same time, he has that je ne sais quoi that studios have paid millions, maybe even billions for. So, again, he knows something we don't.
Danny Savalos, as always, appreciate your analysis. Thanks so much.
One man is dead after another shooting on a New York City subway line. It happened Sunday morning at the Canal Street station. Officers say Daniel Enriquez was sitting in the last car of a Manhattan-bound Q train when the suspect pulled out a gun and shot him. The attack was unprovoked. Enriquez was taken to the hospital where he died from his injury. Police are still searching for the suspect. Just last month, 10 people were shot and even more were injured in a mass shooting on a New York City subway train.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And it certainly felt like summer this past weekend. We had all summer-like scenes across the area. People headed to the beaches, pulling out the shorts, the tank tops, the bathing suits. And we have some video of that as people were out and about eating ice cream. So it felt like summer. It looked like summer. Temperatures climbed into the 90s for so many of us. With the humidity, it felt like over 100 degrees in some spots in the Northeast. I do love that scene, though. A little too early, though. And we have found relief today. We had a cold front that came through last night. That is bringing cooler highs today to parts of New England, the Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic. And we're looking at a chilly start in parts of the Midwest and also the Great Lakes area. Otherwise, the big story today, we're watching the chance for some severe storms in the south, a southern soaker, especially in the southeast. Heavy, heavy rain there. I'll show you those rainfall amounts in just a bit. But we're looking at the chance for some severe weather in parts of Texas with damaging winds, some gusty, some hail, and also the chance for some tornadoes. Now, for the rest of the country, it's hot and dry in the southwest. Temperatures into the upper 90s. The Sacramento Valley also heating up today. As we go throughout the midweek, we're looking at a flood risk along the Gulf Coast states, stretching all the way to parts of the Great Lakes and Midwest. A really pleasant day in the northern plains. Toasty still in parts of California. And we're looking at a nice day in parts of the Northeast to the Mid-Atlantic. By Friday, unfortunately, we're going to kick off the unofficial start to summer. And we're looking at a stormy start in parts of New England and a wet start along the East Coast, although most of that should be out of here as we head towards the later part of Friday. The middle of the country looking really nice. The fire and danger does continue in the southwest. Now, the rainfall forecast, we're expecting a lot. You can see these darker colors here, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's indicating where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall. So certainly through the parts of central and southern plains. And locally, we could see up to 6 inches. We already have saturated grounds. This could lead to flash flooding. And that's something we're going to watch very, very closely. I hesitate to show this, but we are tracking the tropics. It's that time of year where we do have a little area of disturbance in the tropics. It's called an invest. It's where the National Hurricane Center sort of hones in and looks at it. The good news is it's not in a favorable environment. We don't expect it to enhance, but we do expect it to increase those rain chances in the southwest. So that is the story as we go throughout the Gulf here, and we're going to continue to watch this. Sort of just a preview of what we're going to see as we go throughout the tropical season here. So that southern soaker, we have a new system moving into the southern plains, lingering rain possible in the southeast along with that area of invest. This is going to come together to enhance the rainfall. So as we go throughout tomorrow, severe storms likely across central Texas, heavy downpours producing 2 inches per hour, leading to flash flooding. And that's going to continue as we head towards Wednesday. So that severe risk shifting from Texas to Mississippi, flash flooding likely due to rounds of rain. Where we need rain, that is in the southwest, you guys. We are looking at dry, hot, and breezy conditions here, and that fire danger does continue. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Coming up, after claiming victory in the southern city of Mariupol, Russia is now tightening the screw on eastern Ukraine.
We've got the latest on the battle for the Donbas, plus President Zelensky's pitch to the rich and powerful at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. That's up next.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
This morning, the battle for the eastern Ukraine is showing no signs of slowing down.
Russia has been intensifying its bombardment of the Donbas, with Moscow claiming it has almost full control of the Luhansk region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine.
Having failed to capture Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where this weekend Ukrainians were inspecting the remains of the very Russian vehicles that tried to invade their city, now objects of curiosity. And after being driven back from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, Russian troops now have their sights trained on the Donbas, Ukraine's eastern coal mining region close to Russia's border. And out here, the Russians are making slow, destructive progress, lobbing unguided rockets and artillery into Ukrainian villages to chip away territory from the government. Russian forces have the center of Donbas surrounded on three sides and are driving toward the city of Kramatorsk. In Kramatorsk is one of the Donbas's only trauma hospitals that's still working. All of the women in this recovery room were wounded by Russian artillery and survived that split second between whistle and bang.
What happened to you? How did you end up here in the hospital?
I just left my house when I heard something flying, says Anna. I had just grabbed the doorknob to my basement. That's the last thing I remember. In a nearby bed, Vera 95 years old, was in her bedroom. Relatives were cooking outside. Suddenly, there was an explosion, she says. I felt a blow to my head, and the windows and door in the bedroom flew off. But reaching the towns and villages around Kramatorsk to evacuate refugees and wounded is increasingly a challenge.
This is as far as we've been able to advance for now. Ukrainian security forces won't let us push further toward that village, and it's obvious why. You can hear intense exchanges of artillery fire between Ukrainian troops and Russian forces. And it's been going on like this all morning.
Amid the exchanges of fire, 2 Russian jets dropping flares for defense scream by at low altitude. The fighting is too intense for evacuations today.
And for the first time since this conflict began, a Russian soldier who'd been captured by Ukrainian forces was sentenced for a war crime. He'd pleaded guilty to killing a Ukrainian civilian outside of Kyiv. He's to serve life in prison. Kate, Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Melinda Herring. She is the Deputy Director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Melinda, good to have you with us. So as you just heard in Richard's piece there, Russia is making progress in the eastern part of Ukraine. The Russians say they're close to capturing the region of Luhansk. Would the capture of the Donbass be enough for President Putin to declare a victory in Ukraine, or do you think he's looking for more?
Morning, Joe. I think he's looking for more. So let's put this in context. We're at 3 months. And Vladimir Putin is down and Ukraine is up. He's only managed to take 2 cities. He's managed to take Mariupol because he shelled it constantly, and he took Kherson. Now, in the Donbass, he's taken about 80% of the territory. The Donbass is 2 provinces. He's very close to taking Luhansk. He needs to take Severodonetsk. It's the big city there. Once he takes Severodonetsk, he will have a better attempt at getting Kramatorsk, the city we just saw in Richard's report. Kramatorsk is important. It's the headquarters for the Ukrainian army out in the Donbass. But no, it's not enough to satisfy Vladimir Putin. His goals have not changed. His tactics have. He still wants to destroy Ukraine, even though he's not doing well.
Let's talk about the efforts toward peace. The Ukrainians say they're not going to negotiate a ceasefire that involves handing over any territory to Russia. It seems unlikely that Russia would agree to that, especially if they do capture all of the Donbass. So what does this mean right now for any peace prospects?
It means that any negotiations are stalled. The Ukrainians have decided they will not negotiate, especially after the war crimes in Bucha. And the Russians are not really willing to negotiate. So there were some things that were offered. The Ukrainians showed some flexibility a while back and said that they could be neutral on NATO. But the bottom line is neither side is willing to give up Crimea or the Donbass. So no one knows the way out of this. What you're seeing now, this very slow and steady fighting in the Donbass is likely to continue through this summer.
Melinda, this morning, President Zelensky addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos. He urged even tougher sanctions on Russia with his message, armies win battles, but the economy wins wars. Do you think sanctions are having any sort of impact or significant impact on Russia, or can even more be done?
Absolutely more can be done. So President Zelensky is pushing for an EU embargo of oil, and Hungary is the problem here. So there's been basically agreement, but Hungary is saying no. So right now, this week, the big goal is to get Hungary on board or find a way around Hungary so that an oil embargo can be put on Russia. Are sanctions a magic bullet? No, but they're one tool that increases the pressure on Vladimir Putin to stop this stupid pointless war. There's a new statistic out, Joe, that really breaks my heart. The UNDP has said that if the war continues until the end of the year, 9 out of 10 Ukrainians will be in poverty. 9 out of 10. That's a country where the poverty rate was very low before.
How realistic do you think it is that the war is going to last till the end of the year at this point?
Very, very. I don't see a way out. Both sides are fighting hard, and there's not a huge amount of progress being made on either side. Look, if the West is able to send the weapons Ukraine needs now, military analysts tell me that Ukraine could retake the Donbass before Christmas. So let's wait and see. Will the West do the right thing? I don't know.
Melinda Herring, thank you so much for your analysis. We always appreciate it.
Beijing is reinforcing a COVID-19 mandate due to a growing outbreak, while Shanghai is deploying more testing.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us now from London with that and more world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Beijing has extended orders for around 22 million of its citizens to work from home and has ordered additional testing as COVID cases continue to rise in the city. Again, many residential compounds have restricted movements of people coming in and out. However, conditions remain far less severe than in Shanghai, where millions remain under varying degrees of lockdown. Afghanistan's Taliban are forcing all women TV news anchors to cover their faces on air as part of a hardline shift, drawing condemnation from rights groups. When the order was first given, many of them refused to wear the veil, but now it's being enforced by the Taliban's Ministry of Vice and Virtue, so many of them are now forced to wear the veil. And finally, in Japan, dogs can travel in comfort with their owners from Tokyo to a mountain resort. They no longer need to be kept in small little carriers. The pampered pooches can travel freely in the carriage with their owners, but the carriage seats are all covered in plastic to make sure if there is an accident, it doesn't leave a permanent stain. And those are your headlines.
I was drawn to the plastic there. Would your pup like that?
Oh my God, my dog would love that. I have a dog named Bowie, and he's a Labradoodle. He would absolutely die to be on a train, Ali. Thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, we're going to talk about that growing concern about monkeypox cases around the world.
When we return, a new warning from President Biden on the virus as cases turn him here in the U.S. That's next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Now to the growing concern over cases of monkeypox that are popping up around the world. Infections have now spread to 12 countries, including a new suspected case here in the U.S. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Kate, good morning. In his first public comment on the outbreak over the weekend, President Biden said Americans should be concerned, but overnight he added monkeypox does not rise to the level of concern for COVID. Right now, researchers around the world are scrambling to find out more about the virus's transmission. This morning, a mysterious new outbreak of monkeypox is growing. In Florida, potential cases now being investigated in Broward County. Officials say the person traveled internationally and remains isolated. On Wednesday, the country's first positive case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts, a man who recently returned from Canada, followed by another case in New York City. President Biden highlighting the issue this weekend.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about. If it were to spread, it's consequential.
But overnight, downplaying concern.
And so I just don't think it rises to the level of the kind of concern that existed with COVID-19.
Worldwide, at least 92 confirmed cases and 28 suspected infections of monkeypox have now been identified in 12 Western countries. The majority of cases found in Portugal, Spain, and the United Kingdom. Monkeypox is a rare but potentially serious viral illness, usually found in West and Central Africa. It was first discovered in monkeys in the late 1950s. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. Common symptoms include fever, aches, and rashes all over the body.
The most likely spread of the cases we are seeing now are probably human to human. It usually requires prolonged contact. So we're not talking minutes, but we're talking a long amount of time in direct contact with body fluids or lesions.
Though there's no proven cure for the disease, the CDC says outbreaks can be controlled with the use of smallpox vaccines and antiviral treatments.
This is a virus we understand. We have vaccines against it. We have treatments against it. It's not as contagious as COVID. So I am confident we're going to be able to keep our arms around it.
Now, the death rate from monkeypox, according to the World Health Organization, is usually about 3 to 6% of cases. It is less contagious than smallpox and also causes less severe illness. Kate.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
When it comes to going to the doctor, many Black Americans do not have the same experiences as white Americans, and that can lead to deadly consequences.
That was the subject of a new report from health information site Very Well, which looked into how racism damages the Black experience in health care.
We're joined now by Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Very Well Health. Good morning, Dr. Shepard. Thanks for joining us. First, tell us more about the survey. What is it Black Americans are experiencing, and when is it happening?
Now, what I would say from the top is that people of color fare worse than their white counterparts when we think of measures of health status across the United States. So Very Well Health did a Black experience survey. So this is looking at it from a different context. So we have all the data and statistics that clearly show us health disparities, but also we wanted to look into the experience of Black Americans when they engage in their healthcare experiences among physicians, going to the office, follow-up, and the kind of communication that they get, because this basically entails how we see these experiences play out, is also the experience that Black Americans see in their relationships with their healthcare providers.
And one thing that was mentioned several times in this survey was that quality care begins with trust, which I think is something that a lot of Black Americans I've heard lack when it comes to health care. What's the impact of that lack of trust?
Yeah, that impact of lack of trust is also fundamental, because this survey showed that 32%, 1 in 3 Black Americans reported experiencing racism while dealing with the healthcare system. So what you'll see from that actual mistrust is you're going to have things such as stopping treatment. 24% of Americans reported that they stopped treatment. 36% actually switched their healthcare provider. 28% didn't even go to their follow-up appointment. So you can see here that there's going to be some parts of the visit, the follow-up, that are going to not be continued. And that's going to impact their care, their ability to get their medication refills. And again, it's all going towards that trust, which is going to lead to outcomes that may not be favorable for that particular patient.
I want to ask you about a number in the survey. 68% of Black Americans believe racism in healthcare is a systemic issue. What can we do to fix that?
Yeah, this is probably where all of us need to make some impact when we think of the institutional racism that we see in healthcare facilities and hospital systems, even insurance companies, and what we're actually doing to actually face the recognition of healthcare disparities that we know throughout studies are really impacting the outcomes and why we see more deaths, maternal mortality. When we look at the chronic diseases that plague the U.S., such as diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease and cancer, we know that the deaths are much more significant among African Americans and people of color. So it really starts with fundamentally from the top and instituting laws and legislation that are going to see positive impact, whether that's with resources, access, and the ability to access healthcare that is going to be across the board equal for everybody.
And Dr. Shepard, I've done stories before about the lack of people of color in the medical profession, the lack of doctors who are Black, or even in medical school, you know, there's a real shortage of people of color. Is that part of the solution too?
Absolutely. I'm so glad you touched on that topic, because when we look at the actual percentage, only 6 to 7% of all healthcare providers and physicians in the U.S. are African American. Now, the outstanding part of that is that rate has not changed since there was a survey done in the 1970s. So as you can see, even along the course of time and innovation and technology and education, we're still seeing this lack and shortage, which is where this would help communities where they see people who look like them and be able to make a better experience for themselves, because there is now trust.
Such an important conversation. Dr. Jessica Shepard, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Coming up, a last-minute decision from Buckingham Palace over whether Queen Elizabeth will be able to make it to one of her favorite events today.
And as the monarch battles mobility problems, reports of another big change to next week's Jubilee celebrations. That's up next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Time now for some financial news. Apple has reportedly told some of its manufacturing partners that it wants to increase production outside of China.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more business headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Apple has told some of its manufacturers it wants to boost production outside of China, and this is due to Beijing's zero COVID policy and other reasons. The Wall Street Journal reports India and Vietnam are among the countries getting a closer look. More than 90% of Apple's products, including iPhones, iPads, and MacBooks, are made in China by outside contractors. Any shift in production could potentially influence other Western companies that have been thinking about reducing dependence on China for manufacturing or parts. Hyundai plans to invest an additional $5 billion in the U.S. by 2025. The world's third biggest automaker making the announcement during President Biden's visit to South Korea this very weekend. The investments will be in robotics, autonomous driving, and artificial intelligence. On Friday, Hyundai announced it would spend more than $5 billion in Georgia to build an electric vehicle and battery plant. Prices at the pump continue to spike. The national average for regular unleaded jumping 33 cents over the past 2 weeks to $4.71 a gallon. That's $1.61 higher than this time last year. The average price of diesel rising 9 cents over the same period to $5.66 a gallon. Analysts say the move comes amid higher costs for crude oil and tighter gasoline supplies, guys.
All right.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
We are counting down to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the big event in celebration of her 70 years on the throne. Festivities already underway across the UK, and this week she'll be honored at one of the royal family's favorite events, the world-renowned Chelsea Flower Show. Kelly Kobiea joins me now with the latest from London. Good morning, Kelly.
Kate, good morning to you. And there's some pretty impressive displays at that flower show this year, including 4 dedicated specifically to Queen Elizabeth. And she very much hopes later today, in just a couple of hours, to see them herself.
Queen Elizabeth opens the Chelsea Flower Show.
It's a tradition dating back to the Queen's childhood, visits to the famous Chelsea Flower Show. Queen Elizabeth hopes to get a sneak preview of the blooming exhibits in her honor later today. The show this year dedicated to the monarch's 70-year reign. But this morning, reports of another big change. The British newspaper, the Sunday Times, says the monarch will not take the salute during the annual military parade for her official birthday, known as Trooping the Color, for the first time in 70 years, handing over the reins to Prince Charles, Prince William, and Princess Anne. Buckingham Palace says the Queen has episodic mobility problems. She's been delegating more of her royal duties to other members of the family.
For any 96-year-old, doing a fraction of what she attempts to do would be almost impossible. So nobody wants to see her overdo it, but everybody wants to see her enjoying it.
The Queen is now regularly using a cane and has been seen in public just 3 times in the past few weeks, beaming at this celebration of horses and history to kick off her Platinum Jubilee with star-studded tributes from Helen Mirren and Tom Cruise.
But it wouldn't be complete without a celebration of a kingdom united. Your Majesty, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, the United Kingdom.
The Queen opening a new London Underground line named after her, learning how to top up her subway card, and getting a glimpse of her favorite horse show in Windsor from the comfort of her car. During the last Jubilee celebration, tens of thousands cheered the Queen as she waved from the famous Buckingham Palace balcony. And she is expected to be on the balcony this year, too, with Prince Charles and Camilla and Prince William, Kate, and their 3 children all waving to the crowds.
The Queen has a packed schedule on paper anyway over the next couple of weeks, but whether or not she carries out all of these public appearances will be probably decided on a day-by-day basis, Kate, depending on how she's doing, given those mobility issues.
Gotcha.
Kate?
And Kelly, Joe is sitting here taking notes because he's coming. You're going.
I'm going for fun. For fun. I don't want to work while I'm
On
there,
vacation.
but we're going to go. Yeah, we think it's going to be a party, so we're going to go party over there. So it should be. We're looking forward to it.
Kelly.
Bring your royal red. Bring your royal red.
There you go.
Will do.
Kelly, thanks so much.
Coming up, an emotional farewell over the weekend to some of the SNL's greatest players.
We're going to take you to their final curtain call from Studio 8H just above us after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
If you're tired of your burrito falling apart when you eat it, well, some Johns Hopkins students came up with a solution: edible tape.
What?
Yeah, the students presented their project called Tasty Tape at the engineering school's design day. They said they tested it on, quote, too many burritos to count. The tape is usually clear, but blue dye shows where it's used in these pictures. They're keeping the ingredients secret while they apply for a patent, but insist they are edible. You just need to make sure to tell the person in advance that there's edible tape on
I'm
there.
just not sure about that. I don't. Okay.
Don't know until you try.
All right.
It's tasteless, I would assume. I don't know.
It looks good.
Yeah.
The last episode of the year, Saturday Night Live, was full of goodbyes for a lot of longtime cast members.
Yeah, we have now learned that SNL stalwarts Kate McKinnon, Pete Davidson, Aidy Bryant, and Kyle Mooney are all leaving the show. So on Saturday night, they took some time to say farewell.
The season finale began with a goodbye.
I always kind of felt like an alien on this planet anyway.
Kate McKinnon gave us laughs, then tears as the alien-obsessed Ms. Rafferty.
I love you. Thanks for letting me stay a while.
The comedian closed out a chapter on her out-of-this-world 10-year run, celebrated for her impressions of political powerhouses like Hillary Clinton and Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's a Ginsburg.
McKinnon told Hoda earlier this year she's ever grateful for her time on the show.
It's given me a work family that is so close-knit and so kind and so wonderful.
Also departing Pete Davidson, who delivered a heartfelt goodbye on Weekend Update, sharing how SNL boss Lorne Michaels gave him a chance at just 20 years old.
He looked me right in the eye and said, I don't think you're right for this show. So let's screw this up together.
Davidson gave us one final rap parody.
On the cover of Page 6 Daily, and a bunch of much nicer people like Kate McKinnon, Kyle Mooney, and don't forget Baby 80.
As he rounded out 8 seasons of laughter and headlines, including a newer relationship with guest host Kim Kardashian.
I'm a boss.
The hilarious Aidy Bryant also seemed to bid farewell with a sweet moment during Weekend Update.
In my best guise, kissing me.
Well, then we must.
Cast veteran Kyle Mooney joined Kate and Aidy later on for the show's last sketch of the night.
And we'll love him forever.
The iconic players leaving their hearts in Studio 8H with their beloved cast and crew.
Have a great summer.
So all 4 cast members were on SNL for at least 8 seasons, and Kate McKinnon's 211 episodes rank as the most by any woman in the show's long-running history.
What are they going to do?
You know, I mean, a lot of them have sort of been part-time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they've had other projects, and Lorne Michaels has let them sort of do their thing, come to the show when they can.
Yeah.
But it is still going to be very strange to have all 4 of those people gone.
It feels like a hole, but I'm sure other people will step in and we'll
step in.
Yeah.
Keenan's supposed to. I mean, we think Keenan's staying, Cecily Strong's staying. So hopefully, you know.
Yeah. Lots of good new people too.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Kate Snow in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, race for the formula. The first shipments of baby formula arrive in the U.S. at a critical time for parents trying to feed their infants. After weeks of critical shortages, what you need to know about this first wave of the crucial formula and when you can expect to see it back on store shelves. Partners in the Pacific, President Biden unveiling a new alliance with Indo-Pacific nations during his trip to Asia with the goal of strengthening America's ties to the region.
This framework is a commitment to working with our close friends and partners in the region on challenges that matter most to ensuring economic competitiveness in the 21st century.
What the pact means for America's relationship with China and with one country that was left out of the framework. Scorched earth, Russia ramping up its attacks throughout eastern Ukraine as the conflict turns to its next bloody chapter. We'll have the latest from the front lines of the war, while President Zelensky rules out any chance for a ceasefire. The next generation, the retirement of one longtime Texas Democrat, opening the door for a new face in Congress. We'll take a look at top candidates and the battle for brewing for this open seat this November. Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us.
Very good to be here this morning. Appreciate you having me. Love filling in here. We're going to begin this morning with some relief, finally, for parents, right, looking to get baby formula during that nationwide shortage.
Yeah, the first flight carrying 78,000 pounds of formula from Europe arrived in the U.S. over the weekend. Dubbed Operation Fly Formula by the Biden administration, the shipment carried specialized formula for children with allergies. But this one shipment is just a drop in the bucket. The Department of Agriculture Agriculture says there's a week's supply of formula for 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers. Shelves still remain mostly empty at grocery stores across the country. In New York City, the situation became so dire, Mayor Eric Adams declared a state of emergency to prevent price gouging in stores. The CEO of Abbott is apologizing for the formula crisis after the company shut down its Michigan plants in February. In a Washington Post op-ed, Robert Ford said, quote, "We're sorry to every family we've let down since our voluntary recall exacerbated our nation's baby formula shortage." NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Indianapolis International Airport, which is where that shipment arrived in the U.S. from Germany. Megan, good morning. So we know this formula is specifically for infants with allergies. Tell us, why is that significant, and how were U.S. officials able to get the formula?
Well, Joe, good morning. Good to be with you. So the administration says that they have prioritized these babies that can't receive the normal formula that you'll go into a store because they are more critical. Doctors at the press conference yesterday, when we received that 78,000 pounds of this hypoallergenic formula, said, look, these are the parents that can't cut corners. They can't dilute. They can't do a roundabout way of trying to feed their babies. So, again, that is why we saw the prioritization of the shipment yesterday and another that's expected just in a couple of days from now. And so as far as, how they got this formula, Nestle is the manufacturer. They have a plant overseas, so they were just able to grab that formula and bring it here to the U.S. It's FDA approved, that we know. We had an opportunity yesterday to speak with the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, and he detailed a little bit about his administration, or his department, rather's role in this entire thing. Take a listen to what he had to say. The secretary basically detailed that his department was able to contribute financially to make these flights happen. He also went into detail about how we are expecting more flights in the coming days. There's one, of course, coming on Wednesday, and then in the weeks to follow, Joe.
So, Megan, as those flights come in, we know many parents are desperate to get their hands on formula right now. I mean, what is the reaction you're hearing from parents about these shipments?
Well, Joe, as you can imagine, these are parents who have been living for the last several weeks and continue to live in this perpetual state of fear and anxiety, not knowing when the formula is going to run out in their household. Some already have. And so while they're seeing these shipments coming into the United States, there is some reassurance. They are trying to be optimistic, but there still is that fear. I want you to listen to what one mom told me just yesterday.
It is a big panic because we just don't know. Because she has that dairy allergy, we can't just supplement with anything. And she can't tolerate Similac, so we only can buy that one brand and one type for her. Or she doesn't sleep and she's in excruciating pain. So it's a battle, and it's a terrifying feeling to know that you can't find it. I think it's a huge relief. It's here. We know it's here and we know it's coming. And that was the hardest part, is knowing that it was coming, that there was going to be a solution. Now we've jumped that hurdle and we have it. We have it now, and it's known how desperately it's needed. So I personally think that it'll be distributed quicker than what we think, I hope, because I know several moms and babies around the world need it.
So some optimism here, because they know that this shipment is coming. They can see that this shipment is coming, and it is in the coming days and weeks ahead. But unfortunately, Joe, this is not immediate. Parents will not be able to just walk into stores today and find replenished shelves.
Still will take some time. Megan Fitzgerald in Indianapolis. Megan, thank you.
In Tokyo this morning, President Biden unveiled a new economic pact meant to shore up global supply chains and counter China's influence in the Pacific. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, as it's called, links the U.S. and 12 regional allies into a trade bloc representing 40% of the world's economy. NBC White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Tokyo. Good morning, Carol. Good to see you. So this new pact comes at a turbulent time for the U.S. economy. We don't have to tell people. Soaring inflation, plummeting stock stocks, all kinds of supply chain issues. We were just talking about baby formula. What would this framework do for the U.S. and our allies?
Well, essentially, Kate, it is an agreement among these countries to have a discussion about negotiations toward binding agreements on trade, on supply chains, on climate change, things like that. So it's really just the first step toward what the Biden administration hopes is a broader sort of cohesive pact among these countries to stand as a check against China. Take a listen to President Biden talk about this today.
This framework is a commitment to working with our close friends and partners in the region on challenges that matter most to ensuring economic competitiveness in the 21st century by improving security and trust in the digital economy, protecting workers, strengthening supply chains, and tackling corruption that robs nations of their ability to serve their citizens.
The president was also asked about whether the U.S., it was inevitable that the U.S. was going to slip into a recession, Kate, and he said that it was not inevitable and outlined a number of things reasons why he said that. And one of them, he said, that could prevent the U.S. from slipping into a recession was if Congress would pass some of his agenda items that have been stalled for several months. There's really no sign of that happening, but the president sounding a little more optimistic than some economists out there have lately.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the president also made headlines, Carol, with a remark he made about U.S. policy toward Taiwan. Take a listen to that.
You didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are.
That's the commitment we made.
So, Carol, what is the White House saying now about the U.S. obligation to defend Taiwan? As the president said, if China invaded, what would we do? And how is China responding to those remarks?
Well, Kate, the White House came out very quickly to try to clarify the president's remarks, issuing a statement. I'll read you part of that statement. They said, as the president said, our policy has not changed. He reiterated our one China policy and commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. He also reiterated our commitment to the Taiwan Relations Act to provide Taiwan with the military means to defend itself. So the White House is trying to make the case that the president was not articulating a change in U.S. policy. This is not the first time they've had to clarify the president's remarks on Taiwan. Just in October, the president said something similar, and they had to do so then. As for the Chinese, they've come out and said that they don't accept this and that they will make their own decisions.
And lastly, I know we're on day 4 of a 5-day trip for the president. Give us what's expected next.
Well, the last day of the president's trip on Tuesday will focus around this meeting of the Quad. That's a group called the U.S., Japan, Australia, and India. And really the main focus here, Kate, is going to be on India. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Indian Prime Minister Modi to get off the sidelines and condemn Russia's actions in Ukraine. They have been very reluctant to do that. The White House is hoping that they can change his mind.
Carol Lee, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
This morning, Wall Street is hoping to rebound after a rough week with the looming threat of a recession. The S&P 500 briefly dipped into bear market territory on Friday, which is defined as a 20% decrease from its high. It did climb back a little bit before the closing bell Friday, but is still down 18% year to date. And the Dow Jones fell for the 8th straight week, something that has not happened since the 1920s. Joining us now to explain what all this means for your finances is Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, always good to have you with us to help us understand a lot of complicated stuff. I mean, it's easy to see these numbers and get confused or feel overwhelmed. That can make it hard to understand what exactly is going on. So help us understand. Does all this chaos, what does it mean? How will it impact our bottom line?
Yeah, good to be with you. And yeah, you got to go back to 1923 to see an 8-week losing streak for the Dow Jones Industrials. We're just coming off of that. We had a little rally on Friday and a little bit of a rally looks like it's percolating this morning. But that's what you get when you get these very bearish markets right now. And again, we're dancing around a bear market. What does it mean? Well, asset prices have really fallen way off, especially stocks and cryptocurrency. Why? Because we've had this change in tone from the Federal Reserve, which is raising interest rates to combat inflation. That's the only way they can do it. But in doing so, they risk putting the economy into a deep freeze. And that recession folks are talking about is because we may just stop spending. If interest rates go up, it's going to reduce it's going to increase our borrowing costs, and it's put a lot of pressure on businesses, especially small businesses and consumers who are dealing with inflation at a 40-year high.
Obviously, Wall Street is hoping for a turnaround. What are you watching for this week?
Well, you got to watch consumers and consumer sentiment. And whether we like it or not, consumer spending is 70% of U.S. GDP. We got to keep spending, and we have kept spending. But as interest rates rise, so do those interest rates on our credit cards. So do those borrowing costs when we're thinking about buying a new car or we're thinking about making that discretionary purchase. So we get some readings at the end of the week on the consumer. We're going to get some readings also on the mortgage market. We know that's cooled a lot since the 30-year fix is now above 5%. So I'm watching those things very carefully. You're going to get these little rallies, and you're going to get some big sell-offs because we're in this time of uncertainty. Uncertainty for investors is like kryptonite. They don't want anything to do with stocks when they can't see the future. And the future is very unclear right now. It was much clearer a year and a half ago coming out of the pandemic. Right now, it's very unclear.
Caleb, I do want to ask you more about this specter of recession, which I think confuses a lot of people when they think, well, we're dealing with inflation. So how is a recession possible? How concerned should we be about that?
Well, a recession used to be defined as 2 consecutive quarters of economic declines, economic growth decreasing. But right now, we're looking at it as a decrease in most economic activity that we look for that's forward-looking. So the housing market, consumer spending, hiring. The job market's very strong right now. Unemployment's at 3.6%. Some companies still can't get enough workers. But if we stop spending, that's going to be a very big deal for the economy. That's kind of held things up. It's been the strongest leg of the stool, so to speak. And we're starting to weaken a little bit. Credit card balances are increasing. We're spending about $5,000 a year on gas as U.S. households on average. That's up from $2,800 last year. So where's that spending gone? It's gone into the tank, and it's gone into filling our fridges, and there's not a lot of extra spending. That's what you got to keep an eye on. If that falls, we could be in for a recession.
So can you give us any positive economic news right now?
Yeah, we may have peaked. Inflation may have peaked a couple of months ago. It was at 8.5%, then it was at 8.3% last year. Prices may stabilize here. They're not going to come flying down the hill. We're still going to be up at elevated levels, but that's maybe has peaked. And unemployment, again, 3.6%, been a good year for workers. Wages are up, and workers have been able to find jobs. Companies can't find enough workers. Those are 2 good signs. Hopefully they persist.
All right, good to end on a little bit of positive news there. Caleb Silver, as always, thank you.
There's breaking news out of Ukraine this morning on the country's first as the country's first war crimes trial goes ahead. A court has found a Russian soldier guilty of killing an unarmed civilian, sentenced him to life in prison. That comes as Russia steps up its assault on the Donbas, with the region of Luhansk bearing the brunt of the offensive. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv. Aaron, good morning. A guilty verdict handed down on that Russian soldier along with a life sentence. How significant is this moment?
Well, it's extremely significant for Ukraine. 21-year-old Vadim Shishimarin being found guilty, having pled guilty to killing a 52-year-old unarmed civilian outside of the city of Sumy as Russia was approaching that city. He not only pled guilty, but he also apologized to the widow of this man who was shot and killed, gunned down, according to Shishimarin, under the orders of Russian soldiers. But this is the kind of accountability that Ukrainian officials have been pushing for. There's a current sort of full court press here, especially concentrated on the areas once occupied by Russian forces that Ukrainian forces have managed to push them out of, to get in there and investigate as many of these alleged crimes as possible. We were in a village outside of the city of Kharkiv earlier today, seeing just that as prosecutors combed through the home of a 51-year-old man who was also gunned down by Russian soldiers, they allege. They exhumed his body, they examined the evidence, and speaking to the prosecutor earlier today here in Kharkiv, they also plan on moving forward with that case. The difference being, though, that they do not have any suspects identified at this time, and that's going to be a real challenge going forward for Ukraine's judicial system, given the fact that many of these atrocities were committed in occupied areas with little evidence in terms of the identification of the suspect behind the alleged murders and other atrocities, including torture.
And Aaron, you're in Kharkiv, as you said, obviously the scene of a successful Ukrainian counteroffensive. What's the situation there on the ground right now?
Yeah, Yeah, analysts had said that Ukraine won the battle for Kharkiv, successfully pushing Russian forces away from the city, out of artillery striking range, although what we're seeing right now to the north of Kharkiv, essentially Russian forces digging in. According to Ukrainian officials this morning, they're setting up checkpoints and other infrastructure. We're also hearing a number of explosions, a number of missile strikes over the weekend. So it's very clear that Russian forces are not giving up this fight. At this point, we just yesterday were out at a local fire station speaking to fire officials. They told us within the span of 48 hours, they were fighting 10 fires that were the result of Russia's aggression, and they described how their role as firefighters has changed. Take a listen.
Our work is the same, but more complicated. We continue to fight fires, but now we have to do it under constant shelling. And when we're going to the fires, it's a bit scary. But once we're on the scene, we know only we can save the people, and it's our job.
I asked that firefighter, given the continued Russian aggression, if he's optimistic about the future of his city and his country. He said that he is doing everything he can to help in this fight.
All right, Erin McLaughlin, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Jamil Jaffer now for more on the conflict in Ukraine. He's the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute and the former associate White House counsel to President George W. Bush. Jamil, good to have you with us. So let's start off with what we just heard from Erin about the fighting in eastern Ukraine. Now that Mariupol has fallen to Russian forces, it's clearly important for Ukraine to defend the rest of the region and prevent Russia from gaining any more momentum with its offensive. Help us understand what's at stake in this next phase of the war.
Well, look, the real challenge here for Ukraine is that Russia does now have a significant portion of its territory and is continuing to slowly gain ground. Ukrainians have done a heroic job really holding off the Russian forces. But in the long run, the Russians will be able to gain this territory and the Ukrainians won't be able to hold it. And the challenge there becomes, how does this turn out for the Ukrainians? They've made clear, President Zelensky and his advisors have made clear that no settlement is possible without Russia leaving all of Ukraine's territory. And so now the question becomes, how much more land do the Russians gain? What do they have to do to gain that land? And how many civilians are killed along the way? President Zelensky said over 100 people being killed a day in this conflict.
So Ukraine's government said this weekend it's not going to agree to any type of ceasefire that's going to hand over territory to Russia or allow Russian forces to remain within Ukraine. This seems to be a sign the two countries are still quite far apart. Is there any hope of meaningful progress when it comes to peace and peace talks anytime soon?
Well, that is the real challenge here, because with the Ukrainians being clear, as they should be, that their sovereignty has been invaded, that they should not have to give up any land, and Vladimir Putin recognizing that he is slowly gaining ground here over time in the regions that matter to him, and he also needs a win, right? Having been pushed back out of key parts of the country, including Kyiv, President Putin needs to show at home that he can succeed. And so there really is very little incentive for the two parties to come together right now, except for the significant amount of damage being done to civilians. And that's part of why the West needs to press these two parties together and find a process forward where they can actually get to a resolution, the Russians eventually leaving and the Ukrainians getting back their territory.
And Jamil, I want to ask you about something that Erin was just reporting on. We just found out that Russian soldier on trial for killing an unarmed Ukrainian civilian was sentenced to life in prison. Walk us through the significance of this. Do you think it signals a serious approach when it comes to holding Russia accountable for its actions in Ukraine?
Well, certainly it's important that this soldier's been held accountable. He shot an unarmed man through the window of a car who was talking on a cell phone. They thought that he was reporting on him. Look, this was a completely unacceptable violation of the laws of war. At the same time, you have a 21-year-old sergeant following the directions of senior officers around him, not his immediate supervisors, but those above him. And so the question becomes, how do you hold the leadership in Russia, Vladimir Putin, his generals accountable? Yes, it's important to hold these soldiers accountable. It's the right thing that he was convicted for this war crime. At the same time, how do you ensure that this doesn't continue to happen and that the leadership gets punished?
That's the larger question right there. Jamil Jaffer, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
To politics now, and from the war in Ukraine, the economy, the baby formula shortage, there is so much to talk about, a lot of issues that voters are considering as we head toward the midterm elections in November. And this is going to be a busy week for primary elections in many races. Voters in Alabama, Arkansas, Texas, and Georgia will head to the polls tomorrow to cast their ballots. Right now, we're going to focus on Georgia, where there are several key races to watch. And joining me for a preview is NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's in Atlanta, and NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Good morning to both of you. Glad to have you guys. Vaughn, let me start with you in the race for governor in Georgia. On the Republican side, we have incumbent Brian Kemp taking on former Senator David Perdue in this primary. A recent Fox News poll does not show the race to be very competitive, with Kemp up more than 30 points. But this is important to watch, right? We're talking about Perdue, who was backed by former President Trump.
Yeah, this was the most personal race, we could argue, in 2022 for Donald Trump. He has made a game out of picking candidates in crowded Republican primaries, particularly trying to take on incumbent Republicans who he has had displeasure for. The person at the forefront of that was Governor Brian Kemp, who certified the 2020 election in the state of Georgia, handing Joe Biden a key victory. Constitutionally, that's exactly what he was obligated to do. Donald Trump didn't like that, arguing a multitude of election conspiracies that he says would have overturned Georgia's election and handed him the win. Brian Kemp, though, he stood his ground and ultimately is running for re-election on other, what he would say, conservative policies, whether it be from the election integrity law that he signed into law last year to the heartbeat bill he signed into law in 2019, toward his response to COVID in early 2020. And on the other hand, you've got David Perdue, who has run his campaign almost entirely on the basis that Brian Kemp was wrong to have certified the 2020 election. You look at that polling where Georgia Republicans stand right now, it's clear that they're siding with Brian Kemp, and that is the direction they are most likely to go tomorrow. I asked David Perdue about that. He said that he may lose tomorrow, but he sure will not damn lose by 30 points. What ultimately does that mean for David Perdue? It's a big question mark for Donald Trump and his influence going forward, Kate.
Mark, let's look at the GOP Senate primary now in Georgia. There's a large field of candidates, including a Trump-backed candidate there in that race. Tell us about the front runners. What can we expect there?
Yeah, Kate, the front runner in that contest is Herschel Walker, the former college football and NFL running back, who in the same polling that we end up seeing Brian Kemp with a large lead, Herschel Walker also has a large lead. The field also includes people like Latham Sadler, a former Navy SEAL, as well as Gary Black, who's the state's agriculture commissioner. And if it is going to be, as expected, a Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock race, this is going to be one of the top Senate contests in November. Obviously, every single Senate contest will be important in the 50-50 U.S. Senate, where the Republicans just need to gain one seat to end up winning control. And we're all going to be focused on what is likely shaping up to be Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock.
That's going to be interesting. Vaughn, we don't normally talk about Secretary of State races. They don't get a lot of attention, but they are in the spotlight in this midterm election. Georgia, in particular, one of the states that decided the race for the White House in 2020. What can you tell us about the campaign there for Secretary of State?
Exactly. Usually the Secretary of States are the ones who are running the elections, and we're calling up trying to track down how many ballots are left to be counted, what is voter turnout like, and yet here in 2022, their very races are at the forefront. Brad Raffensperger, he is the Secretary of State candidate whose race we are watching here in 2022. Again, like Brian Kemp, because he also certified the 2020 election. And you'll recall that famous audio recording of the phone call in which Donald Trump urged Brad Raffensperger after the 2020 election to, quote, find more votes, enough votes for Donald Trump that would have given him the win here in the state of Georgia. Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, received a lot of brushback nationally among Republicans, especially those aligned with Donald Trump, and that is what led the former president to endorse Jody Hice, a congressman here in Georgia. We expect this race to be closer here, but again, Jody Hice is one of those individuals who has propagated election conspiracies and would bring into question in the situation. The 2024 certification would ultimately come down to a Donald Trump being involved in this here. It'd be a question of whether he would certify that election or not.
And Mark mentioned turnout there. More than 500,000 Georgians have already voted in the primary. That's more than double the turnout for the primary during the last election cycle. What does that tell you about how interested everybody is in Georgia?
Yeah, a couple things, Kate. One, the context is that Georgia in 2021 ended up passing some voter restrictions after Joe Biden's victory in the state, as well as the Democratic wins in those Senate runoffs, giving them control of the United States Senate. And we're going to be watching just whether the ease or the difficulty of people have been able to have in casting ballots during this primary season, when obviously turnout is less and you'll end up seeing in a general election. But the other thing, Kate, is that Georgia has just been so turbocharged with politics over the last 5 years, and whether it was the special election outside of Atlanta in the first year of Donald Trump's presidency, obviously that Stacey Abrams versus Brian Kemp race in 2018, the races of 2020, the runoffs of 2021, and then all of these other races that we're watching. Georgia voters have been very busy over the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's for sure. Mark, Vaughn, thanks so much for getting up early on a Monday. Appreciate it.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Michelle Grossman, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Kate. And we had a really warm weekend in the Northeast, also the Mid-Atlantic. It felt like August for many of us. Finally, relief is on the way. We had a cold front that came through, brought the storms too yesterday. But now we're looking at really nice temperatures today. So temperatures actually below normal for many of us today. A stretch of 60s from the Central Plains, the Midwest, the Great Lakes, into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So we're looking at 68 degrees in Lynchburg, Virginia, 62 in Cleveland. That is 10 degrees below what is typical for this time of year, and just 62 in Wichita. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to hold on to that relief. So temperatures stretching from the 60s and 70s from New England all the way down to parts of the Carolinas. We're looking at Norfolk, 68 degrees, 71 degrees in Philadelphia. That is about 6 degrees below what is average for this time of year. Then we start to warm up a bit in the Central Plains. You can see temperatures climbing into the 70s. Staying seasonal for the rest of the week, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s for New York City on Thursday, 77 on Friday. So we start to climb a little bit higher the closer we get to the unofficial start to summer. Now we're looking at some stormy weather in the south, also a soaker. So as we look at the southeast, we could see some rain in addition to the southern plains, and that's where we're expecting the severe weather today. So as we zoom in here, 6 million people at risk. Where you see the yellow, that's your slight risk. So winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. We could see some hail, and also watching the chance of a few tornadoes this afternoon and nighttime hours. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. Coming up, a federal judge delivers a major setback for the Biden administration in the legal battle over a controversial immigration rule.
We'll have more on the ruling over Title 42 and what it could mean for U.S. immigration police at the southern border.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
It's a major setback for the Biden administration. A federal judge issued a ruling Friday temporarily blocking President Biden's plans to lift Title 42. That's the COVID-era policy enacted by former President Trump, and it was set to end today. The policy limits asylum seekers from entering the U.S. because of the pandemic and gives U.S. officials the authority to expel migrants immediately without legal proceedings. Now, in the ruling, U.S. District Court Judge Robert Summerhays argued that lifting Title 42 would create immediate and irreparable harm and could result in a massive increase in border crossings. The case was brought by a large group of Republican state attorneys general who claim the nation's immigration system is not ready to handle the surge at the border. The Biden administration will appeal the decision. Now to growing concerns over the spread of monkeypox in the U.S. Florida health experts are now investigating what could be a third case of the virus in the country.
The U.S. is one of 12 countries with confirmed cases of monkeypox. President Biden commented on the spread of the virus over the weekend. Here's what he had to say.
Well, they haven't told me the level of exposure yet, but it is something that everybody should be concerned about. We're working on it hard, figure out what we do and what vaccine, if any, may be available for it. But it is a concern in the sense that if it were to spread, it's consequential. That's all they've told me.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on monkeypox and also the latest COVID headlines. I have to say, someone in my neighborhood had a sign in their driveway this weekend that said, "Who had monkeypox?" on the bingo card for disasters. I think we got to start there. Doctor, you heard President Biden saying that his administration is looking into possible treatments. Are vaccines a possibility? How concerned should we all be about this?
Yeah, so the president did give that kind of statement that concerned me, but I'll be honest, if you look at the science and look at what we're dealing with, I would not be concerned. I would be more concerned about COVID cases rising than I would about the monkeypox cases, even though it's a very exciting headline to put on a bingo card. One, monkeypox itself is incredibly rare. Number two, I think that you're actually showing the fact that we're putting so much of a spotlight on it around the globe really has to do with the fact that it's showing up in countries we didn't expect it to. We've always had outbreaks here and there, mostly in countries in Africa and in other places. We had cases in the United States and had an outbreak in 2003 here, but we're seeing such geographic spread, Kate and Joe, that this is unusual. Again, very hard to get, very rare transmission. And the good news is we actually do have vaccines and treatments and a way to prevent this.
That is some good news. Dr. Patel, let's talk about COVID, which has been on our bingo cards way too long. We do have some news from Pfizer this morning. New data from the company says that its vaccine is highly efficient and safe for kids 6 months to 5 years old. So does this mean we can maybe finally expect to see the vaccine made for children in this youngest age group? And then remind us, what is the authorization process for that?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. This is incredible news for parents who have been waiting for so long. And I do hope that we see something in June. What the process involves, by the way, Pfizer's data, 3 shots, 80% efficacy against symptomatic infection, which is kind of unbelievable, but it's what they put out in a press release. So we'll need to see more details of data, small numbers of cases. I'll be interested in seeing how it protects against hospitalization and death, but that's also pretty rare in the age group. So what the process will be, this FDA has already scheduled 3 dates in the month of June, hoping the early date, June 8th, is when they deliberate over the under 5 vaccine. And then the CDC has an advisory committee that'll meet hopefully quickly after that. And we could see shots in arms literally the day after the CDC signs off on it. Our offices have already been alerted that we should be getting doses of vaccines in early June, late May or early June. So we should be ready.
Oh, that's a big headline right there. So the World Health Organization, Dr. Patel, is warning that it's still too early to be easing on COVID protocols. Take a listen.
We lower our guard at our peril. Increasing transmission means more deaths, especially among unvaccinated, and more risk of a new variant emerging. Declining testing and sequencing means we're blinding ourselves to the evolution of the virus.
We lower our guard at our peril, but, you know, people are at their limit with protocols right now and not necessarily wanting to mask up all the time. What do we make of that?
Yeah, what we make of it is exactly what he said, especially because much of the world remains, I'll even say this, Kate, not just unvaccinated, but really, including the United States, under boosted. Omicron changed the game. It made boosters incredibly relevant. And we just simply do not have our booster levels in the United States and in other countries up to where we need them to avoid seeing these cases. I think what we need to do is get more precise about who needs to do what, when, and where. It's confusing. The guidance, you don't know if you need to put a mask on, you don't know when to put a mask on, and you don't know what to do if you just recently had an infection. We need to make this messaging simple and clear, and I'm going to try to make it very clear for this morning. Boost if you're eligible. Boost if you're eligible. It makes a big difference.
Oh, that's very clear. Dr. Patel, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Turning now to some international news. After a tight race, Australia has a new prime minister.
Ali Arouzi joins us now from London with more on that. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Kate. That's right. Australia has a new leader. Anthony Albanese beat Scott Morrison in Saturday's election. He was sworn in this morning and left immediately after the ceremony for Tokyo, where he met with leaders of the so-called Quad nations, the United States, India, and Japan. A colonel in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was shot dead in his car outside his home in Tehran. The assassination was conducted by 2 men on motorbikes who shot the colonel 5 times. Nobody has claimed responsibility for the attack, but in the past, Iran has blamed Israel. Iran's prime minister has vowed revenge. And finally, Prince William is turning 40 years old, and for his birthday, he's having a coin minted for him. The new £5 coin will feature his portrait and his monogram, but it's largely a souvenir coin and won't really go into circulation unless somebody decides to use it other than a souvenir. For my 40th, I didn't even get a birthday cake.
That's right. Well, for the next birthday, Ali, we're going to get you on a coin somewhere, somehow. I don't know how that works, but we're going to make it happen.
Right. I'm going to hold you to that, Joe.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ali. Coming up, after almost 30 years, one Texas district will get the opportunity to send a new representative to Congress.
We're going to take a closer look at the new generation of black candidates and what they want to do if they're elected. Up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're going to take a close look now at a key congressional race in Texas. For nearly 3 decades, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson has represented Texas's 30th congressional district, a predominantly black district that includes most of Dallas and the surrounding county. The 86-year-old politician announced that she is retiring, and that's setting up a battle among Democrats to replace her. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee spoke to 2 of the top candidates.
Hi, I'm Jane Hope.
Jane Hope Hamilton is going door to door, asking voters to send her to Washington.
So this is the final stretch here. You're making sure you're back in the neighborhood?
That's right. That's right. That's what it's all about, you know. It's really taking the message directly to voters. And frankly, that's how I got into this runoff, right?
On Tuesday, she faces Jasmine Crockett in a runoff for the Democratic nomination for Texas's open 30th congressional district House seat. It's considered a safe blue district, so whoever wins the runoff will likely go to Congress. Retiring Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, a legend in Texas politics, who served 30 years in Congress as a moderate, made her choice clear. But it wasn't who many people were expecting. The Congresswoman picked Jasmine Crockett, a progressive, explaining to our Dallas affiliate why she thinks the newcomer is right for the job.
I want somebody to get in there and work, study the issues, and do things for the district that can be identifiable.
There are a lot of people that never thought that the Congresswoman would end up picking kind of like the loud, wild child freshman.
Crockett, a freshman Texas state representative, made a national name for herself after she joined her Democratic colleagues in protesting restrictive voting laws introduced by conservative Republicans by fleeing the state ahead of a vote. And she's become a rising star on the left among a new crop of progressive candidates challenging and sometimes colliding with the Democratic establishment.
To me, being a progressive just means I don't want to be regressive, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there while you take me back. I'm going to fight back against that.
With Johnson's endorsement, Crockett emerged from the 9-way primary with 48% of the vote, 31 points ahead of Hamilton. As the runoff race has heated up, both women have tried to underline contrast in their political experience. Hamilton highlighting a 20-year career as a congressional staffer who's also worked to elect many of the most powerful Democrats in the region.
I do know that there's obviously a struggle inside of our party. You know, people look at me and they say, she's the establishment candidate. I'm a black woman in America. The only thing established about me is my record.
While Crockett has forged a path on her own as a civil rights lawyer and passionate advocate for justice.
I'm here to fight for the people. That's why I think there are those that get confused about progressives, because progressives will call out somebody even if they say are playing on the same team.
That was Tremaine Lee reporting. We thank him for that. Texas's runoff election is tomorrow. Coming up, red-hot job market. Recent grads have more career options than ever, but a new survey shows they're looking for more than just a big payout. More on what's driving the next generation and how COVID is shaping the workforce. Coming up.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So this year, the class of 2022 is marching into one of the best job markets in years. And when it comes to accepting a position, they're not just thinking about salary. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains what else they're looking for and why they can be a little more choosy than in years past.
The class of 2022 has reason to celebrate. They are entering one of the best job markets in years, with employers planning to hire almost 32% more grads than a year ago.
Which was easier, finishing school or finding a job?
Finding a job, for sure.
I would completely agree. Myself being a pre-med student, finding a job was definitely easier than, 4 years as an undergraduate.
Finding a job was much easier than finishing school for me as well.
Aga Noel got an associate's degree and is a licensed occupational therapist assistant.
I was receiving job offers before my license even came in.
Carolina Ruiz earned a degree in biology and is a clinical research coordinator at a New York hospital.
Now, how many job offers did you consider?
So I considered 3.
Liam Burke studied supply chain manufacturing. He chose to work for an aerospace company after multiple offers.
I landed my position about 6 weeks after graduation.
All three are making more than the national average salary for grads, $55,260. A recent Monster.com survey shows while salary is the top priority for graduates, career advancement, work-life balance, and remote work options are also important.
I was really focused on the research project that I would be a part of and the fact that it would be making a difference in certain people's lives, mainly focusing on minorities or any sort of groups that I am very passionate about.
Allowing today's grads to be choosy, an unemployment rate of 3.6%, compared to the daunting 14.7% the class of 2020 faced, and almost 2 job openings for every person unemployed.
I really wanted what my career services person would say, the perfect fit.
the market giving new grads some leverage and making hiring hard for employers.
We know that they're having real difficulties finding candidates. They're having to make concessions around things like salary, around flexibility, other benefits that they didn't have to think about, over the past few years.
The class of 2022 joining the working world at just the right time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Stock futures rose early today as the market tries to recover some of the losses that have gripped Wall Street. Silvana Hanow joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yes, so Wall Street is looking out to break out of a losing streak. The Dow falling for the 8th straight week, the first time it's done that since Calvin Coolidge was in the White House in 1923. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are on their longest losing streak since the dot-com bust in 2001. In focus this week for investors, reports on new home sales, durable goods, personal income and spending, jobless claims, GDP, and the minutes from this month's Federal Reserve meeting. Amazon is looking to sublet at least 10 million square feet of warehouse space and end some leases as the online shopping boom slows. Bloomberg reports the excess space include facilities in New York, New Jersey, Southern California, and Atlanta. Last month, Amazon reported slowing growth and a weak profit outlook, blaming that partly on overbuilding during the pandemic. At the end of last year, Amazon leased 370 million square feet of industrial space in the U.S. That's twice as much as before the pandemic. Pay is the top factor wage earners are looking for when seeking a job. That's according to a new blue-collar worker survey from staffing firm EmployBridge. Nearly 40% of hourly workers say this is their top priority, and that's up 32% from last year. They also care about total compensation factors such as retirement and healthcare benefits, as well as flexibility with their schedule. Back to you.
Yeah, kind of fits with the story we just told about new college grads, Silvana.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. The summer travel season, it's upon us, and experts are predicting pre-pandemic levels of Americans hitting the road, taking to the sky. But with inventories low and prices still sky high, travelers could be in for a rude awakening. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has that story.
Nearly 40 million Americans expected to hit the road or take to the sky ahead of Memorial Day. But with heavy demand, rampant inflation, and surging prices, it comes with a warning. Brace for headaches.
It's a little bit of a perfect storm. We're just seeing a lot of people come back to wanting to travel.
Average domestic flight prices expected to soar, up 46% from 2019, with some flights already sold out for weeks. Not much better on the ground. Demand for rentals spiking 130%, while the gas forecast could average close to $4.65 by next weekend, a 51% over last year.
We're having to, go a different route than we usually do.
Amanda Reesing's family is driving from Arkansas to Florida to vacation before their son's football training, with rental car inventory so low and gas so high. This year, they're calling an audible.
It's definitely a whole new ballgame this time, and we're trying our best to budget.
They plan on meal prepping instead of eating out, and a game changer. Pay for the room in zero interest installments.
You're not paying it all at one time, and you're not taking that lump sum of money out of your savings that you need to hold on to.
Experts say more ways to save include looking for midweek and early morning flights, booking at least 6 weeks early, and if you're okay with a staycation, this is the perfect year. Getting away without breaking the bank, a summer travel tightrope. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Coming up, a life-changing surprise. We'll tell you why these third graders received full-ride college scholarships and who's behind this generous gift. Up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
He scared citizens as a kid, and now his job is to protect them. Sergeant Jonathan Searle was a child actor who appeared in the 1975 Steven Spielberg classic Jaws. He was the kid who placed a cardboard fin in the water, remember, scaring people who were on the beach? Well, now, more than 40 years later, Searle has been selected to become the next police chief of the Oaks Bluff, Massachusetts Police Department on the island of Martha's Vineyard, where the movie Jaws was shot. According to the Vineyard Gazette newspaper, Searle actually busted a man in 2008 for doing exactly what his character did in the film. Finally this hour, a story about a life-changing donation to elementary school students in an underserved area who now all have the chance to be part of the class of 2036. This standing ovation marks a life-changing moment.
Very proud of you. Give me a high five.
Congratulations.
It's the instant just weeks ago when parents found out their third graders at Michael Anderson Elementary near Phoenix would all be getting scholarships to college.
Congratulations.
Tuition, room, and board, as long as students are accepted to a program and graduate from a high school in their current district. The giveaway, part of a commitment to education in underserved locations, started by Phoenix area business owners Jill and Tom Rostozzi. Tom, inspired by his father, a Hungarian refugee.
My dad was the beneficiary of a lot of people who helped him out along the way. That's why he was able to achieve his American dream.
So why third grade? The idea is to get kids, their families, and teachers thinking now about what could be possible.
I want to go to college. I want to go to high school.
I would rather start my own business or be a dentist.
Parents say the opportunity is a lifeline to a brighter future.
With all the struggles in life and having kids, this is one less worry.
But this recent award wasn't the only Rostozzi Foundation grant. The first one 10 years ago helped Damaris Flores reach her dream.
And right now I'm a current Arizona nursing student at Arizona College of Nursing. I want to give back to my community.
And in April, another grant.
For every Bernard Black third grader that is right here with us, they are offering a full ride college scholarship.
Roosevelt School District Superintendent Quentin Boyce calls it a game changer.
We saw parents liberated of this really tough struggle of figuring out how to create a better life for their child via a college education.
We're going to college!
These generous gifts giving parents like Tanisa Miller new hope for the next generation.
I'm so thankful and grateful that someone would have it on their heart to think of my child, to want to provide them with a better future and take stress off of me.
Okay, it really sounds weird to call them the class of 2036, but that's the year that they would graduate from college. The journey to senior year of high school is going to go by like this. Trust me, because I have two kids.
Yes.
I know how fast this all goes. But congrats to them and very best of luck.
Absolutely. Great story. Thanks so much for sharing that. Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Kate Snow. I'm in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, relief for families. America's new parents can breathe maybe a little bit easier this morning. A plane carrying tens of thousands of pounds of baby formula from Europe landed stateside yesterday. It's the first of several shipments ordered by the Biden administration in response to the shortage. So when could you actually see formula restocked at your nearest store? Border battle. A hotly debated COVID-era immigration rule was set to expire today, and a federal judge ruled to keep it in place over the weekend. We're going to take a closer look at Title 42 and why it's sparking such fierce conversation in Washington and beyond. Also this morning, in his own words, a new chapter in the dramatic defamation trial involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Heard's team expected to put Depp back on the stand today, why some legal experts are calling the move a big gamble. Plus, goodbye from New York, a fond farewell over the weekend to some of the brightest stars to ever grace Saturday Night Live's stage in Studio 8H. I have to admit, I cried a little bit at that last moment there with Kate McKinnon saying goodbye.
It's 4 of them leaving.
4 of them leaving. It's a huge shakeup.
It's a big change.
But good bench sitting in ready to take over for when they go.
Exactly. I'm
More
a big
on
fan.
that in a little bit. We're going to begin in Tokyo this morning. President Biden is striking an aggressive posture against China, announcing a new trade alliance in the Pacific to contain China's influence. He also reiterated that the U.S. would respond militarily to defend Taiwan, a comment drawing a sharp rebuke from Beijing.
NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has been traveling with the president. He joins us now from Tokyo. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Kate and Joe, good morning to both of you. So I was in the room at today's news conference, and when President Biden made that statement, you could see his own advisors' eyes. They just got wide. One of the president's top priorities, of course, during this Asia trip is to demonstrate the strength of the U.S.'s alliances in the region to counter the rise of China. But his comments overnight in support of Taiwan appear to be a provocative message directed at the Chinese.
The United States.
President Biden this morning unequivocal with his stunning response to a question whether he'd be willing to defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade.
Yes.
You are.
That's the commitment we made. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate.
Those comments appearing to break with U.S.'s longstanding policy of strategic ambiguity on Taiwan. The White House quickly clarifying that our policy has not changed, reiterating the U.S.'s existing position to sell arms to Taiwan to defend itself. Still, it's at least the 3rd time President Biden has said the U.S. would use force to defend Taiwan. Overnight, one of several critical comments about China's expanding reach, making reference to the war in Ukraine, saying the world cannot let up in sanctioning Russia.
What signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? They're already flirting with danger right now by flying so close.
After an earlier trip to the opulent imperial palace to visit with Japan's emperor, President Biden also turned his attention to kitchen table issues at home, insisting a recession is not inevitable.
Does that mean we don't have problems? We do. We have problems that the rest of the world has, but less consequential than the rest of the world has them because of our internal growth and strength.
And acknowledging record gas prices will not come down overnight.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
And Joe and Kate, China quickly responded to President Biden's comment that the U.S. would defend Taiwan militarily, expressing, quote, strong dissatisfaction with his remarks, adding China will, quote, take firm actions to safeguard its own sovereignty and security interests, and we will do what we say, end quote. Back to you.
Peter Alexander in Tokyo. Peter, thank you. Now to some encouraging progress in the nation's fight to ease that shortage of baby formula. The first international shipment of formula arrived in the U.S. over the weekend, and the Biden administration says it's the first of several.
Those shipments are meant to bring relief to parents desperately searching for formula to feed their children. But despite the 78,000 pounds of formula brought in from overseas so far, officials say it's going to be weeks before the crisis subsides. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has been covering this and has the latest.
As the nation grapples with widespread formula shortages, this morning relief could be on the horizon. The first Operation Fly Formula aircraft touching down in Indianapolis on Sunday. Aboard this C-17, more than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic alpha-amino infant and junior formulas, unloaded after its journey from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
This shipment provides enough formula to take care of 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers.
The precious cargo is destined for babies and kids with cow's milk allergies.
Now at least we can breathe a little bit.
The first batch, which Nestle, the manufacturer, says has already been tested, will be sent to hospitals and healthcare providers in a couple of days. The rest of the shipment, Nestle says, will be tested and sent out in the next 2 weeks.
How long do you expect to be distributing formula on this emergency basis around the country?
As long as it takes, but our understanding is up until the production capacity has caught up. So we're thinking a matter of weeks, not months.
The much-needed supply arriving just as New York City declared a state of emergency over the formula shortage. And the CEO of the shuttered Abbott formula plant apologized in a Washington Post op-ed, saying, "We're sorry to every family we've let down since our voluntary recall." Mom Alexandra Moskowitz has 1 week of formula left for her baby son Dylan, who has a cow's milk allergy.
It's definitely a sense of anger or betrayal that we feel, because if the government was aware of this, we kind of should have been more proactive in getting our hands on the formula before the shortage got to this point.
Did the U.S. government drop the ball here?
I don't think it's the U.S. government dropped the ball. We moved it as expeditiously and quickly as possible.
Seeing that C-17 land here at Indianapolis was a welcome sight for millions of parents. But the challenge now is what was on that plane serves a small group of babies and children and also won't last very long. Now all eyes are on the Defense Production Act to help fill shelves here at home.
All right, Jo Ling, thanks so much. A judge recently ruled that Title 42 will stay in place for now. That's the Trump-era rule that was created as a result of the pandemic, and it means that migrants detained in the U.S. were immediately deported. But countless of migrants right now crossing into Mexico believe the U.S. is opening its borders after May 23rd. Migrants are relying on social media platforms to learn about U.S. border policy changes. But these posts and messages are often taken out of context. They often contain false information. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins me now with more on this. Guad, there seems to be a lot of misinformation spreading about the status of the border. Talk about where they're getting that information and what's the truth.
Kate, good morning. We've been hearing about these sites, different platforms where the migrants will join groups that will exchange messages that will often mislead them as they make their journey to the U.S.-Mexico border. So we came down to the southern border with Mexico, between Mexico and Guatemala here in Tapachula, to talk to the migrants and try and understand what it is that they know about what is currently happening at the U.S.-Mexico border. And you'd be surprised at the messaging that they are receiving. Let's hear from some of the migrants that I spoke to yesterday. So this is a video. She just watched the video 3 hours ago. This was published on Facebook, and she's seen migrants that are now crossing the border. This is how they learned what's happening at the border. She says she saw on TikTok, she saw a video saying that the border was going to open on the 23rd. So she left Honduras with her 5 children, but then when she arrived in Mexico, they told her she cannot continue. So you can see how a mother of 5 left with her kids because she saw a video on TikTok that said the border will open on the 23rd. She tried to make her way. She was stopped by Mexican immigration where we spoke to her. So this is what the migrants are learning. Now, their understanding of U.S. policy is completely erroneous. It's false information that they're going with. Also, some of them receiving messages to WhatsApp through chat groups where they're often told that everything has changed now. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of them have decided to continue on this journey. We were told yesterday that about 2,000 migrants are still crossing into Mexico daily. You can see behind me some of them arriving here trying to get those humanitarian permits to remain in Mexico, Kate.
Yeah, and just to be totally clear again, Guad, this is misinformation. As we just said earlier, a court ruled over the weekend that the policy is not changing. The border's not opening up as far as we know. But it sounds like people are just grasping for that information and then deciding to make the journey. I mean, they're traveling miles and miles to get where you are.
That's correct. You know, when there's a headline in the U.S., when something changes, there was a headline because a judge decided to block the Biden administration from lifting Title 42, so Title 42 remains in place. That headline can then be utilized, sometimes I was told by smugglers or by others, to filter messages to the migrants who know that something is happening at the border, but they don't quite understand what's happening. So by the time someone explains it to them through these chat groups, it's completely false and it's something different from what's really happening. Let's listen to a conversation that I had with migrant aid workers who were trying to explain to me how that information ends up changing by the time it gets to the migrants.
We have definitely seen examples of that, screenshots of news articles that are then used, taken out of context and used in a way to act as if the border is going to be open.
There's always going to be some sort of date that they can manipulate and say, oh, there's going to be this change of policy.
I'm not sure if this is the...
So these workers, are trying to explain to me how the information will change, as you heard. And, when you think of the information that the migrants are learning, an informed migrant might reconsider making the trip if he or she understands that arriving at the U.S. border might mean that they will be expelled under Title 42 or sometimes even flown back to their countries. People only see the images of migrants crossing into the U.S., but they don't understand that under the current process, many of them will be returned to their countries or expelled to Mexico, Kate.
And so, Guad, what are human rights groups and immigrant groups who help doing right now with that population behind you?
So, Kate, they're trying to fight this misinformation with real information. So the guys we spent the day with yesterday go to shelters. They have handouts. They try to explain to the migrants what is really happening. It's amazing. They told me about 90% of the migrants are traveling with wrong information, expecting the borders to be open. Some of them, for example, with Title 42, they spoke to some Cubans and Nicaraguans who told them they wanted to arrive before today, before the 23rd, because they thought the changes would then affect them, being from countries where their governments don't have a good relationship with the U.S. And somehow by the time they receive the information, they're like, we need to be there before the 23rd when it's going to close for us, but open to others. So all types of information that has nothing to do with what really is happening at the border. These aid groupers are trying to explain to them what is really happening, which is very complex and difficult to understand, even for the average American. So it's a tough battle to fight misinformation with the real information, Kate.
Glad you're there for us. Thanks so much.
Turning now to the dramatic trial involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Depp is expected to take the stand again today for the second time since the beginning of the trial. He's expected to face questions from Amber Heard's legal team. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is following the case closely and has the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. It's been 4 weeks or so since Johnny Depp took the stand, and a lot has happened since then. As you know, he accuses Amber Heard of lying, and he says he never abused her. Amber Heard is countersuing him, saying she was abused herself, all of this affecting their careers. But legal experts say putting Depp back on the stand could really be a battle.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
This, Johnny Depp insists, is the truth, that Amber Heard was the aggressor in their volatile, sometimes violent, 4-year relationship.
In her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would... It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove.
Now Heard's team is putting Depp back on the stand to challenge his story, kicking off the final stretch of a trial that's become a worldwide sensation.
There's a lot of risk because we know he has been a well-prepared witness and a likable witness for the public at large.
Depp claims Heard defamed him when she called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed. He's suing her for $50 million, and Heard is countersuing for $100 million. Witness after witness called by Heard's team has described Depp's drug and alcohol abuse.
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
Fueling a violent rage.
Again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back.
Heard herself describing a torrent of abuse, both physical and sexual.
He just hit me over and over and over again, and I thought, this is how I die. He's gonna kill me now.
Depp's team tried to poke holes in Heard's story and her credibility in a withering cross-examination.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
The case is lighting up social media, where everybody's got an opinion. Both Depp and Heard claim the flood of allegations has damaged their careers and cost them movie roles. But in the courtroom and online, the spotlight is still shining on the darkest chapters of their relationship. The trial is wrapping up this week, closing arguments expected by the end of the week, and then the jury will have the case and they will have to make their decision. But we could have a verdict as early as the end of the week, guys.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more on the trial. Danny, good morning to us. So we heard one analyst in Stephanie's piece there say there's a lot of risk here. Walk us through why Amber Heard's legal team is calling Johnny Depp back to the stand again.
It's hard to say exactly what their strategy is, but in all likelihood, they may have heard things on Johnny Depp's or some testimony that they want to contradict with Johnny Depp. But as Stephanie pointed out, that is a huge risk, because if the jury is liking Johnny Depp, he's going to get more space, more time in front of the jury, and that could be potentially good for the Depp team.
Yeah, so how much of a gamble is this by Heard's lawyers to let Depp take the stand one more time? And is it possible we could hear anything different from him at all today?
In theory, we should hear almost everything different, because that's the point of rebuttal. You're bringing up stuff that was raised and wasn't addressed in his direct testimony. In theory, in reality, it can become a rehash of what was already testified to. But think about this. It gives Johnny Depp, who has sat there through the trial and listened to everything Amber Heard said, an opportunity to essentially respond to that. And it's on Heard's time. In other words, it's Heard that's giving Johnny Depp this opportunity to inject his own response to all the evidence that Heard has put in so far. And believe me, he will, because he's somebody that is openly flouting the rules of evidence and will find any way to sort of put his narrative into the story. He's done a pretty good job of it so far. The first 5 minutes of listening to him testify, you think, what kind of silliness is this? But after a while, I have to admit, even I get hypnotized by his cadence, his voice, and that accent, which is from I don't know where.
So, I mean, in the end, do you think it's surprising they're calling him back?
It is surprising, but, you know, look, it's easy for observers like me who are risk averse to say, well, look, this is a huge risk. But if you're in trial and you're on Amber Heard's team and you think, we have got to address some of these issues, we have something that is just going to lambaste Johnny Depp if we get him back up there on the stand. If they feel that confident, then they have to take a calculated risk. And of course, afterwards, people like me will say, oh, that maybe wasn't such a good idea, or it was a brilliant idea. But that's easy for me to do because I'm not in the courtroom laying my own reputation on the line like these lawyers are. You have to make those game time decisions during a trial, and they are not easy. This one seems incredibly risky, but maybe they know something we don't yet.
So, Danny, as this winds down, looking ahead here, what should we expect for the rest of the trial as it nears its conclusion?
I think Johnny Depp's testimony on redirect is going to be the highlight. We're almost finished here. Johnny Depp knows that this is his last chance to shine, and I think he probably will shine if social media is any indicator. Because, look, as somebody who watches people testify, I still think he sounds kind of silly on the stand, but my unscientific review of social media, Twitter, and the like seems to indicate that people are finding him very persuasive, which I'm surprised at. But look, at the same time, he has that je ne sais quoi that studios have paid millions, maybe even billions for. So, again, he knows something we don't.
Danny Cevallos, as always, appreciate your analysis. Thanks so much.
One man is dead after another shooting on a New York City subway line. It happened Sunday morning at the Canal Street station. Officers say Daniel Enriquez was sitting in the last car of a Manhattan-bound Q train when the suspect pulled out a gun and shot him. The attack was unprovoked. Enriquez was taken to the hospital where he died from his injury. Police are still searching for the suspect. Just last month, 10 people were shot and even more were injured in a mass shooting on a New York City subway train.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And it certainly felt like summer this past weekend. We had all summer-like scenes across the area. People headed to the beaches, pulling out the shorts, the tank tops, the bathing suits. And we have some video of that as people were out and about eating ice cream. So it felt like summer. It looked like summer. Temperatures climbed into the 90s for so many of us. With the humidity, it felt like over 100 degrees in some spots in the Northeast. I do love that scene, though. A little too early, though. And we have found relief today. We had a cold front that came through last night. That is bringing cooler highs today to parts of New England, the Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic. And we're looking at a chilly start in parts of the Midwest and also the Great Lakes area. Otherwise, the big story today, we're watching the chance for some severe storms in the south, a southern soaker, especially in the southeast. Heavy, heavy rain there. I'll show you those rainfall amounts in just a bit. But we're looking at the chance for some severe weather in parts of Texas with damaging winds, some gusty, some hail, and also the chance for some tornadoes. Now, for the rest of the country, it's hot and dry in the southwest. Temperatures into the upper 90s. The Sacramento Valley also heating up today. As we go throughout the midweek, we're looking at a flood risk along the Gulf Coast states, stretching all the way to parts of the Great Lakes and Midwest. A really pleasant day in the northern plains. Toasty still in parts of California. And we're looking at a nice day in parts of the Northeast to the Mid-Atlantic. By Friday, unfortunately, we're going to kick off the unofficial start to summer, and we're looking at a stormy start in parts of New England and a wet start along the East Coast, although most of that should be out of here as we head towards the later part of Friday. The middle of the country looking really nice. The fire and danger does continue in the southwest. Now, the rainfall forecast, we're expecting a lot. You can see these darker colors here, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's indicating where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall. So certainly through the parts of central and southern plains. And locally, we could see up to 6 inches. We already have saturated grounds. This could lead to flash flooding, and that's something we're going to watch very, very closely. I hesitate to show this, but we are tracking the tropics. It's that time of year where we do have a little area of disturbance in the tropics. It's called an invest. It's where the National Hurricane Center sort of hones in and looks at it. The good news is it's not in a favorable environment. We don't expect it to enhance, but we do expect it to increase those rain chances in the southwest. So that is the story as we go throughout the Gulf here, and we're going to continue to watch this. Sort of just a preview of what we're going to see as we go throughout the tropical season here. So that southern soaker, we have a new system moving into the southern plains, lingering rain possible in the southeast, along with that area of invest. This is going to come together to enhance the rainfall. So as we go throughout tomorrow, severe storms likely across central Texas, heavy downpours producing 2 inches per hour, leading to flash flooding. And that's going to continue as we head towards Wednesday. So that severe risk shifting from Texas to Mississippi, flash flooding likely due to rounds of rain. Where we need rain, that is in the southwest, you guys. We are looking at dry, hot, and breezy conditions here, and that fire danger does continue. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Coming up, after claiming victory in the southern city of Mariupol, Russia is now tightening the screw on eastern Ukraine.
We've got the latest on the battle for the Donbas, plus President Zelensky's pitch to the rich and powerful at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. That's up next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, the battle for the eastern Ukraine is showing no signs of slowing down.
Russia has been intensifying its bombardment of the Donbass, with Moscow claiming it has almost full control of the Luhansk region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine.
Having failed to capture Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where this weekend Ukrainians were inspecting the remains of the very Russian vehicles that tried to invade their city, now objects of curiosity. And after being driven back from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, Russian troops now have their sights trained on the Donbass, Ukraine's eastern coal mining region close to Russia's border. And out here, the Russians are making slow, destructive progress, lobbing unguided rockets and artillery into Ukrainian villages to chip away territory from the government. Russian forces have the center of Donbass surrounded on 3 sides and are driving toward the city of Kramatorsk. In Kramatorsk is one of the Donbass's only trauma hospitals that's still working. All of the women in this recovery room were wounded by Russian artillery and survived that split second between whistle and bang.
What happened to you? How did you end up here in the hospital?
I just left my house when I heard something flying, says Anna. I had just grabbed the doorknob to my basement. That's the last thing I remember. In a nearby bed, Vera, 95 years old, was in her bedroom. Relatives were cooking outside. Suddenly there was an explosion, she says. I felt a blow to my head and the windows and door in the bedroom flew off. But reaching the towns and villages around Kramatorsk to evacuate refugees and wounded is increasingly a challenge.
This is as far as we've been able to advance for now. Ukrainian security forces won't let us push further toward that village, and it's obvious why. You can hear intense exchanges of artillery fire between Ukrainian troops and Russian forces. And it's been going on like this all morning.
Amid the exchanges of fire, 2 Russian jets dropping flares for defense scream by at low altitude. The fighting is too intense for evacuations today.
And for the first time since this conflict began, a Russian soldier who'd been captured by Ukrainian forces was sentenced for a war crime. He'd pleaded guilty to killing a Ukrainian civilian outside of Kyiv. He's to serve life in prison. Kate, Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Melinda Herring. She is the Deputy Director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Melinda, good to have you with us. So as you just heard in Richard's piece there, Russia is making progress in the eastern part of Ukraine. The Russians say they're close to capturing the region of Luhansk. Would the capture of the Donbass be enough for President Putin to declare a victory in Ukraine, or do you think he's looking for more?
Morning, Joe. I think he's looking for more. So let's put this in context. We're at 3 months, and Vladimir Putin is down and Ukraine is up. He's only managed to take 2 cities. He's managed to take Mariupol because he shelled it constantly, and he took Kherson. Now, in the Donbass, he's taken about 80% of the territory. The Donbass is 2 provinces. He's very close to taking Luhansk. He needs to take Severodonetsk. It's the big city there. Once he takes Severodonetsk, he will have a better attempt at getting Kramatorsk, the city we just saw in Richard's report. Kramatorsk is important. It's the headquarters for the Ukrainian army out in the Donbass. But no, it's not enough to satisfy Vladimir Putin. His goals have not changed. His tactics have. He still wants to destroy Ukraine, even though he's not doing well.
Let's talk about the efforts toward peace. The Ukrainians say they're not going to negotiate a ceasefire that involves handing over any territory to Russia. It seems unlikely that Russia would agree to that, especially if they do capture all of the Donbass. So what does this mean right now for any peace prospects?
It means that any negotiations are stalled. The Ukrainians have decided they will not negotiate, especially after the war crimes in Bucha. And the Russians are not really willing to negotiate. So there were some things that were offered. The Ukrainians showed some flexibility a while back and said that they could be neutral on NATO. But the bottom line is neither side is willing to give up Crimea or the Donbass. So no one knows the way out of this. What you're seeing now, this very slow and steady fighting in the Donbass is likely to continue through this summer.
Melinda, this morning, President Zelensky addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos. He urged even tougher sanctions on Russia with his message, armies win battles, but the economy wins wars. Do you think sanctions are having any sort of impact or significant impact on Russia, or can even more be done?
Absolutely more can be done. So President Zelensky is pushing for an EU embargo of oil, and Hungary is the problem here. So there's been basically agreement, but Hungary is saying no. So right now, this week, the big goal is to get Hungary on board or find a way around Hungary so that an oil embargo can be put on Russia. Are sanctions a magic bullet? No, but they're one tool that increases the pressure on Vladimir Putin to stop this stupid pointless war. There's a new statistic out, Joe, that really breaks my heart. The UNDP has said that if the war continues until the end of the year, 9 out of 10 Ukrainians will be in poverty. 9 out of 10. That's a country where the poverty rate was very low before.
How realistic do you think it is that the war is going to last till the end of the year at this point?
Very. I don't see a way out. Both sides are fighting hard, and there's not a huge amount of progress being made on either side. Look, if the West is able to send the weapons Ukraine needs now, military analysts tell me that Ukraine could retake the Donbass before Christmas. So let's wait and see. Will the West do the right thing? I don't know.
Melinda Herring, thank you so much for your analysis. We always appreciate it.
Beijing is reinforcing a COVID-19 mandate due to a growing outbreak, while Shanghai is deploying more testing.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us now from London with that and more world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Beijing has extended orders for around 22 million of its citizens to work from home and has ordered additional testing as COVID cases continue to rise in the city. Again, many residential compounds have restricted movements of people coming in and out. However, conditions remain far less severe than in Shanghai, where millions remain under varying degrees of lockdown. Afghanistan's Taliban are forcing all women TV news anchors to cover their faces on air as part of a hardline shift, drawing condemnation from rights groups. When the order was first given, many of them refused to wear the veil, but now it's being enforced by the Taliban's Ministry of Vice and Virtue, so many of them are now forced to wear the veil. And finally, in Japan, dogs can travel in comfort with their owners from Tokyo to a mountain resort. They no longer need to be kept in small little carriers. The pampered pooches can travel freely in the carriage with their owners, but the carriage seats are all covered in plastic to make sure if there is an accident, it doesn't leave a permanent stain. And those are your headlines.
I was drawn to the plastic there. Would your pup like that?
Oh my God, my dog would love that. I have a dog named Bowie, and he's a Labradoodle. He would absolutely die to be on a train, Ali. Thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, growing concern about monkeypox cases around the world.
When we return, a new warning from President Biden on the virus as cases turn up here in the U.S. That's next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now to the growing concern over cases of monkeypox that are popping up around the world. Infections have now spread to 12 countries, including a new suspected case here in the U.S. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Kate, good morning. In his first public comment on the outbreak over the weekend, President Biden said Americans should be concerned, but overnight he added monkeypox does not rise to the level of concern for COVID. Right now, researchers around the world are scrambling to find out more about the virus's transmission.
This morning, a mysterious new outbreak of monkeypox is growing. In Florida, a potential case is now being investigated in Broward County. Officials say the person traveled internationally and remains isolated. On Wednesday, the country's first positive case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts, a man who recently returned from Canada, followed by another case in New York City. President Biden highlighting the issue this weekend.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about. If it were to spread, it's consequential.
But overnight, downplaying concern.
And so I just don't think it rises to the level of the kind of concern that existed with COVID-19.
Worldwide, at least 92 confirmed cases and 28 suspected infections of monkeypox have now been identified in 12 Western countries. The majority of cases found in Portugal, Spain, and the United Kingdom.
Monkeypox is a rare but potentially serious viral illness, usually found in West and Central Africa. It was first discovered in monkeys in the late 1950s. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. Common symptoms include fever, aches, and rashes all over the body.
The most likely spread of the cases we are seeing now are probably human to human. It usually requires prolonged contact. So we're not talking minutes, but we're talking a long amount of time in direct contact with body fluids or lesions.
Though there's no proven cure for the disease, the CDC says outbreaks can be controlled with the use of smallpox vaccines and antiviral treatments.
This is a virus we understand. We have vaccines against it. We have treatments against it. It's not as contagious as COVID. So I am confident we're going to be able to keep our arms around it.
Now, the death rate from monkeypox, according to the World Health Organization, is usually about 3 to 6% of cases. It is less contagious than smallpox and also causes less severe illness. Kate.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
When it comes to going to the doctor, many Black Americans do not have the same experiences as white Americans, and that can lead to deadly consequences.
That was the subject of a new report from health information site Very Well, which looked into how racism damages the Black experience in health care.
We're joined now by Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Very Well Health. Good morning, Dr. Shepard. Thanks for joining us. First, tell us more about the survey. What is it Black Americans are experiencing, and when is it happening?
Now, what I would say from the top is that people of color fare worse than their white counterparts when we think of measures of health status across the United States. So Very Well Health did a Black experience survey. So this is looking at it from a different context. So we have all the data and statistics that clearly show us health disparities, but also we wanted to look into the experience of Black Americans when they engage in their healthcare experiences among physicians, going to the office, follow-up, and the kind of communication that they get, because this basically entails how we see these experiences play out, is also the experience that Black Americans see in their relationships with their healthcare providers.
And one thing that was mentioned several times in this survey was that quality care begins with trust, which I think is something that a lot of Black Americans I've heard lack when it comes to health care. What's the impact of that lack of trust?
Yeah, that impact of lack of trust is also fundamental, because this survey showed that 32%, 1 in 3 Black Americans reported experiencing racism while dealing with the healthcare system. So what you'll see from that actual mistrust is you're going to have things such as stopping treatment. 24% of Americans reported that they stopped treatment. 36% actually switched their healthcare provider. 28% didn't even go to their follow-up appointment. So you can see here that there's going to be some parts of the visit, the follow-up, that are going to not be continued. And that's going to impact their care, their ability to get their medication refills. And again, it's all going towards that trust, which is going to lead to outcomes that may not be favorable for that particular patient.
I want to ask you about a number in the survey. 68% of Black Americans believe racism in healthcare is a systemic issue. What can we do to fix that?
Yeah, this is probably where all of us need to make some impact when we think of the institutional racism that we see in healthcare facilities and hospital systems, even insurance companies, and what we're actually doing to actually face the recognition of healthcare disparities that we know throughout studies are really impacting the outcomes and why we see more deaths, maternal mortality. When we look at the chronic diseases that plague the U.S., such as diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease and cancer, we know that the deaths are much more significant among African Americans and people of color. So it really starts with fundamentally from the top and instituting laws and legislation that are going to see positive impact, whether that's with resources, access, and the ability to access healthcare that is going to be across the board equal for everybody.
And Dr. Shepard, I've done stories before about the lack of people of color in the medical profession, the lack of doctors who are Black, or even in medical school, you know, there's a real shortage of people of color. Is that part of the solution too?
Absolutely. I'm so glad you touched on that topic, because when we look at the actual percentage, only 6 to 7% of all healthcare providers and physicians in the U.S. are African American. Now, the outstanding part of that is that rate has not changed since there was a survey done in the 1970s. So as you can see, even along the course of time and innovation and technology and education, we're still seeing this lack and shortage, which is where this would help communities where they see people who look like them and be able to make a better experience for themselves, because there is now trust.
Such an important conversation. Dr. Jessica Shepard, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Coming up, a last-minute decision from Buckingham Palace over whether Queen Elizabeth will be able to make it to one of her favorite events today.
And as the monarch battles mobility problems, reports of another big change to next week's Jubilee celebrations. That's up next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Time now for some financial news. Apple has reportedly told some of its manufacturing partners that it wants to increase production outside of China.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more business headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Apple has told some of its manufacturers it wants to boost production outside of China, and this is due to Beijing's zero COVID policy and other reasons. The Wall Street Journal reports India and Vietnam are among the countries getting a closer look. More than 90% of Apple's products, including iPhones, iPads, and MacBooks, are made in China by outside contractors. Any shift in production could potentially influence other Western companies that have been thinking about reducing dependence on China for manufacturing or parts. Hyundai plans to invest an additional $5 billion in the U.S. by 2025. The world's third biggest automaker making the announcement during President Biden's visit to South Korea this very weekend. The investments will be in robotics, autonomous driving, and artificial intelligence. On Friday, Hyundai announced it would spend more than $5 billion in Georgia to build an electric vehicle and battery plant. Prices at the pump continue to spike. The national average for regular unleaded jumping 33 cents over the past 2 weeks to $4.71 a gallon. That's $1.61 higher than this time last year. The average price of diesel rising 9 cents over the same period to $5.66 a gallon. Analysts say the move comes amid higher costs for crude oil and tighter gasoline supplies, guys.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
We are counting down to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the big event in celebration of her 70 years on the throne. Festivities already underway across the UK, and this week she'll be honored at one of the royal family's favorite events, the world-renowned Chelsea Flower Show. Kelly Kobiea joins me now with the latest from London. Good morning, Kelly.
Kate, good morning to you. And there's some pretty impressive displays at that flower show this year, including 4 dedicated specifically to Queen Elizabeth. And she very much hopes later today, in just a couple of hours, to see them herself.
Queen Elizabeth opens the Chelsea Flower Show.
It's a tradition dating back to the Queen's childhood. Visits to the famous Chelsea Flower Show. Queen Elizabeth hopes to get a sneak preview of the blooming exhibits in her honor later today. The show this year dedicated to the monarch's 70-year reign. But this morning, reports of another big change. The British newspaper, the Sunday Times, says the monarch will not take the salute during the annual military parade for her official birthday, known as Trooping the Color, for the first time in 70 years, handing over the reins to Prince Charles, Prince William, and Princess Anne. Buckingham Palace says the Queen has episodic mobility problems. She's been delegating more of her royal duties to other members of the family.
For any 96-year-old, doing a fraction of what she attempts to do would be almost impossible. So nobody wants to see her overdo it, but everybody wants to see her enjoying it.
The Queen is now regularly using a cane and has been seen in public just 3 times in the past few weeks, beaming at this celebration of horses and history to kick off her Platinum Jubilee with star-studded tributes from Helen Mirren and Tom Cruise.
But it wouldn't be complete without a celebration of a kingdom united. Your Majesty, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, the United Kingdom.
The Queen opening a new London Underground line named after her, learning how to top up her subway card, and getting a glimpse of her favorite horse show in Windsor from the comfort of her car. During the last Jubilee celebration, tens of thousands cheered the Queen as she waved from the famous Buckingham Palace balcony. And she is expected to be on the balcony this year, too, with Prince Charles and Camilla and Prince William, Kate, and their 3 children, all waving to the crowds.
The Queen has a packed schedule on paper anyway over the next couple of weeks, but whether or not she carries out all of these public appearances will be probably decided on a day-by-day basis, Kate, depending on how she's doing given those mobility issues.
Gotcha.
Kate?
And Kelly, Joe is sitting here taking notes because he's coming. You're going.
I'm going for fun. For fun. I don't want to work while I'm
On
there.
vacation.
But we're going to go, yeah, we think it's going to be a party, so we're going to go party over there. So it should be, we're looking forward to it.
Kelly.
Bring your royal red. Bring your royal red.
There you go.
Will do.
Kelly, thanks so much.
Coming up, an emotional farewell over the weekend to some of the SNL's greatest players.
We're going to take you to their final curtain call from Studio 8H just above us after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
If you're tired of your burrito falling apart when you eat it, well, some Johns Hopkins students came up with a solution: edible tape.
What?
Yeah, the students presented their project called Tasty Tape at the engineering school's design day. They said they tested it on, quote, too many burritos to count. The tape is usually clear, but blue dye shows where it's used in these pictures. They're keeping the ingredients secret while they apply for a patent, but insist they are edible. You just need to make sure to tell the person in advance that there's edible tape on
I'm
there.
just not sure about that. I don't. Okay.
Don't know till you try.
All right.
It's
yeah.
Tasteless, I would assume. I don't know.
It looks good.
Yeah.
The last episode of the year, Saturday Night Live, was full of goodbyes for a lot of longtime cast members.
Yeah, we have now learned that SNL stalwarts Kate McKinnon, Pete Davidson, Adie Bryant, and Kyle Mooney are all leaving the show. So on Saturday night, they took some time to say farewell.
The season finale began with a goodbye.
I always kind of felt like an alien on this planet anyway.
Kate McKinnon gave us laughs, then tears as the alien-obsessed Ms. Rafferty.
I love you. Thanks for letting me stay a while.
The comedian closed out a chapter on her out-of-this-world 10-year run, celebrated for her impressions of political powerhouses like Hillary Clinton and Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's a Ginsburg.
McKinnon told Hoda earlier this year she's ever grateful for her time on the show.
It's given me a work family that is so close-knit and so kind and so wonderful.
Also departing Pete Davidson, who delivered a heartfelt goodbye on Weekend Update, sharing how SNL boss Lorne Michaels gave him a chance at just 20 years old.
He looked me right in the eye and said,
I don't know if, I don't think you're right for this show. So let's screw this up together.
Davidson gave us one final rap parody.
On the cover of Page 6 Daily, and a bunch of much nicer people like Kate McKinnon, Kyle Moody, and don't forget Baby 80.
He rounded out 8 seasons of laughter and headlines, including a newer relationship with guest host Kim Kardashian.
I'm a boss.
The hilarious 80 Bryant also seemed to bid farewell with a sweet moment during Weekend Update.
In my best guise, kissing me.
Well, then we must.
Cast veteran Kyle Mooney joined Kate and 80 later on for the show's last sketch of the night.
And we'll love him forever.
The iconic players leaving their hearts in Studio 8H with their beloved cast and crew.
Have a great summer.
So all 4 cast members were on SNL for at least 8 seasons, and Kate McKinnon's 211 episodes rank as the most by any woman in the show's long-running history.
What are they gonna do?
You know, I mean, a lot of them have sort of been part-time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they've had other projects, and Lorne Michaels has let them sort of do their thing, come to the show when they can.
Yeah.
But it is still going to be very strange to have all 4 of those people gone.
It just feels like a hole, but I'm sure other people will step in and we'll
step in.
Yeah.
Keenan's supposed to. I mean, we think Keenan's staying, Cecily Strong's staying, so hopefully, you know.
Yeah. Lots of good new people too.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. Message to China. The White House trying to walk back comments from President Biden saying the U.S. will respond militarily if China invades Taiwan. How Beijing is now responding. Special delivery, a military plane filled with baby formula arrives in the U.S. to help parents cope with the formula shortage. How many more flights are on the way? Monkeypox warning. As the outbreak spreads to more countries, health officials are now tracking another possible case here in the U.S. What we know and what to watch out for. And the skinny on dieting. If you're thinking about losing a few pounds, we have the results of a surprising new study, the mindset that may be your key to success, especially after the pandemic. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin this hour with breaking news and a message from President Biden sending diplomatic shockwaves through Asia. Speaking from Japan this morning, the president said the U.S. would be willing to intervene militarily if China were to invade Taiwan.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made.
Now, that response stunned the president's advisors in the room. They later walked back his comment, saying the U.S. policy on China and Taiwan has not changed. Now, Biden's remarks are in stark contrast to the administration's policy in Ukraine, where the U.S. has stopped short of direct involvement. This comes as the White House is already trying to deal with the crisis in Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos this morning, urging nations to further punish Russia financially. We're going to get the latest on Ukraine in just a moment here. Let's start with the diplomatic uproar the president has sort of lit in Asia this morning. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is traveling with the president. She's joining us now from Tokyo. So, Carol, what prompted those comments from the president?
Well, the president was asked about Taiwan. It's obviously an issue of top concern here in the region. There's a lot of concern about China's aggression in the region and a lot of questions about whether China would try to make a move on Taiwan. This is something that the administration has been concerned about for some time. And when the president was asked about this, he drew a parallel to the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
The idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine. And so it's a burden that is even stronger.
Now, the president said it's his expectation that China would not invade Ukraine. But again, if so, the president said, and he was asked a very clear question, whether or not he would involve the U.S. military, and he said that he would if that were to happen.
In invading Taiwan, right. America's relationship with China is already fraught, we know right now, Carol. How is this impacting those tensions there?
Well, look, the White House came out almost immediately with a statement saying that the president was not articulating a change in U.S. policy. And the statement went on to say that the U.S. was abiding by long-standing U.S. policy in regards to China and Taiwan. The Chinese government, however, is not taking this lightly. They issued a number of statements condemning the president's remarks and saying that they aren't going to be told what to do in their region. They see Taiwan in a very different light, obviously. And so it's really ratcheted up tensions. And it's worth also mentioning that this is a comment that the president has made before. He suggested that this is what his thinking is. Back in October, the White House also walked that statement back. And so now that he's saying it twice and saying it while he's in this region, it really does ratchet up the tensions there. And it's something that is of concern to a number of officials within the administration.
All right, Carol Lee with us, traveling with the president in Tokyo today. Carol, thank you. Now, a major development in Ukraine this hour. A Russian soldier has now been convicted of a war crime. The 21-year-old was sentenced to life in prison for killing an unarmed Ukrainian civilian. It is the first such trial since the war started. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv, Ukraine, with more on this. So, Aaron, what more do we know about this trial and how it played out?
Yeah, well, 21-year-old Vadim Shishimarin was traveling, according to the prosecutor, in a column of tanks outside of the city of Sumy. When the tanks came under fire, Ukrainians took out the lead of the column. Shishimarin and 3 other Russian soldiers fled the scene inside a civilian's Volkswagen as they were approaching this village. According to the prosecutor, they saw an unarmed 62-year-old man on his bike on the phone. Shishimarin says that he was ordered then to fire on the civilian, gunning him down just meters from his home. Shishimarin then surrendered to Ukrainian officials and now is the subject of the first war crimes trial here in Ukraine, having pled guilty, having also apologized to the widow of his victim. This is seen as hugely significant here in Ukraine, as there are currently 11,000 war crimes investigations happening now throughout the country, and the country's prosecutor general telling me that this helps to demonstrate, this kind of prosecution would help to demonstrate just sort of the power of the Ukrainian justice system, also sending a warning shot to all other Russian soldiers operating here in this country that they will pay for their war crimes. Aaron.
Aaron, we've seen stepped-up attacks by Russia in the east, especially in the Donbass region. What are you seeing there in Kharkiv?
Well, we're seeing continued Russian assaults here in the second largest city in Ukraine. Previously thought that the Russians had been pushed back, that the Russians had lost the battle for Kharkiv, but they don't seem to be going away. Ukrainian officials say right now they're concentrated predominantly to the north of the city. They're building checkpoints and other fortifications. And we were speaking to some local firefighters who told us within the span of 48 hours here in Kharkiv, they had to put out 10 fires, the product of Russian aggression. And I talked to them about how their role as firefighters here in the city has evolved with the war. And they described for me the scariest moment. Take a listen.
The scariest moment was when our truck here was hit and caught fire. It took a lot of shrapnel and saved the lives of a lot of our firemen.
What happened?
A shell hit quite near it. A lot of shrapnel hit the windows and walls. And then the engine caught fire.
And while the Russians don't seem to be leaving this region completely, most of the war right now is concentrated in the Donbass region, which is further south. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Aaron, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now, who's joining us from Washington. Dan, as U.S. diplomats return to Kyiv, there are reports that the Pentagon is looking at options to send U.S. military to that area to guard the embassy. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, Aaron, military planners are looking at what would be needed to secure the embassy in the future and how the presence of any U.S. troops on the ground could affect the war. And while it's possible U.S. Marines or even other troops could be brought in to secure the embassy in the future, defense officials are saying it's not under active consideration now, and it's not likely anytime soon. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby addressed this issue in a statement, and he said, "We are in close touch with our colleagues at the State Department about potential security requirements now that they have resumed operations at the embassy in Kyiv, but no decisions have been made." So a note of caution there, Aaron.
Yeah, it wouldn't be unusual to have a military guard presence at a U.S. installation in another country, Dan, but I'm curious, to what degree are there concerns that deploying troops to guard that particular embassy might be viewed as an escalation by Vladimir Putin?
That's the key question. That's the key consideration. U.S. Marines do guard embassies around the world, but the Biden administration has vowed not to send U.S. troops into Ukraine. And U.S. officials are concerned that any American troops there on the ground, even for embassy security, could be seen as a provocation to Putin or could kind of draw attention and even turn them into targets. So I think there's a lot of caution right now at the Pentagon.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you. A bit of a relief for parents of newborns nationwide. The first flight carrying baby formula landed in the U.S. over the weekend. That military cargo plane touched down in Indianapolis on Sunday, carrying nearly 80,000 pounds of extremely scarce hypoallergenic formula from Germany. The Biden administration says more flights will soon be on the way. Here's NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent.
Seeing that C-17 land here at Indianapolis was a welcome sight for millions of parents. But the challenge now is what was on that plane serves a small group of babies and children and also won't last very long. Now all eyes are on the Defense Production Act to help fill shelves here at home.
As the nation grapples with widespread formula shortages, this morning relief could be on the horizon. The first Operation Fly Formula aircraft touching down in Indianapolis on Sunday. Aboard this C-17, more than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic alpha-amino infant and junior formulas, unloaded after its journey from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
This shipment provides enough formula to take care of 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers.
The precious cargo is destined for babies and kids with cow's milk allergies.
Now at least we can breathe a little bit.
The first batch, which Nestle, the manufacturer, says has already been tested, will be sent to hospitals and healthcare providers in a couple of days. The rest of the shipment, Nestle says, will be tested and sent out in the next 2 weeks.
How long do you expect to be distributing formula on this emergency basis around the country?
As long as it takes, but our understanding is up until the production capacity has caught up. So we're thinking a matter of weeks, not months.
The much-needed supply arriving just as New York City declared a state of emergency over the formula shortage. And the CEO of the shuttered Abbott formula plant apologized in a Washington Post op-ed, saying, "We're sorry to every family we've let down since our voluntary recall." Mom Alexandra Moskowitz has 1 week of formula left for her baby son Dylan, who has a cow's milk allergy.
It's definitely a sense of anger or betrayal that we feel, because if the government was aware of this, we kind of should have been more proactive in getting our hands on the formula before the shortage got to this point.
Did the U.S. government drop the ball here?
I don't think that the U.S. government dropped the ball. We moved as expeditiously and quickly as possible.
Overnight, the White House saying they've approved their first 2 orders under the Defense Production Act. Reckitt, which makes Mead Johnson formulas, and Abbott both requesting access to expedited supplies and ingredients. The idea here is once those are approved, which they just have been by Secretary Becerra, they're able to expedite production here at home to fill the shelves that remain empty.
Health officials are tracking more possible cases of monkeypox in America. That outbreak of the rare disease is now spread to 12 countries, and there are now at least 3 confirmed or suspected cases here in the U.S. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. He's been tracking this. Hi, Gabe.
Hi, Aaron. Good morning. Now, overnight, President Biden says that the level of concern for monkeypox does not rise to the level of COVID, but around the world, researchers are trying to find out more about the virus's transmission.
A mysterious new outbreak of monkeypox is growing. In Florida, potential cases now being investigated in Broward County. Officials say the person traveled internationally and remains isolated. On Wednesday, the country's first positive case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts, a man who recently returned from Canada, followed by another suspected case in New York City.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about. If it were to spread, it's consequential.
Worldwide, at least 92 confirmed cases and 28 suspected infections of monkeypox have now been identified in 12 Western countries. The majority of cases found in Portugal, Spain, and the United Kingdom. Monkeypox is a rare but potentially serious viral illness, usually found in West and Central Africa. It was first discovered in monkeys in the late 1950s. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. Common symptoms include fever, aches, and rashes all over the body.
The most likely spread of the cases we are seeing now are probably human to human. It usually requires prolonged contact. So we're not talking minutes, but we're talking a long amount of time in direct contact with body fluids or lesions.
Though there's no proven cure for the disease, the CDC says outbreaks can be controlled with the use of smallpox vaccines and antiviral treatments.
This is a virus we understand. We have vaccines against it. We have treatments against it. It's not as contagious as COVID. So I am confident we're going to be able to keep our arms around it.
So, Gabe, along those lines, with the CDC saying that there's confidence about controlling any potential outbreak, what are the health experts saying about that?
Well, Aaron, as you just heard there in the piece, the smallpox vaccine should make a difference here. Health experts around the country and really around the world are watching this very closely and really trying to figure out exactly why monkeypox has spread to so many Western countries when it's usually confined to Africa. Now, overall, the death rate for monkeypox is typically around 3 to 6% of cases, but it is less contagious than smallpox and also less severe illness than smallpox. Aaron?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez with us today. Gabe, thank you. An important development for parents of young children in the fight against COVID. Pfizer is out with new findings about vaccinating kids under 5. The company says clinical trials show that 3 vaccine doses are safe for kids 6 months to 4 years old. Now, data shows shots are more than 80% effective against the Omicron variant. Pfizer says it will submit its findings to the FDA next week. The pandemic is also causing an entirely different health concern. COVID lockdowns have left the U.S. in dire need of IV contrast dye. Now, it's often used to manage and treat life-threatening conditions like heart attacks and stroke. NBC's Tom Costello is joining us now with a closer look at the impact of this shortage. Hey, Tom.
Hey, buddy. So this dye is critical. It's for doctors who need to improve the quality of medical images like CT scans and x-rays. The shortage could last until the end of June. Hospitals across the country now forced to ration supplies.
When breast cancer survivor Lynette Orduna began having terrible headaches last year, she was rushed in for an MRI.
And sure enough, they found 16 lesions in my brain.
Lynette's cancer is now metastatic. She needs a CT scan every 90 days to monitor how her disease is progressing. But this month, her doctor is hitting a major roadblock to get the critical imaging done.
He said, yeah, we're going to schedule it, but he said, we don't have the dye. So we won't get a true picture of what's going on.
The FDA says the U.S. is in the midst of a nationwide shortage of 2 important contrast dyes.
This shortage was really a major crisis. At the time that this information came out, we realized that we had a 5-day supply of this contrast dye.
At the University of Kansas Medical Health System this month, they've had to reduce their use of contrast dye by 80%.
We had to implement a significant conservation strategy so that we could preserve contrast dye for those patients that desperately needed it for a life-saving procedure or a limb-saving procedure.
GE Healthcare, the biggest supplier in the U.S., relies on its factory in Shanghai, China, where a recent COVID lockdown meant shutdowns. In a statement to NBC News, GE Healthcare said, "We are working to return to full capacity as soon as local authorities allow." The company shared production is now back to 50%, and it expects to improve over the coming weeks. But for Lynette, waiting longer for a scan is precious time, spent worrying if her cancer is still at bay.
It's really terrifying. Time is of the essence with cancer. It just grows so fast, you don't know what's going to do. I never thought in a million years it would go from my bones and my abdomen all the way to my brain.
GE tells us it is accelerating deliveries of this contrast dye, shipping product via air instead of by boat. It's also increasing production at their plant in Ireland. In the meantime, hospitals are shifting towards scans that don't need this contrast or using less of it than they previously did. But Aaron, every hospital we talked to stressed a scan will not be delayed if it's not safe for a patient. If a patient needs it, they'll get it.
All right, Tom Costello in Washington. We appreciate the heads up on this, Tom. Thanks. Well, a federal judge has blocked the Biden administration from lifting Title 42. That's the Trump-era COVID policy that restricts migration into this country. Millions of people are expected to arrive at the southern border when that policy ends, creating an unprecedented surge. The health order has stopped more than 1.8 million border crossing attempts so far. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from a migrant shelter in Tapachula, Mexico, near the Guatemala border. So, Guad, how are migrants reacting to the judge's ruling?
Aaron, so we arrived over the weekend and we've talked to both migrants and aid workers who want to inform them of what's happening at the border. So when you talk to the people that are arriving, by the way, you can see hundreds of them lining up behind me. They just entered Mexico, and they're about to request refugee status in Mexico so that they can hopefully stay in the country and not be deported out of Mexico. And then eventually they're going to try and get a humanitarian visa that would allow them to travel through the country. And local authorities here told me that every day they're seeing 700 to 800 people, maybe even more than 1,000, line up right here that just arrived into Mexico. Why? Because they believe that Title 42 has been lifted at the border. In fact, aid workers told me that about 90% of the migrants that arrive have information that somehow leads them to believe that things have changed at the border. A lot of the migrants I spoke to yesterday telling me, well, whatever it is that's happening, I'm seeing videos on Facebook, I'm getting messages on WhatsApp, or even TikTok videos that say that the border is opening. So the majority of the ones we spoke to think that something has changed to make it easier for them, when in fact, under Title 42, some of them can be flown back to their country, or they can be expelled out of the U.S. When they try and cross into the country.
Guad, I mean, that's really interesting to know. How widespread, how rampant is this misinformation among migrants there that you've been able to speak to?
So the migrants travel with phones, and some of them come from Venezuela, others come from Nicaragua, from Cuba, other parts of Latin America. Some of them have been traveling for weeks, months, and their only way to connect with the world is through these phones. They keep mentioning these 3 types of social media: WhatsApp groups, chat groups, where people are sending messages often that are misleading, Facebook posts, or even the TikTok videos. And the way this happens is pretty intricate. We actually spoke to some of the aid workers that are trying to understand how that information becomes false, or sometimes just has the wrong context by the time the migrants read it or get these messages. So let's hear some of the conversation that I had with the aid workers. Do you think that the large amount of misinformation that is spread among migrants is causing more migrants to go to the U.S. border right now?
Yes, I do think that it has definitely an impact in moments. I think that...
Why is the misinformation pushing more migrants to go to the border?
Because they'll use any kind of big date. They'll use it as an excuse to with this May 23rd, and then last month it was something else. The month before that was something else. There's always going to be some sort of date that they can manipulate and say, oh, there's going to be this change of policy.
And again, all of these headlines at the U.S.-Mexico border create some type of urgency on the migrants trying to understand what's happening. But then when they try to understand, that's when the information that gets delivered is incorrect. So most of these people lined up trying to become refugees in Mexico to eventually be able to make their way to the U.S.-Mexico border, Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas for us at the Mexico-Guatemala border today. Guad, thank you. Johnny Depp poised to testify again in his case against ex-wife Amber Heard. We're going to hear what Heard's team is expected to focus on coming up.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Johnny Depp expected back on the stand today in his $50 million defamation trial against his ex-wife. Depp claims that Amber Heard defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed where she discusses being a victim of domestic abuse. Heard never mentioned Depp by name in that op-ed. She's countersuing for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following the case for us. She joins us now. Maggie, do we know why Depp is being called back up to the stand to testify?
Yeah, sure, Aaron. He's being called by Heard's team as a rebuttal witness, meaning they'll likely try and poke holes in his testimony from earlier in this now 6-week trial. Allegations of abuse, as we've reported, have been flying back and forth between the couple. But remember, Depp is claiming he never abused Heard during their relationship, and that's key to his defamation claim in this case. And her team is likely going to try and dismantle that claim and walk through all these allegations that Heard and people in her circle, including her sister last week, have now testified to, saying that Depp was in fact abusive toward his ex-wife.
Maggie, I know this morning an orthopedic surgeon testified about Johnny Depp's hand injuries. I want to play some of that right now.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, and one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone, and there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
So Maggie, what's the deal here? How is this hand injury relevant to the lawsuit?
Right, so that injury is perhaps the biggest example that Depp has given tied to his accusations that Heard actually abused him during their relationship and their marriage, not the other way around. And he claims that Heard actually severed his finger when she threw a vodka bottle at him during a 2015 trip to Australia. Heard has argued the two had explosive fights, definitely, but that, again, that Depp was the abuser. And she testified that on that specific trip, he violently sexually assaulted her. And, you know, Aaron, keep in mind, this is the last week, again, of this now 6-week trial. Closing arguments have been set for Friday, so both sides are definitely pulling out all the stops, and we expect Depp back on the stand probably today at this point. Aaron?
All right, Maggie Vespa for us covering the Depp trial again. Maggie, thank you. Counting down to the Peach State primaries. Coming up, the key messages as candidates make their final pitches to Georgia voters.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making news right now, police in Austin, Texas are stepping up their search for an accused murderer. The victim was apparently the woman's romantic rival. Investigators say 2 weeks ago, 35-year-old Caitlin Armstrong shot and killed a 25-year-old elite cyclist that her boyfriend dated during a breakup last year. Armstrong was questioned and released about an unrelated incident a few days after the crime. Investigators are trying to figure out whether brutal heat and humidity played a role in a runner's death at the Brooklyn Half Marathon this past weekend. The 32-year-old man collapsed shortly after crossing the finish line. He died at the hospital. More than a dozen other runners had to be treated at the hospital as well. And the site of one of the deadliest building collapses in history has a new owner. A real estate firm in Dubai made the only bid for the Surfside condo building in Florida. 98 people died in that collapse there last June. The $120 million deal is set to be finalized this week. Proceeds from the sale will go to relatives of the victims and people who owned units in the building. We are now getting a look at the destruction left behind by Russian forces in Ukraine's hardest hit Donbas region. That is the eastern part of the country directly bordering Russia. That area you see here in red is now under Russian control. And in parts of the region, this is what is left: utter devastation from relentless attacks. Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford shows us the aftermath in one community and a warning: some of these images may be disturbing.
The Ukrainians are doing what they can to defend Solidar, but this is what they're up against: ferocious firepower and indiscriminate carpet bombing of the town now in the path of the Russians' latest push in the Donbass. This was a sanatorium once. Now this is the constant background. It goes on and on. It's relentless now. And there are thousands still trying to live here. Still trying to survive. Their lives have mostly ground to a halt. They just exist and prepare and wait for the next strike, which could come any time and land anywhere. The battle for the Donbass is desperately dirty. American officials have called it a real gunfight, smashing everything in between. People, homes, administrative centres like this one in Solidar.
But this used to be his office, did it? This is where you used to work.
The advisor to the town's mayor, like so many, just wants an end to all this. There's so much destruction being wrought on this small town. It's going to take a lot of money, a lot of time, but most of all peace to put it all back together again.
Это неправильно, я считаю. Зачем должны страдать иерусалимские люди? Зачем вот сейчас повыезжали, да, вот мы смотрели, сколько процентов, да, выезжает с людей, с населения. Ну, что, сколько они будут бегать, сколько они будут мотаться по Украине.
Вот это вот то, что осталось.
This is what is left, Neela tells us about her apartment block. The constant bombing is terrifying, and many believe it's remarkable they've survived this long. They speak of death and loss like they're lucky not to have suffered more. Neela's daughter was killed in Mariupol 2 months ago. She couldn't even bury her herself.
How old is she? Vaля, Valentina.
Just 28 and about to be married.
How old? Vaля. Это наша родная. Осталась вот память. Не, память в сердце осталась. Память в сердце. В голове, в сердце. Сердце не принимает. Такого не принимает, по-моему, ни одно материнское сердце.
Solidar has been pummeled by bombs. Look at the state of that kitchen. This is someone's home, remember, or it was someone's home. And as the town was showered by airstrikes over a number of days, this is the devastation that it caused. And imagine the terror as this was all going on. Many of the residents are now underground, sheltering in an old Soviet-built bunker from Russian attackers they once saw as family.
Whoa, okay.
They're not sure how long they'll be here.
Hi.
But they've prepared for the long haul. Diana is still holding on to her dreams of being a singer and cheers up the adults whilst the bombs are falling in the way only the innocent can manage.
Макароны, макарон с перчиком, перчиком, пастри, пастри с перчиком, перчиком. Ложку вправо, вилку влево. Кушаем, кушаем, никого не слушаем, слушаем. Вот такие песни.
It's a TikTok tune she's learnt, and it's in Russian. But it does the trick, taking their minds off the destruction and war which is raging above their heads. The Russians are advancing, slowly, but they are advancing here in the Donbass.
Можемо витримати без води, без світла, але коли вибухи навколо, це дуже жахливо.
Others have come down to the shelter now. There have been 3 explosions whilst we've been talking to the group already below. They are somehow coping. Like Anton, they have their battered homes, just about, but they're fearful about just how much longer as the Russian army marches closer. Alex Crawford, Sky News, in Solidar in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine.
Let's bring in Angela Stent now. She is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She's also the author of the book, Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. Dr. Stent, we appreciate you being here today. Ukraine's lead negotiator ruled out an immediate ceasefire there if it meant ceding any territory to the Russians at this point. President Zelensky at the same time this weekend said that diplomacy was the only way to end this war. How do you reconcile those two statements at this point in time?
I think we're talking about 2 different time frames. The chief negotiator is talking about what's happening now, and he's saying we are not going to have a ceasefire because, of course, that would mean huge territorial losses for Ukraine, significant ones, as this battle goes on. When President Zelensky talks about diplomacy, he's talking about something further down the road. All wars end, and they do have to end with negotiations. So he is saying that when the time is ripe, he's willing to sit down and negotiate. And he's on several occasions said he would be willing to meet with President Putin and negotiate with him. So I think that's the difference. I don't think it's a contradiction. I think they're talking about different periods.
We appreciate you helping us understand some of the language that sort of exists around these types of issues. President Zelensky also addressed the global business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos today. He did that virtually. He called for tougher sanctions against Russia. He also focused on rebuilding Ukraine. What sort of role do you think businesses play in resolving this crisis?
Well, first of all, he's calling for a total oil embargo. And so a lot of that has to do with the Europeans coming to an agreement on how to do this. And this may take a long time. So in terms of the private sector, Ukraine, it will cost trillions and trillions of dollars to reconstruct this devastated country, as we've just seen in your report. And I think the private sector can play a role in that, but obviously governments, but also organizations like the World Bank. So you'll have a mixture of the private sector and of more international organizations. And then there's the question of possibly allocating some of the money that has been forfeited from Russia with these sanctions to pay for that reconstruction.
All right, Dr. Angela Stent, we appreciate your time and your perspective and expertise on this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, it is the final day of campaigning in Georgia for one of the biggest primaries of the year. Republican Governor Brian Kemp trying to hold on to his seat, and college football legend Herschel Walker heads into the final days as the favorite to win the GOP Senate nomination. Now, these races are definitely bringing out more voters. More than 850,000 Georgians took part in early voting. That's up more than 200% from 2020. We're going to talk about all this now with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's in Atlanta for us today. Blaine, the Republican primary for governor there, we know that it is very closely watched so far this year. What's the latest you're hearing from the Brian Kemp campaign?
You know, Aaron, I think what's notable is probably what we're not hearing from the Kemp campaign, and that's any mention of the person who is not on the ballot but might as well be, somebody who's looming very large over this race, and that's former President Donald Trump. It's something that Brian Kemp throughout his campaign really has not brought up. He talks about his record. He talks about bills that he signed into legislation, being the first state to reopen after COVID shutdown. But one thing he does not talk about is Donald Trump. He doesn't talk about the 2020 election. And those are things that the former president really has tried to inject into the race, of course, with his hand-picked opponent, David Perdue. And Perdue has made this really an underpinning of his entire campaign. But throughout, Kemp has not said a negative word about the former president, even though he repeatedly gets attacked by him. It's something that he underscored again during a virtual press conference today. Now, when I spoke with people who are supporting both Kemp and Perdue, what's interesting is that they share the fact that they're all Trump supporters. In fact, here's what one Kemp supporter told me about the fact that she still supports the president, but it's not enough to sway her from Kemp's side. Take a look.
Did you support President Trump?
I did.
And does his criticism of the governor...
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Does it impact your support of him?
It makes me want to support him more.
Why?
Because he's abiding by the law, and I don't think one person should pressure anyone to do something that's not according to the law. And I think that's what happened.
And what's notable, he's not mentioning former President Trump, but he actually is campaigning with the former Vice President Mike Pence, who's coming down here to Georgia tonight to hold a rally, an election eve rally, to get people to come out and support Brian Kemp. Certainly a very interesting dynamic when you look at the fact that he's been relentlessly attacked by the former president, but is going to be standing side by side with his former vice president campaigning tonight. Aaron.
Blaine, I want to ask you about the turnout there as well. This 200% increase in early voting that we've seen, a significant surge. I mean, any idea what accounts for that huge increase?
You know, it's been so interesting to watch this. So I've talked with people who say that what we're seeing right now is a result of people essentially changing their voting habits. It used to be that everybody would go out, you vote on election day. That's kind of the way that it is. Right. But after 2020, June of 2020, you remember that disastrous primary, what so many people say was a mess, people waiting in line for hours and sometimes sitting in the rain. Well, after that, we started to see a shift in messaging here in Georgia, from the Secretary of State's office to different individual counties, urging people to come out and vote early, to make sure that they make early voting a part of their practice. And it appears that that message is hitting home, and people are doing just that. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. Well, staying in Georgia now, football star Herschel Walker is closing in on the end zone in the Republican U.S. Senate primary. Walker is the runaway favorite in that race. If he wins, the former University of Georgia and NFL star will join a long list of former athletes making the move to Washington. NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky has been, joins us from Marietta, Georgia now, just about 20 miles northwest of Atlanta. Noah?
Well, I'll tell you, name recognition doesn't guarantee political victories, as a long line of failed presidential candidates could attest to, but it does go a long way in politics. It is priceless in many races, especially those when you're running in your hometown for a seat in Congress, as many have discovered.
Few names are as familiar to Americans as those who grace the sports pages, which may help explain why so many have successfully made the jump into politics and onto the front page. One of the first icons to parlay a sports career into a job in Washington, a guy by the name of Gerald Ford, a Michigan football star turned Michigan congressman. It was a gig he'd hold for 24 years before the Watergate scandal unexpectedly thrust him into the White House. You could always find an Olympic medalist or two in the Capitol. Kansas's Jim Ryan, California's Bob Mathias, and Illinois' Ralph Metcalf, just to name a few. And only a year after retiring in 1969, Bills quarterback Jack Kemp would win a congressional seat that he'd go on to hold for 18 years. NBA Hall of Famer Bill Bradley followed a similar path 8 years later, retiring from the Knicks and immediately launching a Senate bid. He'd win and represent the people of New Jersey for 18 years.
And Baseball Hall of Famer Jim Bunning followed his stellar 17-year career with 24 years representing his home state of Kentucky, half in the House, half in the Senate.
Head coaches, we got those too. From Nebraska coaching legend Tom Osborne to longtime Auburn coach Tommy Tuberville, now representing the state of Alabama. But former football players topped the electoral scoreboard with at least 7 winning congressional seats in the last 20 years alone, including Hall of Fame wide receiver Steve Largent, former quarterback Heath Shuler, and former first-rounder Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio State. There's nothing easy about running or winning a seat in Congress. But looking at the box score, it seems there's a definite advantage for candidates who are already famous because of their running and winning.
And Noah, right now you're in Cobb County, Georgia, one of the state's most politically mixed counties, I know, but it's also a huge sort of home for Georgia Bulldog fans. How are people responding to Walker there?
First of all, I don't think there's a corner of the state that isn't home to a lot of Georgia Bulldogs fans. But I got to tell you, for most Republican voters, their priority is to win this seat at whatever cost. And the truth is, there's so much riding on a single Senate seat, as we know, from the future of the Supreme Court to, government spending. So when it comes to that, they just want someone who wins. They see Walker, who has been lockstep with President Trump on basically everything the last couple of years, as the best chance to do so. But it should also be pointed out that Democrats do have the opportunity to vote in Republican primaries in this state and vice versa. So we do also hear from some Democrats who think that Walker, one of the more extreme options in this race, is their best chance to keep that seat with Raphael Warnock. Guys.
All right. NBC LX's Noah Pransky with us today. Noah, thank you. Well, the stakes are getting even higher in the critical midterm elections. 4 states are becoming new battlegrounds for former President Trump's false claims that he really won the 2020 election. GOP election deniers are on the ballot in the attorney general races in key states right now. If they win, it could provide political cover to Trump should he run again in 2024. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman is joining us now. Adam, what's the significance of these election deniers running for this particular job, for the attorney general post in these different states? What kind of power would they have over future elections?
So to put it simply, if they win, they'd serve as their state's top law enforcement officers and would thusly have the power to use that office to tilt the outcome of presidential elections. State AGs have the ability to launch or defend against election lawsuits. That's really what is at the heart of this, such as one seeking to include or challenge various ballots. And that can obviously ultimately affect how and which votes are or are not counted. State AGs also provide legal guidance to election officials across the state on how to interpret state policies governing elections and maintain prosecutorial powers for election fraud, voter intimidation, and other election crimes. All of that really amounts to a very significant amount of power that has a direct effect on who could be declared and certified the winner in a state like Georgia.
And Adam, it's not just the Attorney General job. There are other races that we're seeing with these election deniers trying to win as well, right?
That's right. Not only Attorney General, but there are governor races, and in many states, Secretary of State races. All three of these positions really kind of constitute a trio of elected officials who oversee, administer, defend, and certify elections and election results. And like you mentioned, we've seen election deniers running in many states, including crucial battlegrounds like Arizona, Michigan, and Georgia for all three races. You know, for example, in Georgia tomorrow, all three are on the ballot. Governor Brian Kemp, who resisted pressure from Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 race, faces a challenge from David Perdue, a 2020 election denier. Incumbent Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who explicitly resisted pressure from Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 race, faces a challenge from Jody Hice, an election denier, and Attorney General Chris Carr faces a long shot bid from John Gordon, another election denier. Any number of the election deniers having a victory could really throw into question the integrity of the election results in future elections, including 2024.
All right, Adam Edelman with us today. Adam, thank you.
Thank you.
Shedding pounds with a new purpose. Coming up, the new revelations from a surprising study about America's fitness focus.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Well, if you're thinking about shedding a few pounds, we are getting the skinny on a new study that reveals what's really motivating a lot of Americans to get in shape. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson shows us why more people are opting to feel better than to look better.
A new study out first on Today shows a surprising trend in the way Americans are thinking about weight loss. Getting healthier is the prime motivation. The Mayo Clinic diet study found that 83% surveyed wanted to lose weight for their health, with 5 times those surveyed reporting it wasn't about their looks. Researchers say this is a seismic shift from the past where appearance was a key motivator.
We think there may be a new movement on focusing on improving health.
The study found that being intrinsically motivated, as in doing it for yourself as opposed to pleasing others or meeting society's expectations, is key. And women seem to stick to it better than men, with 67% of the most motivated weight loss participants in the study being women. Becky Hubbard says she was ready for a change. Married right before the pandemic hit. Now she and her husband are thinking about having kids. But Becky wanted to feel her best and to be healthy before they began that journey.
Well, I've always struggled with my weight off and on throughout life. And what made this time different is that JK and I would really like to start a family.
And she's not alone. Authors of the study say this follows a global trend of people focusing more on health and wellness following the pandemic. The way we exercise has also changed because of the pandemic. With the rise of virtual workouts, gyms are now offering hybrid classes, with some online and some in person, in order to meet members where they are. Quicker workouts, even 10 minutes at a time, and home gym equipment have also made it easier to squeeze in exercise. Becky has changed her portion sizers, now gets lots of exercise hiking, and most of all, changed her focus to being healthy. She's lost more than 40 pounds and is seeing multiple benefits.
I knew that the improvements with the health would come with weight loss. I'm already starting to see some things like my resting heart rate is improved. My cholesterol levels have already improved. So long-term health improvements.
Experts say it's these lifestyle changes and intrinsic motivation that could help keep off the weight. Back to you.
Celebrating a hero as he begins a new century. How the last surviving Tuskegee Airman is marking an incredible milestone. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Well, May is Military Appreciation Month, and one of the last surviving Tuskegee Airmen is being celebrated in a big way. Sergeant Victor Butler turned 100 years old over the weekend, and his granddaughter made sure he had plenty of company for his milestone birthday. CNBC's Shamari Stone has the story.
You are one of my heroes.
Sergeant Victor Butler sits back in his chair.
That's a nice guy.
Reading kind words.
Thanks for your service. Happy birthday.
Cards from strangers addressed to him.
I feel pretty good about it. Yeah.
The retired Tuskegee Airman turns 100 years old on Saturday.
I'm excited because of all these gifts coming in.
His granddaughter asked people to send cards, and the response? Overwhelming. All races and nationalities from around the country.
Happy birthday from sunny Florida.
Mailing more than 12,000 cards.
I figured I'd get about 100. And yet I'm still getting them.
Thanking Butler for his service.
The whole country owes you and your fellow airmen thanks for helping defeat the Nazis and advancing civil rights. I don't know what to say. I just didn't know there were so many nice people in the world, and I'm really thankful for them.
Sergeant Butler is believed to be one of the last surviving members of the Tuskegee Airmen, a mechanic who worked on fighter planes in World War II, breaking barriers while battling hate.
I ran into a lot of racism by going to town.
He stayed on the all-black base in Tuskegee, Alabama, helping pave the way to desegregate the U.S. military.
There's no better feeling than to serve the United States.
The U.S. celebrating Butler, honoring his heroism and military service with awards.
It's quite a thrill. It makes me feel like I'm really somebody.
Sergeant Butler receives more than just letters, piles of birthday gifts, hats, blankets, paintings, and his favorite, puzzles, adding to his appreciation.
That is something that you feel right to your heart, and it makes you think how good the American people are.
Right now on NBC News Now, help for families. A military cargo plane with enough baby formula to fill 500,000 bottles arrives in the U.S. when we could see this crushing shortage start to let up. Deadly subway shooting. A subway rider in New York City is shot at point-blank range in what police say was an unprovoked attack. The new images of the accused killer just released. Monkeypox mystery, what we know about the possible new case surfacing in the U.S. and the first country to introduce a mandatory 3-week quarantine. And bye from New York. Saturday nights are going to be a little different from now on. The emotional farewell bows from a few of the SNL fans' favorites. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin this hour with much-needed relief in the infant formula shortage that's crushing the nation. The first flight of the Operation Fly Formula mission arrived in Indiana on Sunday. The military cargo plane carried nearly 80,000 pounds of hard-to-find hypoallergenic formula from Europe. More flights are expected starting on Wednesday. That Michigan plant at the center of this shortage could be churning out more formula in just a matter of days. President Biden using the Wartime Defense Production Act to speed up production. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Indianapolis for us, where that first flight arrived carrying all that formula that is so badly needed. Megan, now talk to us a little bit about the logistics of getting nearly 40 tons of formula from Europe to Indiana and what the plan is to get it to the babies.
So, Aaron, we know that this formula came from the Nestle plant that was in Switzerland. It then went to the air base in Germany, where it was loaded on the 132 pallets by volunteers from the Department of Defense. Of course, that C-17 military aircraft flew here to Indianapolis yesterday, arriving. Then that formula immediately went to the Nestle facility, which is just a couple of miles away from where we are here. Now, keep in mind, this is FDA-approved formula, but Nestle has their own process whereby they are checking the quality. And they tell us that the test results for some of that formula that arrived yesterday will be in a couple of days. And then, of course, they will send that out to hospitals and healthcare facilities because, of course, this is a prescription-based formula. And, of course, will then get into the hands of parents. But the rest of that formula, they tell us, that's something that won't be disseminated for a couple of weeks when the test results come back at that point. So this, of course, is progress. You know, we're seeing 78,000 pounds of baby formula coming in. The Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, telling us that it's enough to feed 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers for a week. But certainly there's a lot more work that needs to be done, Aaron.
Megan, I want to talk a little bit about Abbott, the nutrition formula plant in Michigan, if we can. We expect it to be up and running again in a few days. What's happening now to prepare for that so they can hit the ground running?
Well, so as you mentioned, the Defense Production Act, this allows for these baby formula manufacturers to really ramp up production. It allows for materials and needed items to be prioritized to these factories, everything from paper that would be for labels on these bottles to caps to secure them. They are prioritized, and so that they can try and ramp up production to try and get us out of this crisis sooner than later, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald for us in Indianapolis today. Megan, thanks. We turn to the monkeypox cases popping up around the globe now. Belgium becoming the first country to impose a mandatory 21-day quarantine for anyone infected with the virus. Right now, the World Health Organization is looking into 92 confirmed cases and another 28 suspected cases in a dozen countries. This includes 2 confirmed cases in Massachusetts and New York and a possible case in South Florida. Health officials are warning people not to panic, but to be cautious. Unlike coronavirus, monkeypox is a known virus that is treatable. We're going to talk to Dr. Kavita Patel about what you can do to protect yourself in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides. He's been following that newest possible case in South Florida for us. Christian, what do we know?
Aaron, health officials say the case is related to international travel, and no other cases have yet been detected in the state. But this presumptive case comes on the heels of Massachusetts and New York reporting cases, so the virus is spreading. Now it's Florida reporting its first presumptive monkeypox case. The state's Department of Health, along with the CDC, confirming one person is in isolation in Broward County, calling the case related to international travel.
We're seeing quite a humongous spread of monkeypox from human to human, and it has spread faster than I've ever seen.
For now, no additional cases have been discovered in the state, but health experts caution about the time it could take to begin showing symptoms.
It can be as early as 5 days or as long as 21 days.
Not much is known about this potential case of monkeypox here in Broward County, but health officials say that they are doing contact tracing and offering potential treatments to those who were possibly exposed.
It's nerve-wracking because now you're worried about every disease or anything that you're thinking it's another pandemic.
Still, don't expect travelers to be changing their plans anytime soon.
No danger in travel as far as I'm concerned. I'm good after COVID. I'm ready to rock and roll.
I'm going to travel, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to go to work, I'm going to do everything I got to do, and that's it.
Officials say risk of exposure remains low because it requires prolonged face-to-face contact or direct contact with lesion materials or contaminated items like clothing.
If it goes like, wildfire and it's a concern, then for sure travel will be out.
Monkeypox is rare but can be a potentially serious viral illness. Symptoms include fever, fatigue, and rashes. Researchers are looking into why clusters of cases have been identified among gay or bisexual men.
Usually found in West and Central Africa, a mysterious outbreak of the disease is being reported worldwide. There are now presumptive cases here in the U.S., Canada, Europe, even Australia. A potential silver lining, the smallpox vaccine is thought to be effective against monkeypox.
One of the big challenges is that we in the United States stopped vaccinating for smallpox back in 1972.
Two positive things here, Aaron, is as you mentioned, it appears monkeypox is not nearly as contagious as COVID. And experts say this strain, that spreading of the monkeypox, is thought to be milder than others. As far as that case here in Florida, that presumptive case, that person is currently in isolation, but it's unclear how severe their symptoms may be. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides with us today from our station in Miami. Christian, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel now to talk a little bit more about this and what we need to know. So, Dr. Patel, break this down for us if you can. How worried do we need to be about monkeypox today, and what can we do to protect ourselves?
Aaron, I think the only people that need to be worried are people who have had a significant international flight or contact that they know of, because there can be a risk if you were in proximity to people who might have been infected. But for the majority of Americans, this should not affect or change anything about your day-to-day living. For doctors like myself, we need to have our awareness heightened to recognize it, but that's the limit of what we know now.
You know, not to make this about me, but I'm getting on a plane to Europe in a couple of days here. Would you, I mean, would you have pause about traveling to other countries at this point?
I would not, just given the cases that we're seeing and the numbers. I would anticipate, Aaron, that by the time you land in Europe, you'll see more cases. And that might scare you, but it's not going to be the way we saw this jump with the coronavirus. I know people want to make it analogous. The biggest difference here is what Christian said. This has to be pretty prolonged direct contact. So, Aaron, I would say choose your company wisely. If you're in the company of people who are sick for any reason, including COVID, that would be a good reason to stay away. But monkeypox will be the least of the concerns that I worry about for people sick in Europe.
Gotcha. Yeah. So if somebody does feel like they could have been infected, what sort of symptoms do people need to be looking for, paying attention to?
Yeah, this is tricky. So the initial symptoms, while we have an incubation period, Aaron, that can last as long as 21 days. That's why you're seeing countries put in these 21-day quarantines. Those generally people have no symptoms. It can be 5 days, 21 days. But then after about, on average, 7 to 14 days, people start to get fevers, chills, headaches, fatigue. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Lots of symptoms overlap with other diseases. But here's the, and you can be somewhat infectious then. But here's where we really know infections can spread. You start to develop skin lesions, the pox that we've become familiar with seeing on the media. And when those skin lesions develop, Aaron, you're in a highly contagious period. So what we're trying to look for as doctors are people that have had a significant contact, international travel, or traveled to an area that has known outbreaks, and then also these symptoms, particularly these skin lesions. So if any of these signs develop or people are worried, come, call. We can do testing. Smallpox vaccine does cover it, and we do have treatments. And in general, the majority of people have a mild illness. So we're watching these people. Let's put it this way, Aaron. We learned a lot with COVID. Yeah. We're going to be on lookout for anything that looks like this.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we always appreciate you giving it to us straight and calmly at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden is drawing a ton of global attention right now over comments he just made while traveling overseas. Speaking in Japan, the president said the U.S. would be willing to defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade that country. That message is a shift from longstanding U.S. policy. The president's comments were meant to serve as a warning to Chinese President Xi Jinping. This comes as the war in Ukraine now enters its third month. Russian forces are renewing their push in the east, intensifying attacks on the Donbas region with missiles and artillery. We're going to go to NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Ukraine in just a moment here. Let's begin, though, with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, who is traveling with the president in Tokyo today. Mike, the president's staff is now trying to walk back the president's remarks on Taiwan and China. What can you tell us? Bring us up to speed there.
Yeah, Aaron, as our colleague Peter Alexander puts it, who was in the room when the president made these comments, he turned around and you saw some of the top aides to the president, the ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, the national security, Jake Sullivan, really expressing, at least on their faces, some strong reactions to what the president's saying, knowing that it was going to create a stir. But then they released a statement shortly after that it did, as you say, try to walk back, downplay the significance of what the president said. That statement said that really what Biden did was simply reiterate that there has been no change in policy. And you see in the statement that it refers to two different policies that have been shaping our policy towards Taiwan. First, the One China policy, in which we recognize Taiwan as officially part of China. But then there's the Taiwan Relations Act. Now, that's really what is significant in trying to interpret what the president may have mean. The president, as a senator, supported the Taiwan Relations Act. That states that the U.S. has an obligation to support Taiwan militarily, at least to make sure they have the defensive capabilities to defend themselves. It also states that should China move to disrupt the economic or the social framework, the stability of Taiwan, then the U.S., the president, and Congress would work together to take actions accordingly. So that's what the White House is saying, really what Biden meant here. The problem is that it really depends on how you interpret the question that Biden was asked, which was very much comparing it to Ukraine, as we'll get into in just a moment.
And Mike, I want to, if we can, I want to play a little bit of sound from what the president had to say this morning there in Japan, and then we'll talk about it on the other side here.
Then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? They're already flirting with danger right now by flying so close and all the maneuvers.
So, Mike, can you explain a little bit more about what the president was the point the president was making there?
Yeah, Aaron, with apologies for my voice here, what is significant about the answer the president gave is because the question was put in the context of how the U.S. has acted in relation to Ukraine and Russia. The president was specifically asked whether the United States would act in a more direct way, militarily, to intervene should China move on Taiwan in a way different than what we have done in Ukraine. And that was what the president said he was agreeing to. But it was also significant, as you heard in that answer there, the president really reiterating that the sanctions that the U.S. has put on Russia in response for its invasion of Ukraine would likely stay in effect, even if there would be some sort of agreement between Russia and Ukraine ultimately to cease the fighting. This is the United States, this is President Biden, aiming to signal that Russia would remain in some ways a pariah state, at least for the foreseeable future, even if there were a cessation in some of the hostilities there, Aaron.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Japan today. Mike, I had 6 more questions for you, but I'm going to let you rest your voice. You still have several more days of work to do there in Asia. Mike Memoli for us. Thank you. Well, on the ground in Ukraine, Russia appears to be ramping up its eastern offensive. Russian forces' focus is tightening on the Donbas region. Ukrainian President Zelensky warning the battles in the east have become increasingly bloody, saying up to 100 Ukrainians are dying in the fighting there every day. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Ukraine.
We're now in the city of Kramatorsk, which is in the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine. And you could hear that air raid siren. In other parts of this country, the sirens will go off and then stop when the threat has stopped. But here, they seem to be going all day long to suggest that the threat is not going away, that people should stay off the streets. This is a highly militarized zone, as Russian forces are now trying to move in on this city and capture this region.
Having failed to capture Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where this weekend Ukrainians were inspecting the remains of the very Russian vehicles that tried to invade their city, now objects of curiosity. And after being driven back from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, Russian troops now have their sights trained on the Donbas, Ukraine's eastern coal mining region close to Russia's border. And out here, the Russians are making slow, destructive progress, lobbing unguided rockets and artillery into Ukrainian villages to chip away territory from the government. Russian forces have the center of Donbas surrounded on 3 sides and are driving toward the city of Kramatorsk. In Kramatorsk is one of the Donbas's only trauma hospitals that's still working. All of the women in this recovery room were wounded by Russian artillery and survived that split second between whistle and bang.
What happened to you? How did you end up here in the hospital?
I just left my house when I heard something flying, says Anna. I had just grabbed the doorknob to my basement. That's the last thing I remember. In a nearby bed, Vera, 95 years old, was in her bedroom. Relatives were cooking outside. Suddenly there was an explosion, she says. I felt a blow to my head and the windows and door in the bedroom flew off. But reaching the towns and villages around Kramatorsk to evacuate refugees and wounded is increasingly a challenge.
This is as far as we've been able to advance for now. Ukrainian security forces won't let us push further toward that village, and it's obvious why. You can hear intense exchanges of artillery fire between Ukrainian troops and Russian forces. And it's been going on like this all morning.
Amid the exchanges of fire, 2 Russian jets dropping flares for defense scream by at low altitude. The fighting is too intense for evacuations today.
And today, for the first time since this conflict began, a Russian soldier who was captured by Ukrainian forces was sentenced for a war crime. He'd pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv. He's to spend life in prison.
A Trump-era immigration policy is staying on the books, at least for now. A federal judge blocking President Biden from lifting Title 42. It restricts asylum seekers from entering the U.S. because of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, officials are bracing for an unprecedented surge at the southern border if that policy is lifted. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas had announced people who were previously blocked from entering the U.S. would now have the opportunity to claim asylum. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is here to help us understand what's happening here. He's been tracking this story for a while now. So first, Jacob, I guess help us understand what the judge explained as the reasoning for keeping Title 42 in place.
It's a good question, Aaron. Basically, the judge said this is the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, and it wasn't followed, which means essentially they didn't follow proper protocols for changing the rule or CDC regulation. Of course, CDC makes their rules and regulations based on public health and what's happening with the coronavirus pandemic. So the idea that the pandemic somehow violated a rule is something that advocates and activists have said doesn't make much sense. And at the end of the day, what they want is for Title 42 to go away. They want to go away quickly so that people can, as you said, have their legal right to declare asylum in the American immigration system, something that they have not been able to do since the Trump administration put this CDC rule into effect all the way back during the beginning of COVID.
So yeah, we've been looking at some of your reporting, and you've reported that when Title 42 eventually does end, Homeland Security might need a lot more money to try to deal with the expectant migrant surge at the border. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that's what they say. So Julia Ainsley and I reported late last week that there are senior DHS officials who are concerned about what might happen once Title 42 is lifted, because they have kept tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of migrants outside of the United States with this revolving door of expulsions once they show up here. And they say they want maybe as much as $2 billion in order to be able to have the bed space, the flights to move people around, the transportation, once this regulation is lifted. Ultimately, another question the Biden administration is going to have to answer is how does what happens after Title 42 is lifted play into their vision of a fair, safe, humane, orderly immigration system? Because right now, if you look at the immigration system, it looks a whole lot like it looked under the Trump administration, absent, of course, the cruelty of the family separation policy.
It's going to be really interesting to watch how this all develops and plays out. It's always been so complex, and it seems like that's not going to end anytime soon.
And they got a big task on their hands with not only lifting this thing, but figuring out how they're going to pivot from it once they do.
All right, NBC's Jacob Soboroff with us today. Jacob, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Well, on the money this hour, Wall Street looking to recover some of its losses after weeks of relentless sell-offs. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joining us now to dig into that. Bertha, things are looking up first for the market. I want to start there if we can. What are some of the biggest moves we're seeing today?
We are basically seeing all of the sectors within the overall S&P 500 are all positive. We haven't seen that in a long time. A lot of green, not just my dress today. The Dow is actually up over 650%, it looks like, or 650 points rather right now. A lot of folks are attributing it to the fact that a lot of stocks have been oversold. It's been relentless selling. The Dow has been down 8 weeks in a row. It hasn't done that in about a century. country since 1923. Some discussion as to whether if the Fed keeps raising rates, that will lead us into recession. The CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, says he doesn't think so. He thinks a lot of consumers are in a better position. They have a lot of savings, and he thinks we'll be able to weather this storm a little better than some others.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about today, Bertha, is Starbucks, the latest big company in this country to exit Russia completely as the war with Ukraine goes on. What's that going to look like for employees in the country?
Well, Starbucks has about 130 locations that it licenses in the country, and they've been shut down since the invasion of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. They say they're going to pay the nearly 2,000 Russian Starbucks workers for 6 months to help them with the transition. They're not the first to do this. You saw McDonald's also pull out completely, and it's now selling its locations in Russia to a Russian licensee. For Starbucks, it represents about 1% of global sales in Russia. It's a bigger hit for McDonald's, though. Russia and Ukraine combined made up nearly 10% of its revenues last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs with us today. Bertha, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, just ahead, an all-out manhunt. Our first look at the person wanted for killing a New York City subway rider. The message from the victim's family as well. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are getting our first look at the man New York City police want to question in a deadly subway attack. Police say the suspect shot a 48-year-old man at point-blank range in an unprovoked attack early Sunday morning. He was seen darting out of Manhattan train station moments later. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is here now with where that search stands at this hour. Hi, Emily.
Hey there, Aaron. Well, considering the nature of this attack, police calling it an unprovoked shooting, there is an urgent manhunt underway for this gun-wielding suspect now 24 hours since the attack.
Terror on the Another attack in New York City subway system, sending a wave of fear over riders this morning.
The most efficient way to go somewhere, but you know what? It is what it is. You got to take your chances.
In broad daylight, police say a 48-year-old rider was gunned down as the Q train crossed the Manhattan Bridge Sunday. An unprovoked and fatal shot to the chest.
The suspect was walking back and forth in the same train car and without provocation pulled out a gun and fired it at the victim at close range. What we've gotten from the witnesses, there is no prior contact between the victim and the suspect.
Dmitry Glivinsky was on board and called 911.
Everybody immediately reacted and started
dispersing to the very ends of the car. Everybody huddled.
This morning, the victim's family telling NBC News Daniel Enriquez was the son of Mexican immigrants, an NYU grad who enjoyed the rich New York culture. His tragic death comes several months after a 40-year-old woman was shoved in front of the subway, and 6 weeks since 10 people were shot on another train in Brooklyn, where the subway security camera system failed, complicating the search for the shooter. But this time, police say the surveillance cameras were working.
Investigators are in possession of and currently reviewing the MTA security video obtained from the station.
Murders in major cities have surged throughout the pandemic, increasing 44% since 2019. This morning, there's growing pressure on New York's mayor to fulfill his campaign promise of curbing gun violence. New York City passengers have been slow to return to public transit, at just over half of what we saw before the pandemic.
This is not what we need at a time when our city is trying to recover.
So, Emily, have police learned anything about a possible motive in this shooting yet?
Aaron, I think that's one of the most concerning aspects of this story. As we mentioned, police say this was an unprovoked attack. These two men hadn't talked to each other. It doesn't appear that they knew each other. Mayor Eric Adams reacting today, saying that he's trying to grow the police's presence on subway systems to improve safety. He's also talked about increasing the amount of technology within the subway system. Aaron?
All right, Emily Aketa for us today. Emily, thank you. A royal tradition is officially in bloom, but will Queen Elizabeth be there? Some pressing questions about the health of the monarch next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, at least 2 people are dead and nearly 4 dozen others are hurt after a rare tornado ripped through northern Michigan on Friday. The EF3 tornado packed winds of up to 140 miles per hour. Authorities say all the people reported missing have since been found and are okay. 25 people are recovering after a megabus crashed in Maryland on Sunday. Fire officials said that bus rolled onto its side while driving on a state highway near Kingsville. The bus driver was one of the 15 people taken to the hospital. Police are investigating what happened. And Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor and Democratic U.S. Senate candidate John Fetterman is out of the hospital. He's recovering from a stroke earlier this month. Fetterman shared this picture of him and his wife on Sunday, writing that he can't wait to get back to 100%. Tomorrow, Georgia voters head to the polls in what could be the biggest test of former President Donald Trump's political power so far. Trump has thrown his full weight into the Republican gubernatorial primary, looking to prevent one-time ally Governor Brian Kemp from winning re-election. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now from Atlanta. Vaughn, in the latest Fox News poll, Kemp has a massive lead over Trump-backed former Senator David Perdue. We've not seen a candidate with President Trump's endorsement trail in a race that far in a race. What's happening here?
No, and you're right, Aaron, and we haven't even really seen much opposition to Trump's desires over the past 6 years. I mean, when you look at where this Republican Party has stood ever since he won the nomination back in August of 2016, they have been firmly behind him, and those who have opposed him have either retired or lost most often their efforts to remain relevant to the Republican Party. But what you see with Brian Kemp is not only a likely win in tomorrow's primary, but also this evening, former Vice President Mike Pence is campaigning alongside of him as he potentially looks towards his own 2024 presidential run. You also saw the likes of Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, Chris Christie, Governor Pete Ricketts of Nebraska all come onto the campaign trail with Brian Kemp. You know, if there have been cracks in the Republican Party over these last 6 years, these are the biggest ones that we have seen yet, in a sign that not only are there some politicians who are willing to step away from Donald Trump, but also voters, because Brian Kemp has focused on the issues, whether it be the heartbeat bill that he signed in 2019, or the so-called election integrity bill that he signed last year, or the way that he opened up business at the height of the pandemic in 2020 here. You are hearing conservative Republican voters talk about the issues as opposed to his decision to certify Joe Biden's win in the 2020 election, something that David Perdue and Donald Trump were not banking on.
And Vaughn, what are both campaigns doing for the final days of this race?
Yeah, I think tonight is really telling here. You know, having the former Vice President Mike Pence willingly put himself out there. He will be campaigning at a rally down the road alongside Brian Kemp. And I think the interesting split screen to this is that Donald Trump will not physically be here in Georgia, despite this being the most emotional and most personal race for him. He had called Brian Kemp a coward. He had called him a rhino who let this country down. And yet he will be only going as far as dialing in for what he's calling a tele-rally for David Perdue. So essentially from Mar-a-Lago, he will be dialing in by phone to express his support of David Perdue. But that is a sharp contrast to actually flying in and campaigning alongside David Perdue at a time in which it's very evident that David Perdue needs all the support he can get to even come close to Brian Kemp tomorrow.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us in Atlanta today. Vaughn, thank you. And tomorrow, people in Texas will head back to the polls to vote in critical primary runoffs. The race for the 30th congressional district is getting a lot of attention in particular, and that's because as long as it's been on the map, it's only been represented by one person. That person is Eddie Bernice Johnson. But now, at age 86, the Democratic Congresswoman is stepping down, and her endorsement is making things interesting. MSNBC correspondent and Into America podcast host Tremaine Lee traveled to Texas. He spoke with the two frontrunners. He joins us now. So, Tremaine, what did the candidates have to say about the weight of being the first new representative in that district in decades?
Aaron, think about it. Eddie Bernice Johnson was in Congress for 30 years representing this district. And so she's like a local legend, an icon. And everyone was vying for her coveted appointment, right? Everyone was trying to be tapped and don the next one, handed the mantle from Eddie Bernice Johnson. And she gave it to one person, which really kind of threw some people for a loop, but also made this race extremely interesting. Let's take a listen.
Hi, I'm Jane Hope.
Jane Hope Hamilton is going door to door, asking voters to send her to Washington.
So this is the final stretch here. You're making sure you're back in the neighborhood?
That's right. That's right. That's what it's all about, you know. It's really taking the message directly to voters. And frankly, that's how I got into this runoff, right?
On Tuesday, she faces Jasmine Crockett in a runoff for the Democratic nomination for Texas's open 30th Congressional District House seat. It's considered a safe blue district, so whoever wins the runoff will likely go to Congress. Retiring Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, a legend in Texas politics, who served 30 years in Congress as a moderate, made her choice clear. but it wasn't who many people were expecting. The Congresswoman picked Jasmine Crockett, a progressive, explaining to our Dallas affiliate why she thinks the newcomer is right for the job.
I want somebody to get in there and work, study the issues, and do things for the district that can be identifiable.
There are a lot of people that never thought that the Congresswoman would end up picking kind of like the loud, wild child freshman.
Crockett, a freshman Texas state representative, made a national name for herself after she joined her Democratic colleagues in protesting restrictive voting laws introduced by conservative Republicans by fleeing the state ahead of a vote. And she's become a rising star on the left among a new crop of progressive candidates challenging and sometimes colliding with the Democratic establishment.
To me, being a progressive just means I don't want to be regressive, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there while you take me back. I'm going to fight back against that.
With Johnson's endorsement, Crockett emerged from the 9-way primary with 48% of the vote, 31 points ahead of Hamilton. As the runoff race has heated up, both women have tried to underline contrast in their political experience. Hamilton highlighting a 20-year career as a congressional staffer who's also worked to elect many of the most powerful Democrats in the region.
I do know that there's obviously a struggle inside of our party. You know, people look at me and they say, she's the establishment candidate. I'm a black woman in America. The only thing established about me is my record.
While Crockett has forged a path on her own as a civil rights lawyer and passionate advocate for justice.
I'm here to fight for the people. That's why I think there are those that get confused about progressives, because progressives will call out somebody even if they say are playing on the same team.
Aaron, now this is a safe blue district, so whoever wins will have a great opportunity to bring a new style, a new vision, a new voice to this district that's been represented by one woman for 30 years.
All right, Tremaine Lee with us today, watching Texas. Tremaine, thanks. And be sure to check out more of Tremaine's reporting on his weekly series, Into America. You can download it now wherever you get your podcasts. We are also following developments in the war in Ukraine today. Russia stepping up shelling in the eastern part of that country. The humanitarian toll of the fighting is coming into greater focus as well. The UN is now reporting more than 6.5 million Ukrainians have become refugees, while 8 million have been displaced inside the country. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky delivered a message to global business leaders at the World Economic Forum today on the backdrop of that conflict. NBC's Jay Gray joining us now from Ukraine. Jay, what was President Zelensky's message for the international community that was listening today?
It was that Ukraine is open for business. The headline from the president today: we will destroy our neighbor and rebuild entire cities and industries. And he's inviting the global economic community to be a part of that rebuild. He says it will be the biggest rebuild since World War II. And he's urging people around the world to get in on the bottom level of this. He says that they are going to provide opportunities for businesses here, especially those who have pulled out of Russia because of the war. He says that they will get special opportunities to move into Ukraine. And he continues to say that this rebuilding process will be quick, it will be efficient, and Ukraine will be back. He made that statement, as you talked about, to the World Economic Forum today, and says that he's a bit concerned that the support for Ukraine is beginning to wane a bit, beginning to fizzle, in his words. And he wants to make sure people remember what's happening here and what he believes the future will be in his country.
And Jay, there was a Russian soldier who was sentenced to life in prison today in that war crimes trial that happened in Ukraine, the first since the war started. How might this trial impact other potential war crimes trials that are still to come, possibly?
Yeah, look, it's the first of what are more than 1,300 being investigated, according to the prosecutor general here in Ukraine. And the maximum sentence, life in prison for a 21-year-old soldier who said he was following a commander's orders when he shot and killed a 62-year-old civilian who was simply riding his bike. There are some who have said that the penalty was a bit too strict. He could have faced 10 to 15 years in prison. But what prosecutors here in Ukraine are saying is that following a superior's orders is not something that is allowed under international law. If you know right from wrong, you're not to shoot a civilian, especially when he's minding his business and riding his bike. They say that this is going to set the benchmark for these trials to come. And again, 1,300, Aaron, so they've got a lot to work through as this war continues. And one other thing to remember about all of this, he did plead guilty, and the wife of the 62-year-old who was killed did say during the trial that she would gladly trade this Russian soldier's life for one of those men who was taken out of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a second here. Jay Gray for us in Ukraine today. Jay, thank you. I want to bring in Vladislav Davidson now. He is a fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He also serves as the European culture correspondent for Tablet magazine in Paris. Vladislav, we appreciate you being here. I understand that you recently spent some time in Ukraine. Can you describe for us what you witnessed there, what Ukrainian fighters and civilians are dealing with from what you saw?
Thank you for having me on. I did get out to the eastern part of the country where the war is, the salient in the Lugansk, Donetsk regions, right between the parts held by Russia in the south and the parts held by Russia in the north of that region. And they are trying to close up the salient. There's a little place right between Severodonetsk and Liman and Rubezhny. These are little towns. And this is a very important piece of territory for the Russians to sew up if they're to control the entire territorial regional borders of that region. And if they're to close off their supply lines from being bombed by the Ukrainian counterassault.
You know, Jay Gray mentioned the Ukrainian fighters at that steel plant. It still remains unclear what exactly is going to happen to those Ukrainian fighters who were holed up in that plant in Mariupol for so long. They are now reportedly in Russian custody, we know. What more have you been able to learn about those fighters in particular?
Well, the Azov fighters, there was some negotiation, back-channel negotiation between the presidential administrations of Russia and Ukraine. I'm told that the Secretary General of the United Nations personally intervened in those negotiations. That's what I've been told by my sources. And I'm also told, and I think it's well understood now on the Ukrainian side, that the Russians don't seem to be keeping up to their side of their deal, or they're going back on the deal that they made in order to extract additional concessions from the Ukrainians or whatever deal that they get, trading those Azov steel guys for Russian POWs. So there is interest from the Russian side in getting Medvedchuk out, a pro-Russian member of Ukrainian parliament who's related by family ties to Putin, and he's the head of the pro-Russian opposition, or the fifth column opposition within Ukraine. And he's now being held in custody by the Ukrainians. And he's one of the big pieces that they're going to trade for those guys. How many POWs also come along with him? That is a question up to the negotiators. They're going to, roll logs.
All right, Vladislav Davidson, we appreciate your time and your reporting today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, a ferry goes up in flames in the Philippines, and China tells people to work from home a little while longer. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. The Philippines, where at least 7 people died in a ferry fire today. Rescue personnel tried to save as many people as they could. That ferry was carrying 134 people in total, but several of them are still missing. It's not clear yet what caused the fire. China, where the Communist Party extended its work-from-home requirement in Beijing as COVID continues to spread. Beijing reported 99 new cases on Sunday, an uptick from the day before. Testing sites have popped up across the city in a continued effort to curb the virus. And Australia, where the woman with the world's largest royal memorabilia collection is excited to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's Jubilee.
If she sends me an invite to the garden party, I'll be there in a flash.
Jan Hugo owns more than 10,000 royal trinkets. 2,500 of them are dedicated to the Queen.
And as we come back on this side, we have Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip.
The celebration of her Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne, starts on June 2nd. And that's the world now. And speaking of the Queen and her Platinum Jubilee, that big event celebrating her 70 years on the throne, less than 2 weeks away now. Festivities are already underway across the UK. And this week, the Queen will be honored at one of her favorite events, the Chelsea Flower Show. But for the first time, she's skipping it. Here's NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
There are new reports today that the Queen will be bowing out of yet another key event, this one for the Jubilee. But today, she's hoping to be back among the crowds and the flowers.
Queen Elizabeth opens the Chelsea Flower Show.
It's a tradition dating back to the Queen's childhood, visits to the famous Chelsea Flower Show. Queen Elizabeth hopes to get a sneak preview of the blooming exhibits in her honor later today. The show this year dedicated to the monarch's 70-year reign. But this morning, reports of another big change. The British newspaper, the Sunday Times, says the monarch will not take the salute during the annual military parade for her official birthday, known as Trooping the Color, for the first time in 70 years, handing over the reins to Prince Charles, Prince William, and Princess Anne. Buckingham Palace says the Queen has episodic mobility problems. She's been delegating more of her royal duties to other members of the family.
For any 96-year-old, doing a fraction of what she attempts to do would be almost impossible. So nobody wants to see her overdo it, but everybody wants to see her enjoying it.
The Queen is now regularly using a cane and has been seen in public just 3 times in the past few weeks, beaming at this celebration of horses and history to kick off her Platinum Jubilee with star-studded tributes from Helen Mirren and Tom Cruise.
But it wouldn't be complete without a celebration of a kingdom united. Your Majesty, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, the United Kingdom.
The Queen opening a new London Underground line named after her, learning how to top up her subway card, and getting a glimpse of her favorite horse show in Windsor from the comfort of her car. During the last Jubilee celebration, tens of thousands cheered the Queen as she waved from the famous Buckingham Palace balcony. And she is expected to be on the balcony this year, too, with Prince Charles and Camilla and Prince William, Kate, and their 3 children, all waving to the crowds. The Queen has an incredibly packed schedule on paper over the next couple of weeks going into the Jubilee, but she may be bowing out of some of those public events, depending how she feels on the day. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, London.
If it's time for you to go back to the office, maybe leave the suit and tie behind. We're going to take a dive into the new work dress code next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Well, the COVID pandemic pivot to working from home had a lot of us ditching business suits for sweatpants. Now, with offices filling back up with workers, a lot of Americans are giving their wardrobes a bit of a makeover, and a casual makeover at that. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan shows us how comfy may be the new normal.
Americans aren't working just 9 to 5 anymore, but at least we're more comfortable. Stiff suits and muted colors are gone. Color, prints, shackets, jardigans, blazers, denim. We're emerging from the pandemic, wearing work leisure.
It's comfort, it's stretch, it's ease. It's certainly technological fabrics that might be wrinkle resistant or odor proof.
While business comfort trends began pre-pandemic, the last 2 years poured gas on the flame. Colton Ruggieri runs an academic tutoring company. He no longer rents office space or wears suits when he teaches, now completely online.
If I'm going to wear something to the office, this would be my perfect suit. And now I've gone to typical straight. This is what I normally wear.
Denim sits at the center of this notion of versatility. A great denim leg that can take you morning, noon, and into night. And great pieces like blazers seem to be having a real resurgence coming out of the pandemic.
Run the Runway subscribers are borrowing blazers 166% more than last year. They're lighter weight and colorful. Bye-bye boring black. Surprisingly, suits are hot too.
It's all about the suit. For men and women, people are flocking to suits.
Though likely a knit suit with stretch. 200-year-old Brooks Brothers suit business went up significantly since last July. Dress shirt sales are up triple digits in a year. And Taylor's suiting business has never been stronger. After putting celebrations on hold for 2 years and power comfort now guiding workwear, Lane Bryant says its shoppers are yearning for an excuse to dress up again. MM LaFleur, Chico's, and even resale shops like Style Encore are seeing a surge in dress buying. But with 80% of Stitch Fix shoppers heading back to the office wearing business comfort, there is another benefit.
My dry cleaning bills are very minimal now.
They're live from New York for the very last time. The big names who took a victory lap at Saturday Night Live this weekend.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Well, finally this hour, 4 familiar stars we see on Saturday nights have taken their final bows. The 47th season of Saturday Night Live wrapped up this weekend with 4 longtime cast members saying goodbye. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer shows us the laughter and the tears.
That's right, Aaron. We've learned 4 key cast members are leaving Saturday Night Live. Kate McKinnon, Pete Davidson, Aidy Bryant, and Kyle Mooney. And on this past Saturday night, the show's biggest stars took time to say farewell.
The season finale began with a goodbye.
I always kind of felt like an alien on this planet anyway.
Kate McKinnon gave us laughs, then tears as the alien-obsessed Ms. Rafferty.
I love you. Thanks for letting me stay a while.
The comedian closed out a chapter on her out-of-this-world 10-year run, celebrated for her impressions of political powerhouses like Hillary Clinton and Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's a Ginsburg.
McKinnon told Hoda earlier this year she's ever grateful for her time on the show.
It's given me a work family that is so close-knit and so kind and so wonderful.
I'm a boss.
The hilarious Aidy Bryant also bid farewell with a sweet moment during Weekend Update.
In my best guise, kissing me.
Well, then we must.
Bryant found success beyond SNL, including co-developing and starring in Hulu's Shrill. Cast veteran Kyle Mooney joined Kate and Aidy later on for the show's last sketch of the night.
And we'll love him forever.
And Weekend Update also featured a heartfelt message from Pete Davidson, who shared how SNL boss Lorne Michaels gave him a chance at just 20 years old.
He looked me right in the eye and said, I don't think you're right for this show. So let's screw this up together.
Davidson gave us one final rap parody.
You got a mind as sharp as a razor, quick as a laser.
He rounded out 8 seasons of laughter and headlines, including a newer relationship with guest host Kim Kardashian, and candid jokes over the years about his struggles with addiction.
Well, they say quitting drugs is hard, and that is true. But what they don't tell you is how boring it is.
The iconic players leaving their hearts in Studio 8H with their beloved cast and crew.
Have a great summer.
All 4 cast members were on SNL for at least 8 seasons, and Kate McKinnon's 211 episodes rank the most by any woman in the show's long history. Aaron.
She is hilarious. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news on NBC News Now. Message to China. The White House trying to walk back comments from President Biden saying the U.S. will respond militarily if China invades Taiwan. How Beijing is now responding. Special delivery, a military plane filled with baby formula arrives in the U.S. to help parents cope with the formula shortage. How many more flights are on the way? Monkeypox warning. As the outbreak spreads to more countries, health officials are now tracking another possible case here in the U.S. What we know and what to watch out for. And the skinny on dieting. If you're thinking about losing a few pounds, we have the results of a surprising new study, the mindset that may be your key to success, especially after the pandemic. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin this hour with breaking news and a message from President Biden sending diplomatic shockwaves through Asia. Speaking from Japan this morning, the president said the U.S. would be willing to intervene militarily if China were to invade Taiwan.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made.
Now, that response stunned the president's advisors in the room. They later walked back his comment, saying the U.S. policy on China and Taiwan has not changed. Now, Biden's remarks are in stark contrast to the administration's policy in Ukraine, where the U.S. has stopped short of direct involvement. This comes as the White House is already trying to deal with the crisis in Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos this morning, urging nations to further punish Russia financially. We're going to get the latest on Ukraine in just a moment here. Let's start with the diplomatic uproar the president has sort of lit in Asia this morning. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is traveling with the president. She's joining us now from Tokyo. So, Carol, what prompted those comments from the president?
Well, the president was asked about Taiwan. It's obviously an issue of top concern here in the region. There's a lot of concern about China's aggression in the region, and there are a lot of questions about whether China would try to make a move on Taiwan. This is something that the administration has been concerned about for some time. And when the president was asked about this, he drew a parallel to the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
The idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine. And so it's a burden that is even stronger.
Now, the president said it's his expectation that China would not invade Ukraine. But again, if so, the president said, and he was asked a very clear question, whether or not he would involve the U.S. military. And he said that he would if that were to happen.
In invading Taiwan, right. America's relationship with China is already fraught, we know right now, Carol. How is this impacting those tensions there?
Well, look, the White House came out almost immediately with a statement saying that the president was not articulating a change in U.S. policy. And the statement went on to say that the U.S. was abiding by long-standing U.S. policy in regards to China and Taiwan. The Chinese government, however, is not taking this lightly. They have issued a number of statements condemning the president's remarks and saying that they aren't going to be told what to do in their region. They see Taiwan in a very different light, obviously. And so it's really ratcheted up tensions. And it's worth also mentioning that this is a comment that the president has made before. He suggested that this is what his thinking is. Back in October, the White House also walked that statement back. And so now that he's saying it twice and saying it while he's in this region, it really does ratchet up the tensions there. And it's something that is of concern to a number of officials within the administration.
All right, Carol Lee with us, traveling with the president in Tokyo today. Carol, thank you. Now, a major development in Ukraine this hour. A Russian soldier has now been convicted of a war crime. The 21-year-old was sentenced to life in prison for killing an unarmed Ukrainian civilian. It is the first such trial since the war started. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv, Ukraine, with more on this. So, Aaron, what more do we know about this trial and how it played out?
Yeah, well, 21-year-old Vadim Shishimarin was traveling, according to the prosecutor, in a column of tanks outside of the city of Sumy. When the tanks came under fire, Ukrainians took out the lead of the column. Shishimarin and 3 other Russian soldiers fled the scene inside a civilian's Volkswagen. As they were approaching this village, according to the prosecutor, they saw an unarmed 62-year-old man on his bike on the phone. Shishimarin says that he was ordered then to fire on the civilian, gunning him down just meters from his home. Shishimarin then surrendered to Ukrainian officials and now is the subject of the first war crimes trial here in Ukraine, having pled guilty, having also apologized to the widow of his victim. This is seen as hugely significant here in Ukraine, as there are currently 11,000 war crimes investigations happening now throughout the country, and the country's prosecutor general telling me that this helps to demonstrate, this kind of prosecution would help to demonstrate just sort of the power of the Ukrainian justice system, also sending a warning shot to all other Russian soldiers operating here in this country that they will pay for their war crimes. Aaron.
Aaron, we've seen stepped up attacks by Russia in the east, especially in the Donbass region. What are you seeing there in Kharkiv?
Well, we're seeing continued Russian assaults here in the second largest city in Ukraine. Previously thought that the Russians had been pushed back, that the Russians had lost the battle for Kharkiv, but they don't seem to be going away. Ukrainian officials say right now they're concentrated predominantly to the north of the city. They're building checkpoints and other fortifications. And we were speaking to some local firefighters who told us within the span of 48 hours here in Kharkiv, they had to put out 10 fires, the product of Russian aggression. And I talked to them about how their role as firefighters here in the city has evolved with the war. And they described for me the scariest moment. Take a listen.
The scariest moment was when our truck here was hit and caught fire. It took a lot of shrapnel and saved the lives of a lot of our firemen.
What happened?
A shell hit quite near it. A lot of shrapnel hit the windows and walls, and then the engine caught fire.
And while the Russians don't seem to be leaving this region completely, most of the war right now is concentrated in the Donbass region, which is further south. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Aaron, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now, who's joining us from Washington. Dan, as U.S. diplomats return to Kyiv, there are reports that the Pentagon is looking at options to send U.S. military to that area to guard the embassy. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, Aaron, military planners are looking at what would be needed to secure the embassy in the future and how the presence of any U.S. troops on the ground could affect the war. And while it's possible U.S. Marines or even other troops could be brought in to secure the embassy in the future, defense officials are saying it's not under active consideration now, and it's not likely anytime soon. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby addressed this issue in a statement, and he said, "We are in close touch with our colleagues at the State Department about potential security requirements now that they have resumed operations at the embassy in Kyiv, but no decisions have been made." So a note of caution there, Aaron.
Yeah, it wouldn't be unusual to have a military guard presence at a U.S. installation in another country, Dan, but I'm curious, to what degree are there concerns that deploying troops to guard that particular embassy might be viewed as an escalation by Vladimir Putin?
That's the key question. That's the key consideration. U.S. Marines do guard embassies around the world, but the Biden administration has vowed not to send U.S. troops into Ukraine And U.S. officials are concerned that any American troops there on the ground, even for embassy security, could be seen as a provocation to Putin or could kind of draw attention and even turn them into targets. So I think there's a lot of caution right now at the Pentagon.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington today. Dan, thank you. A bit of a relief for parents of newborns nationwide. The first flight carrying baby formula landed in the U.S. over the weekend. That military cargo plane touched down in Indianapolis on Sunday, carrying nearly 80,000 pounds of extremely scarce hypoallergenic formula from Germany. The Biden administration says more flights will soon be on the way. Here's NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent.
Seeing that C-17 land here at Indianapolis was a welcome sight for millions of parents. But the challenge now is what was on that plane serves a small group of babies and children and also won't last very long. Now all eyes are on the Defense Production Act to help fill shelves here at home.
As the nation grapples with widespread formula shortages, this morning relief could be on the horizon. The first Operation Fly Formula aircraft touching down in Indianapolis on Sunday. Aboard this C-17, more than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic alpha-amino infant and junior formulas, unloaded after its journey from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
This shipment provides enough formula to take care of 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers.
The precious cargo is destined for babies and kids with cow's milk allergies.
Now at least we can breathe a little bit.
The first batch, which Nestle, the manufacturer, says has already been tested, will be sent to hospitals and healthcare providers in a couple of days. The rest of the shipment, Nestle says, will be tested and sent out in the next 2 weeks.
How long do you expect to be distributing formula on this emergency basis around the country?
As long as it takes, but our understanding is up until the production capacity has caught up. So we're thinking a matter of weeks, not months.
The much-needed supply arriving just as New York City declared a state of emergency over the formula shortage. And the CEO of the shuttered Abbott formula plant apologized in a Washington Post op-ed, saying, "We're sorry to every family we've let down since our voluntary recall." Mom Alexandra Moskowitz has 1 week of formula left for her baby son Dylan, who has a cow's milk allergy.
It's definitely a sense of anger or betrayal that we feel, because if the government was aware of this, you know, we kind of should have been more proactive in getting our hands on the formula before the shortage got to this point.
Did the U.S. government drop the ball here?
I don't think it's the U.S. government dropped the ball. We moved it as expeditiously and quickly as possible.
Overnight, the White House saying they've approved their first 2 orders under the Defense Production Act. Reckitt, which makes Mead Johnson formulas, and Abbott both requesting access to expedited supplies and ingredients. The idea here is once those are approved, which they just have been by Secretary Becerra, they're able to expedite production here at home to fill the shelves that remain empty.
Health officials are tracking more possible cases of monkeypox in America. That outbreak of the rare disease has now spread to 12 countries, and there are now at least 3 confirmed or suspected cases here in the U.S. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. He's been tracking this. Hi, Gabe.
Hi, Aaron. Good morning. Now, overnight, President Biden says that the level of concern for monkeypox does not rise to the level of COVID, but around the world, researchers are trying to find out more about the virus's transmission.
A mysterious new outbreak of monkeypox is growing. In Florida, potential cases now being investigated in Broward County. Officials say the person traveled internationally and remains isolated. On Wednesday, the country's first positive case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts, a man who recently returned from Canada, followed by another suspected case in New York City.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about. If it were to spread, it's consequential.
Worldwide, at least 92 confirmed cases and 28 suspected infections of monkeypox have now been identified in 12 Western countries. The majority of cases found in Portugal, Spain, and the United Kingdom. Monkeypox is a rare but potentially serious viral illness, usually found in West and Central Africa. It was first discovered in monkeys in the late 1950s. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. Common symptoms include fever, aches, and rashes all over the body.
The most likely spread of the cases we are seeing now are probably human to human. It usually requires prolonged contact. So we're not talking minutes, but we're talking a long amount of time in direct contact with body fluids or lesions.
Though there's no proven cure for the disease, the CDC says outbreaks can be controlled with the use of smallpox vaccines and antiviral treatments.
This is a virus we understand. We have vaccines against it. We have treatments against it. It's not as contagious as COVID. So I am confident we're going to be able to keep our arms around it.
So, Gabe, along those lines, with the CDC saying that there's confidence about controlling any potential outbreak, what are the health experts saying about that?
Well, Aaron, as you just heard there in the piece, the smallpox vaccine should make a difference here. Health experts around the country and really around the world are watching this very closely and really trying to figure out exactly why monkeypox has spread to so many Western countries when it's usually confined to Africa. Now, overall, the death rate for monkeypox is typically around 3 to 6% of cases, but it is less contagious than smallpox and also less severe illness than smallpox. Aaron?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez with us today. Gabe, thank you. An important development for parents of young children in the fight against COVID. Pfizer is out with new findings about vaccinating kids under 5. The company says clinical trials show that 3 vaccine doses are safe for kids 6 months to 4 years old. Now, data shows shots are more than 80% effective against the Omicron variant. Pfizer says it will submit its findings to the FDA next week. The pandemic is also causing an entirely different health concern. COVID lockdowns have left the U.S. in dire need of IV contrast dye. Now, it's often used to manage and treat life-threatening conditions like heart attacks and stroke. NBC's Tom Costello is joining us now with a closer look at the impact of this shortage. Hey, Tom.
Hey, buddy. So this dye is critical. It's for doctors who need to improve the quality of medical images like CT scans and X-rays. The shortage could last until the end of June. Hospitals across the country now forced to ration supplies.
When breast cancer survivor Lynette Orduna began having terrible headaches last year, she was rushed in for an MRI.
And sure enough, they found 16 lesions in my brain.
Lynette's cancer is now metastatic. She needs a CT scan every 90 days to monitor how her disease is progressing. But this month, her doctor is hitting a major roadblock to get the critical imaging done.
He said, yeah, we're going to schedule it, but he said, we don't have the dye, so we won't get a true picture of what's going on.
The FDA says the U.S. is in the midst of a nationwide shortage of 2 important contrast dyes.
This shortage was really a major crisis. At the time that this information came out, we realized that we had a 5-day supply of this contrast dye.
At the University of Kansas Medical Health System this month, they've had to reduce their use of contrast dye by 80%.
We had to implement a significant conservation strategy so that we could preserve contrast dye for those patients that desperately needed it for a life-saving procedure or a limb-saving procedure.
GE Healthcare, the biggest supplier in the U.S., relies on its factory in Shanghai, China, where a recent COVID lockdown meant shutdowns. In a statement to NBC News, GE Healthcare said, we are working to return to full capacity as soon as local authorities allow. The company shared production is now back to 50%, and it expects to improve over the coming weeks. But for Lynette, waiting longer for a scan is precious time spent worrying if her cancer is still at bay.
It's really terrifying. Time is of the essence with cancer. It just grows so fast, you don't know what's going to do. I never thought in a million years it would go from my bones and my abdomen all the way to my brain.
GE tells us it is accelerating deliveries of this contrast dye, shipping product via air instead of by boat. It's also increasing production at their plant in Ireland. In the meantime, hospitals are shifting towards scans that don't need this contrast or using less of it than they previously did. But Aaron, every hospital we talked to stressed a scan will not be delayed if it's not safe for a patient. If a patient needs it, they'll get it.
All right, Tom Costello in Washington. We appreciate the heads up on this, Tom. Thanks. Well, a federal judge has blocked the Biden administration from lifting Title 42. That's the Trump-era COVID policy that restricts migration into this country. Millions of people are expected to arrive at the southern border when that policy ends, creating an unprecedented surge. The health order has stopped more than 1.8 million border crossing attempts so far. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from a migrant shelter in Tapachula, Mexico, near the Guatemala border. So, Guad, how are migrants reacting to the judge's ruling?
Aaron, so we arrived over the weekend and we've talked to both migrants and aid workers who want to inform them of what's happening at the border. So when you talk to the people that are arriving, by the way, you can see hundreds of them lining up behind me. They just entered Mexico, and they're about to request refugee status in Mexico so that they can hopefully stay in the country and not be deported out of Mexico. And then eventually they're going to try and get a humanitarian visa that would allow them to travel through the country. And local authorities here told me that every day they're seeing 700 to 800 people, maybe even more than 1,000, line up right here that just arrived into Mexico. Why? Because they believe that Title 42 has been lifted at the border. In fact, aid workers told me that about 90% of the migrants that arrive have information that somehow leads them to believe that things have changed at the border. A lot of the migrants I spoke to yesterday telling me, well, whatever it is that's happening, I'm seeing videos on Facebook, I'm getting messages on WhatsApp, or even TikTok videos that say that the border is opening. So the majority of the ones we spoke to think that something has changed to make it easier for them, when in fact, under Title 42, some of them can be flown back to their country, or they can be expelled out of the U.S. When they try and cross into the country.
Guad, I mean, that's really interesting to know. How widespread, how rampant is this misinformation among migrants there that you've been able to speak to?
So the migrants travel with phones, and you know, some of them come from Venezuela, others come from Nicaragua, from Cuba, other parts of Latin America. Some of them have been traveling for weeks, months, and their only way to connect with the world is through these phones. They keep mentioning these 3 types of social media: WhatsApp groups, chat groups, where people are sending messages often that are misleading, Facebook posts, or even the TikTok videos. And the way this happens is pretty intricate. We actually spoke to some of the aid workers that are trying to understand how that information becomes false, or sometimes just has the wrong context by the time the migrants read it or get these messages. So let's hear some of the conversation that I had with the aid workers. Do you think that the large amount of misinformation that is spread among migrants is causing more migrants to go to the U.S. border right now?
Yes, I do think that it has definitely an impact in moments. I think that...
Why is the misinformation pushing more migrants to go to the border?
Because they'll use any kind of big date. They'll use it as an excuse to, with this May 23rd, and then, you know, last month it was something else. The month before that was something else. There's always going to be some sort of date that they can manipulate and say, oh, there's going to be this change of policy.
And again, all of these headlines at the U.S.-Mexico border create some type of urgency on the migrants trying to understand what's happening. But then when they try to understand, that's when the information that gets delivered is incorrect. So most of these people lined up trying to become refugees in Mexico to eventually be able to make their way to the U.S.-Mexico border, Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas for us at the Mexico-Guatemala border today. Guad, thank you. Johnny Depp poised to testify again in his case against ex-wife Amber Heard. We're going to hear what Heard's team is expected to focus on coming up.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Johnny Depp expected back on the stand today in his $50 million defamation trial against his ex-wife. Depp claims that Amber Heard defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed where she discusses being a victim of domestic abuse. Heard never mentioned Depp by name in that op-ed. She's countersuing for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following the case for us. She joins us now. Maggie, do we know why Depp is being called back up to the stand to testify?
Yeah, sure, Aaron. He's being called by Heard's team as a rebuttal witness, meaning they'll likely try and poke holes in his testimony from earlier in this now 6-week trial. Allegations of abuse, as we've reported, have been flying back and forth between the couple. But remember, Depp is claiming he never abused Heard during their relationship, and that's key to his defamation claim in this case. And her team is likely going to try and dismantle that claim and walk through all these allegations that Heard and people in her circle, including her sister last week, have now testified to, saying that Depp was in fact abusive toward his ex-wife.
Maggie, I know this morning an orthopedic surgeon testified about Johnny Depp's hand injuries. I want to play some of that right now.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
So Maggie, what's the deal here? How is this hand injury relevant to the lawsuit?
Right, so that injury is perhaps the biggest example that Depp has given, tied to his accusations that Heard actually abused him during their relationship and their marriage, not the other way around. And he claims that Heard actually severed his finger when she threw a vodka bottle at him during a 2015 trip to Australia. Heard has argued the two had explosive fights, definitely, but that, again, that Depp was the abuser. And she testified that on that specific trip, he violently sexually assaulted her. And, Aaron, keep in mind, this is the last week, again, of this now 6-week trial. Closing arguments have been set for Friday, so both sides are definitely pulling out all the stops, and we expect Depp back on the stand probably today at this point. Aaron?
All right, Maggie Vespa for us covering the Depp trial again. Maggie, thank you. Counting down to the Peach State primaries. Coming up, the key messages as candidates make their final pitches to Georgia voters.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Making news right now, police in Austin, Texas are stepping up their search for an accused murderer. The victim was apparently the woman's romantic rival. Investigators say 2 weeks ago, 35-year-old Caitlin Armstrong shot and killed a 25-year-old elite cyclist that her boyfriend dated during a breakup last year. Armstrong was questioned and released about an unrelated incident a few days after the crime. Investigators are trying to figure out whether brutal heat and humidity played a role in a runner's death at the Brooklyn Half Marathon this past weekend. The 32-year-old man collapsed shortly after crossing the finish line. He died at the hospital. More than a dozen other runners had to be treated at the hospital as well. And the site of one of the deadliest building collapses in history has a new owner. A real estate firm in Dubai made the only bid for the Surfside condo building in Florida. 98 people died in that collapse there last June. The $120 million deal is set to be finalized this week. Proceeds from the sale will go to relatives of the victims and people who owned units in the building. We are now getting a look at the destruction left behind by Russian forces in Ukraine's hardest-hit Donbas region. That is the eastern part of the country directly bordering Russia. That area you see here in red is now under Russian control. And in parts of the region, this is what is left: utter devastation from relentless attacks. Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford shows us the aftermath in one community and a warning: some of these images may be disturbing.
The Ukrainians are doing what they can to defend Solidar, but this is what they're up against: ferocious firepower and indiscriminate carpet bombing of the town now in the path of the Russians' latest push in the Donbass. This was a sanatorium once. Now this is the constant background. It goes on and on. It's relentless now. And there are thousands still trying to live here. Still trying to survive. Their lives have mostly ground to a halt. They just exist and prepare and wait for the next strike, which could come anytime and land anywhere. The battle for the Donbass is desperately dirty. American officials have called it a real gunfight, smashing everything in between: people, homes, administrative centres like this one in Solidar.
But this used to be his office, did it? This is where you used to work.
The advisor to the town's mayor, like so many, just wants an end to all this. There's so much destruction being wrought on this small town. It's going to take a lot of money, a lot of time, but most of all, peace to put it all back together again.
Это неправильно, я считаю. Зачем должны страдать ирландские люди? Зачем они сейчас повыезжали, да, вот смотрите, сколько процентов, да, выезжает с людей, с населения. Ну, что они, сколько они будут бегать, сколько они будут мотаться по Украине.
Это вот то, что осталось.
This is what is left, Neela tells us about her apartment block. The constant bombing is terrifying, and many believe it's remarkable they've survived this long. They speak of death and loss like they're lucky not to have suffered more. Neela's daughter was killed in Mariupol 2 months ago. She couldn't even bury her herself.
How old is she? Vaля, Valentina.
Just 28 and about to be married.
How old? Валя. Это наша родная. Осталась вот память. Не, память в сердце осталась. Память в сердце. В голове, в сердце. Сердце не принимает. Такого не принимает, по-моему, ни одно материнское сердце.
Soledar has been pummeled by bombs. Look at the state of that kitchen. This is someone's home, remember, or it was someone's home. And as the town was showered by airstrikes over a number of days, this is the devastation that it caused. And imagine the terror as this was all going on. Many of the residents are now underground, sheltering in an old Soviet-built bunker from Russian attackers they once saw as family.
Whoa, okay.
They're not sure how long they'll be here.
Hi.
But they've prepared for the long haul. Diana is still holding on to her dreams of being a singer and cheers up the adults whilst the bombs are falling in the way only the innocent can manage.
Макароны с перчиком, пастри с перчиком, ложку вправо, вилку влево, кушаем, никого не слушаем. Вот такие песни.
It's a TikTok tune she's learnt, and it's in Russian. But it does the trick, taking their minds off the destruction and war which is raging above their heads. The Russians are advancing, slowly, but they are advancing here in the Donbass.
Можемо витримати без води, без світла, але коли вибухи навколо, це дуже жахливо.
Others have come down to the shelter now. There have been 3 explosions whilst we've been talking to the group already below. They are somehow coping. Like Anton, they have their battered homes, just about, but they're fearful about just how much longer as the Russian army marches closer. Alex Crawford, Sky News, in Soledar in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine.
Let's bring in Angela Stent now. She is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She's also the author of the book, Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. Dr. Stent, we appreciate you being here today. Ukraine's lead negotiator ruled out an immediate ceasefire there if it meant ceding any territory to the Russians at this point. President Zelensky at the same time this weekend said that diplomacy was the only way to end this war. How do you reconcile those two statements at this point in time?
I think we're talking about 2 different time frames. The chief negotiator is talking about what's happening now, and he's saying we are not going to have a ceasefire because, of course, that would mean huge territorial losses for Ukraine, significant ones, as this battle goes on. When President Zelensky talks about diplomacy, he's talking about something further down the road. All wars end, and they do have to end with negotiations. So he is saying that when the time is ripe, he's willing to sit down and negotiate, and he's on several occasions said he would be willing to meet with President Putin and negotiate with him. So I think that's the difference. I don't think it's a contradiction. I think they're talking about different periods.
We appreciate you helping us understand some of the language that sort of exists around these types of issues. President Zelensky also addressed the global business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos today. He did that virtually. He called for tougher sanctions against Russia. He also focused on rebuilding Ukraine. What sort of role do you think businesses play in resolving this crisis?
Well, first of all, he's calling for a total oil embargo. And so a lot of that has to do with the Europeans coming to an agreement on how to do this. And this may take a long time. So in terms of the private sector, Ukraine, it will cost trillions and trillions of dollars to reconstruct this devastated country, as we've just seen in your report. And I think the private sector can play a role in that, but obviously governments, but also organizations like the World Bank. So you'll have a mixture of the private sector and of more international organizations. And then there's the question of possibly allocating some of the money that has been forfeited from Russia with these sanctions to pay for that reconstruction.
All right, Dr. Angela Stent, we appreciate your time and your perspective and expertise on this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, it is the final day of campaigning in Georgia for one of the biggest primaries of the year. Republican Governor Brian Kemp trying to hold on to his seat, and college football legend Herschel Walker heads into the final days as the favorite to win the GOP Senate nomination. Now, these races are definitely bringing out more voters. More than 850,000 Georgians took part in early voting. That's up more than 200% from 2020. We're going to talk about all this now with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's in Atlanta for us today. Blaine, the Republican primary for governor there, we know that it is very closely watched so far this year. Yeah. What's the latest you're hearing from the Brian Kemp campaign?
You know, Aaron, I think what's notable is probably what we're not hearing from the Kemp campaign, and that's any mention of the person who is not on the ballot but might as well be, somebody who's looming very large over this race, and that's former President Donald Trump. It's something that Brian Kemp throughout his campaign really has not brought up. He talks about his record. He talks about bills that he signed into legislation, being the first state to reopen after COVID shutdown. But one thing he does not talk about is Donald Trump. He doesn't talk about the 2020 election. And those are things that the former president really has tried to inject into the race, of course, with his hand-picked opponent, David Perdue. And Perdue has made this really an underpinning of his entire campaign. But throughout, Kemp has not said a negative word about the former president, even though he repeatedly gets attacked by him. It's something that he underscored again during a virtual press conference today. Now, when I spoke with people who are supporting both Kemp and Perdue, what's interesting is that they share the fact that they're all Trump supporters. In fact, here's what one Kemp supporter told me about the fact that she still supports the president, but it's not enough to sway her from Kemp's side. Take a look.
Did you support President Trump?
I did.
And does his criticism of the governor...
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Does it impact your support of him?
It makes me want to support him more.
Why?
Because he's abiding by the law, and I don't think one person should pressure anyone to do something that's not according to the law. And I think that's what happened.
And what's notable, he's not mentioning former President Trump, but he actually is campaigning with the former Vice President, Mike Pence, who's coming down here to Georgia tonight to hold a rally, an election eve rally, to get people to come out and support Brian Kemp. Certainly a very interesting dynamic when you look at the fact that he's been relentlessly attacked by the former president, but is going to be standing side by side with his former Vice President campaigning tonight. Aaron.
Blaine, I want to ask you about the turnout there as well. This 200% increase in early voting that we've seen, a significant surge. I mean, any idea what accounts for that huge increase?
You know, it's been so interesting to watch this. So I've talked with people who say that what we're seeing right now is a result of people essentially changing their voting habits. It used to be that everybody would go out, you vote on election day. That's kind of the way that it is. Right. But after 2020, June of 2020, you remember that disastrous primary, what so many people say was a mess, people waiting in line for hours and sometimes sitting in the rain. Well, after that, we started to see a shift in messaging here in Georgia, from the Secretary of State's office to different individual counties, urging people to come out and vote early, to make sure that they make early voting a part of their practice. And it appears that that message is hitting home, and people are doing just that. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. Well, staying in Georgia now, football star Herschel Walker is closing in on the end zone in the Republican U.S. Senate primary. Walker is the runaway favorite in that race. If he wins, the former University of Georgia and NFL star will join a long list of former athletes making the move to Washington. NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky has been, joins us from Marietta, Georgia now, just about 20 miles northwest of Atlanta. Noah?
Well, I'll tell you, name recognition doesn't guarantee political victories, as a long line of failed presidential candidates could attest to, but it does go a long way in politics. It is priceless in many races, especially those when you're running in your hometown for a seat in Congress, as many have discovered.
Few names are as familiar to Americans as those who grace the sports pages, which may help explain why so many have successfully made the jump into politics and onto the front page. One of the first icons that parlay a sports career into a job in Washington, a guy by the name of Gerald Ford, a Michigan football star turned Michigan congressman. It was a gig he'd hold for 24 years before the Watergate scandal unexpectedly thrust him into the White House. You could always find an Olympic medalist or two in the Capitol. Kansas's Jim Ryan, California's Bob Mathias, and Illinois' Ralph Metcalf, just to name a few. And only a year after retiring in 1969, Bills quarterback Jack Kemp would win a congressional seat that he'd go on to hold for 18 years. NBA Hall of Famer Bill Bradley followed a similar path 8 years later, retiring from the Knicks and immediately launching a Senate bid. He'd win and represent the people of New Jersey for 18 years. And Baseball Hall of Famer Jim Bunning followed his stellar 17-year career with 24 years, representing his home state of Kentucky, half in the House, half in the Senate. Head coaches, we got those too. From Nebraska coaching legend Tom Osborne to longtime Auburn coach Tommy Tuberville, now representing the state of Alabama. But former football players top the electoral scoreboard with at least 7 winning congressional seats in the last 20 years alone, including Hall of Fame wide receiver Steve Largent, former quarterback Heath Shuler, and former first-rounder Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio State. There's nothing easy about running or winning a seat in Congress. But looking at the box score, it seems there's a definite advantage for candidates who are already famous because of their running and winning.
And Noah, right now you're in Cobb County, Georgia, one of the state's most politically mixed counties, I know, but it's also a huge sort of home for Georgia Bulldog fans. How are people responding to Walker there?
First of all, I don't think there's a corner of the state that isn't home to a lot of Georgia Bulldogs fans. But I got to tell you, for most Republican voters, their priority is to win this seat at whatever cost. And the truth is, there's so much riding on a single Senate seat, as we know, from the future of the Supreme Court to, government spending. So when it comes to that, they just want someone who wins. They see Walker, who has been lockstep with President Trump on basically everything the last couple of years, as the best chance to do so. But it should also be pointed out that Democrats do have the opportunity to vote in Republican primaries in this state and vice versa. So we do also hear from some Democrats who think that Walker, one of the more extreme options in this race, is their best chance to keep that seat with Raphael Warnock. Guys.
All right. NBC LX's Noah Pransky with us today. Noah, thank you. Well, the stakes are getting even higher in the critical midterm elections. 4 states are becoming new battlegrounds for former President Trump's false claims that he really won the 2020 election. GOP election deniers are on the ballot in the attorney general races in key states right now. If they win, it could provide political cover to Trump should he run again in 2024. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman is joining us now. Adam, what's the significance of these election deniers running for this particular job, for the attorney general post in these different states? What kind of power would they have over future elections?
So to put it simply, if they win, they'd serve as their state's top law enforcement officers and would thusly have the power to use that office to tilt the outcome of presidential elections. State AGs have the ability to launch or defend against election lawsuits. That's really what is at the heart of this, such as one seeking to include or challenge various ballots. And that can obviously ultimately affect how and which votes are or are not counted. State AGs also provide legal guidance to election officials across the state on how to interpret state policies governing elections and maintain prosecutorial powers for election fraud, voter intimidation, and other election crimes. All of that really amounts to a very significant amount of power that has a direct effect on who could be declared and certified the winner in a state like Georgia.
And Adam, it's not just the attorney general job. There are other races that we're seeing with these election deniers trying to win as well, right?
That's right. Not only attorney general, but there are governor races, and in many states, secretary of state races. All 3 of these positions really kind of constitute a trio of elected officials who oversee, administer, defend, and certify elections and election results. And like you mentioned, we've seen election deniers running in many states, including crucial battlegrounds like Arizona, Michigan, and Georgia for all 3 races. For example, in Georgia tomorrow, all 3 are on the ballot. Governor Brian Kemp, who resisted pressure from Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 race, faces a challenge from David Perdue, a 2020 election denier. Incumbent Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who explicitly resisted pressure from Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 race, faces a challenge from Jody Hice, an election denier. And Attorney General Chris Carr faces a long shot bid from John Gordon, another election denier. Any number of the election deniers having a victory could really throw into question the integrity of the election results in future elections, including 2024.
All right, Adam Edelman with us today. Adam, thank you.
Thank you.
Shedding pounds with a new purpose. Coming up, the new revelations from a surprising study about America's fitness focus.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Well, if you're thinking about shedding a few pounds, we are getting the skinny on a new study that reveals what's really motivating a lot of Americans to get in shape. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson shows us why more people are opting to feel better than to look better.
A new study out first on Today shows a surprising trend in the way Americans are thinking about weight loss. Getting healthier is the prime motivation. The Mayo Clinic diet study found that 83% surveyed wanted to lose weight for their health, with 5 times those surveyed reporting it wasn't about their looks. Researchers say this is a seismic shift from the past where appearance was a key motivator.
We think there may be a new movement on focusing on improving health.
The study found that being intrinsically motivated, as in doing it for yourself as opposed to pleasing others or meeting society's expectations, is key. And women seem to stick to it better than men, with 67% of the most motivated weight loss participants in the study being women. Becky Hubbard says she was ready for a change. Married right before the pandemic hit. Now she and her husband are thinking about having kids. But Becky wanted to feel her best and to be healthy before they began that journey.
Well, I've always struggled with my weight off and on throughout life. And what made this time different is that JK and I would really like to start a family.
And she's not alone. Authors of the study say this follows a global trend of people focusing more on health and wellness following the pandemic. The way we exercise has also changed because of the pandemic. With the rise of virtual workouts, gyms are now offering hybrid classes, with some online and some in person, in order to meet members where they are. Quicker workouts, even 10 minutes at a time, and home gym equipment have also made it easier to squeeze in exercise. Becky has changed her portion sizers, now gets lots of exercise hiking, and most of all, changed her focus to being healthy. She's lost more than 40 pounds and is seeing multiple benefits.
I knew that the improvements with the health would come with weight loss. I'm already starting to see some things like my resting heart rate is improved. My cholesterol levels have already improved. So long-term health improvements.
Experts say it's these lifestyle changes and intrinsic motivation that could help keep off the weight. Back to you.
Celebrating a hero as he begins a new century. How the last surviving Tuskegee Airman is marking an incredible milestone. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, May is Military Appreciation Month, and one of the last surviving Tuskegee Airmen is being celebrated in a big way. Sergeant Victor Butler turned 100 years old over the weekend, and his granddaughter made sure he had plenty of company for his milestone birthday. CNBC's Shamari Stone has the story.
You are one of my heroes.
Sergeant Victor Butler sits back in his chair.
That's a nice guy.
Reading kind words.
Thanks for your service. Happy birthday.
Cards from strangers addressed to him.
I feel pretty good about it. Yeah.
The retired Tuskegee Airman turns 100 years old on Saturday.
I'm excited because of all these gifts coming in.
His granddaughter asked people to send cards, and the response? Overwhelming. All races and nationalities from around the country.
Happy birthday from sunny Florida.
Mailing more than 12,000 cards.
I figured I'd get about 100. And yet I'm still getting them.
Thanking Butler for his service.
The whole country owes you and your fellow airmen thanks for helping defeat the Nazis and advancing civil rights. I don't know what to say. I just didn't know there were so many nice people in the world. And I'm really thankful for them.
Sergeant Butler is believed to be one of the last surviving members of the Tuskegee Airmen, a mechanic who worked on fighter planes in World War II, breaking barriers while battling hate.
I ran into a lot of racism by going to town.
He stayed on the all-black base in Tuskegee, Alabama, helping pave the way to desegregate the U.S. military.
There's no better feeling than to serve the United States.
The U.S. celebrating Butler, honoring his heroism and military service with awards.
It's quite a thrill. It makes me feel like I'm really somebody.
Sergeant Butler receives more than just letters, piles of birthday gifts, hats, blankets, paintings, and his favorite, puzzles, adding to his appreciation.
That is something that you feel right to your heart. And it makes you think how good the American people are.
Right now on NBC News Now, help for families. A military cargo plane with enough baby formula to fill 500,000 bottles arrives in the U.S. when we could see this crushing shortage start to let up. Deadly subway shooting. A subway rider in New York City is shot at point-blank range in what police say was an unprovoked attack. The new images of the accused killer just released. Monkeypox mystery, what we know about the possible new case surfacing in the U.S. and the first country to introduce a mandatory 3-week quarantine. And bye from New York. Saturday nights are going to be a little different from now on. The emotional farewell bows from a few of the SNL fans' favorites. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin this hour with much-needed relief in the infant formula shortage that's crushing the nation. The first flight of the Operation Fly Formula mission arrived in Indiana on Sunday. The military cargo plane carried nearly 80,000 pounds of hard-to-find hypoallergenic formula from Europe. More flights are expected starting on Wednesday. That Michigan plant at the center of this shortage could be churning out more formula in just a matter of days. President Biden using the Wartime Defense Production Act to speed up production. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Indianapolis for us, where that first flight arrived carrying all that formula that is so badly needed. Megan, now, talk to us a little bit about the logistics of getting nearly 40 tons of formula from Europe to Indiana and what the plan is to get it to the babies.
So, Aaron, we know that this formula came from the Nestle plant that was in Switzerland. It then went to the air base in Germany, where it was loaded on the 132 pallets by volunteers from the Department of Defense. Of course, that C-17 military aircraft flew here to Indianapolis yesterday, arriving. Then that formula immediately went to the Nestle facility, which is just a couple of miles away from where we are here. Now, keep in mind, this is FDA-approved formula, but Nestle has their own process whereby they are checking the quality. And they tell us that the test results for some of that formula that arrived yesterday will be in a couple of days. And then, of course, they will send that out to hospitals and healthcare facilities because, of course, this is a prescription-based formula. And, of course, will then get into the hands of parents. But the rest of that formula, they tell us, that's something that won't be disseminated for a couple of weeks when the test results come back at that point. So this, of course, is progress. You know, we're seeing 78,000 pounds of baby formula coming in. The Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, telling us that it's enough to feed 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers for a week. But certainly there's a lot more work that needs to be done, Aaron.
Megan, I want to talk a little bit about Abbott, the nutrition formula plant in Michigan, if we can. We expect it to be up and running again in a few days. What's happening now to prepare for that so they can hit the ground running?
Well, so as you mentioned, the Defense Production Act, this allows for these baby formula manufacturers to really ramp up production. It allows for materials and needed items to be prioritized to these factories, everything from paper that would be for labels on these bottles to caps to secure them. They are prioritized, and so that they can try and ramp up production to try and get us out of this crisis sooner than later, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald for us in Indianapolis today. Megan, thanks. We turn to the monkeypox cases popping up around the globe now. Belgium becoming the first country to impose a mandatory 21-day quarantine for anyone infected with the virus. Right now, the World Health Organization is looking into 92 confirmed cases and another 28 suspected cases in a dozen countries. This includes 2 confirmed cases in Massachusetts and New York and a possible case in South Florida. Health officials are warning people not to panic, but to be cautious. Unlike coronavirus, monkeypox is a known virus that is treatable. We're going to talk to Dr. Kavita Patel about what you can do to protect yourself in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides. He's been following that newest possible case in South Florida for us. Christian, what do we know?
Aaron, health officials say the case is related to international travel, and no other cases have yet been detected in the state. But this presumptive case comes on the heels of Massachusetts and New York reporting cases, so the virus is spreading.
Now it's Florida reporting its first presumptive monkeypox case. The state's Department of Health, along with the CDC, confirming one person is in isolation in Broward County, calling the case related to international travel.
We're seeing quite a humongous spread of monkeypox from human to human, and it has spread faster than I've ever seen.
For now, no additional cases have been discovered in the state, but health experts caution about the time it could take to begin showing symptoms.
It can be as early as 5 days or as long as 21 days.
Not much is known about this potential case of monkeypox here in Broward County, but health officials say that they are doing contact tracing and offering potential treatments to those who were possibly exposed.
It's nerve-wracking because now you're worried about every disease or anything that you're thinking it's another pandemic.
Still, don't expect travelers to be changing their plans anytime soon.
No danger in travel as far as I'm concerned. I'm good after COVID. I'm ready to rock and roll.
I'm going to travel, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to go to work, I'm going to do everything I got to do, and that's it.
Officials say risk of exposure remains low because it requires prolonged face-to-face contact or direct contact with lesion materials or contaminated items like clothing.
If it goes like, wildfire and it's a concern, then for sure travel will be out.
Monkeypox is rare but can be a potentially serious viral illness. Symptoms include fever, fatigue, and rashes. Researchers are looking into why clusters of cases have been identified among gay or bisexual men. Usually found in West and Central Africa, a mysterious outbreak of the disease is being reported worldwide. There are now presumptive cases here in the U.S., Canada, Europe, even Australia. A potential silver lining, the smallpox vaccine is thought to be effective against monkeypox.
One of the big challenges is that we in the United States stopped vaccinating for smallpox back in 1972.
Two positive things here, Aaron, is as you mentioned, it appears monkeypox is not nearly as contagious as COVID. And experts say this strain, that spreading of the monkeypox, is thought to be milder than others. As far as that case here in Florida, that presumptive case, that person is currently in isolation, but it's unclear how severe their symptoms may be. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides with us today from our station in Miami. Christian, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel now to talk a little bit more about this and what we need to know. So, Dr. Patel, break this down for us if you can. How worried do we need to be about monkeypox today, and what can we do to protect ourselves?
Aaron, I think the only people that need to be worried are people who have had a significant international flight or contact that they know of, because there can be a risk if you were in proximity to people who might have been infected. But for the majority of Americans, this should not affect or change anything about your day-to-day living. For doctors like myself, we need to have our awareness heightened to recognize it, but that's the limit of what we know now.
Not to make this about me, but I'm getting on a plane to Europe in a couple of days here. Would you have pause about traveling to other countries at this point?
I would not, just given the cases that we're seeing and the numbers. I would anticipate, Aaron, that by the time you land in Europe, you'll see more cases, and that might scare you, but it's not going to be the way we saw this jump with the coronavirus. I know people want to make it analogous. The biggest difference here is what Christian said. This has to be pretty prolonged direct contact. So, Aaron, I would say choose your company wisely. If you're in the company of people who are sick for any reason, including COVID, that would be a good reason to stay away. But monkeypox will be the least of the concerns that I worry about for people sick in Europe.
Gotcha. Yeah. So if somebody does feel like they could have been infected, what sort of symptoms do people need to be looking for, paying attention to?
Yeah, this is tricky. So the initial symptoms, while we have an incubation period, Aaron, that can last as long as 21 days. That's why you're seeing countries put in these 21-day quarantines. Those generally people have no symptoms. It can be 5 days, 21 days. But then after about, on average, 7 to 14 days, people start to get fevers, chills, headaches, fatigue. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Lots of symptoms overlap with other diseases. But here's the, and you can be somewhat infectious then. But here's where we really know infections can spread. You start to develop skin lesions, the pox that we've become familiar with seeing on the media. And when those skin lesions develop, Aaron, you're in a highly contagious period. So what we're trying to look for as doctors are people that have had a significant contact, international travel, or travel to an area that has known outbreaks, and then also these symptoms, particularly these skin lesions. So if any of these signs develop or people are worried, come, call. We can do testing. Smallpox vaccine does cover it, and we do have treatments. And in general, the majority of people have a mild illness. So we're watching these people. Let's put it this way, Aaron. We learned a lot with COVID.
Yeah.
We're going to be on lookout for anything that looks like this.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we always appreciate you giving it to us straight and calmly at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden is drawing a ton of global attention right now over comments he just made while traveling overseas. Speaking in Japan, the president said the U.S. would be willing to defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade that country. That message is a shift from long-standing U.S. policy. The president's comments were meant to serve as a warning to Chinese President Xi Jinping. This comes as the war in Ukraine now enters its third month. Russian forces are renewing their push in the east, intensifying attacks on the Donbas region with missiles and artillery. We're going to go to NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Ukraine in just a moment here. Let's begin, though, with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, who is traveling with the president in Tokyo today. Mike, the president's staff is now trying to walk back the president's remarks on Taiwan and China. What can you tell us? Bring us up to speed there.
Yeah, Aaron, as our colleague Peter Alexander puts it, who was in the room when the president made these comments, he turned around and you saw some of the top aides to the president, the ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, the national security, Jake Sullivan, really expressing, at least on their faces, some strong reactions to what the president's saying, knowing that it was going to create a stir. But then they released a statement shortly after that did, as you say, try to walk back, downplay the significance of what the president said. That statement said that really what Biden did was simply reiterate that there has been no change in policy. And you see in the statement that it refers to two different policies that have been shaping our policy towards Taiwan. First, the One China policy, in which we recognize Taiwan as officially part of China. But then there's the Taiwan Relations Act. Now, that's really what is significant in trying to interpret what the president may have mean. The president, as a senator, supported the Taiwan Relations Act. That states that the U.S. has an obligation to support Taiwan militarily, at least to make sure they have the defensive capabilities to defend themselves. It also states that should China move to disrupt the economic or the social framework, the stability of Taiwan, then the U.S., the president, and the Congress would work together to take actions accordingly. So that's what the White House is saying, really what Biden meant here. The problem is that it all depends, it really depends on how you interpret the question that Biden was asked, which was very much comparing it to Ukraine, as we'll get into in just a moment.
And Mike, I want to, if we can, I want to play a little bit of sound from what the president had to say this morning there in Japan, and then we'll talk about it on the other side here.
Then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? They're already flirting with danger right now by flying so close and all the maneuvers.
So, Mike, can you explain a little bit more about what the president was the point the president was making there?
Yeah, Aaron, with apologies for my voice here, what is significant about the answer the president gave is because the question was put in the context of how the U.S. has acted in relation to Ukraine and Russia. The president was specifically asked whether the United States would act in a more direct way, militarily, to intervene should China move on Taiwan in a way different than what we have done in Ukraine. And that was what the president said he was agreeing to. But it was also significant, as you heard in that answer there, the president really reiterating that the the sanctions that the U.S. has put on Russia in response for its invasion of Ukraine would likely stay in effect, even if there would be some sort of agreement between Russia and Ukraine ultimately to cease the fighting. This is the United States, this is President Biden, aiming to signal that Russia would remain in some ways a pariah state, at least for the foreseeable future, even if there were a cessation in some of the hostilities there, Aaron.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Japan today. Mike, I had 6 more questions for you, but I'm going to let you rest your voice. You still have several more days of work to do there in Asia. Mike Memoli for us. Thank you. Well, on the ground in Ukraine, Russia appears to be ramping up its eastern offensive. Russian forces' focus is tightening on the Donbas region. Ukrainian President Zelensky warning the battles in the east have become increasingly bloody, saying up to 100 Ukrainians are dying in the fighting there every day. Here's NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Ukraine.
We're now in the city of Kramatorsk, which is in the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine. And you could hear that air raid siren. In other parts of this country, the sirens will go off and then stop when the threat has stopped. But here, they seem to be going all day long to suggest that the threat is not going away, that people should stay off the streets. This is a highly militarized zone, as Russian forces are now trying to move in on this city and capture this region.
Having failed to capture Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where this weekend Ukrainians were inspecting the remains of the very Russian vehicles that tried to invade their city, now objects of curiosity. And after being driven back from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, Russian troops now have their sights trained on the Donbas, Ukraine's eastern coal mining region close to Russia's border. And out here, the Russians are making slow, destructive progress, lobbing unguided rockets and artillery into Ukrainian villages to chip away territory from the government. Russian forces have the center of Donbas surrounded on 3 sides and are driving toward the city of Kramatorsk. In Kramatorsk is one of the Donbas's only trauma hospitals that's still working. All of the women in this recovery room were wounded by Russian artillery and survived that split second between whistle and bang.
What happened to you? How did you end up here in the hospital?
I just left my house when I heard something flying, says Anna. I had just grabbed the doorknob to my basement. That's the last thing I remember. In a nearby bed, Vera, 95 years old, was in her bedroom. Relatives were cooking outside. Suddenly there was an explosion, she says. I felt a blow to my head and the windows and door in the bedroom flew off. But reaching the towns and villages around Kramatorsk to evacuate refugees and wounded is increasingly a challenge.
This is as far as we've been able to advance for now. Ukrainian security forces won't let us push further toward that village, and it's obvious why. You can hear intense exchanges of artillery fire between Ukrainian troops and Russian forces. And it's been going on like this all morning.
Amid the exchanges of fire, 2 Russian jets dropping flares for defense scream by at low altitude. The fighting is too intense for evacuations today.
And today, for the first time since this conflict began, a Russian soldier who was captured by Ukrainian forces was sentenced for a war crime. He'd pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv. He's to spend life in prison.
A Trump-era immigration policy is staying on the books, at least for now. A federal judge blocking President Biden from lifting Title 42. It restricts asylum seekers from entering the U.S. because of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, officials are bracing for an unprecedented surge at the southern border if that policy is lifted. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas had announced people who were previously blocked from entering the U.S. would now have the opportunity to claim asylum. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is here to help us understand what's happening here. He's been tracking this story for a while now. So first, Jacob, I guess help us understand what the judge explained as the reasoning for keeping Title 42 in place.
It's a good question, Aaron. Basically, the judge said this is the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, and it wasn't followed, which means essentially they didn't follow proper protocols for changing the rule or CDC regulation. Of course, CDC makes their rules and regulations based on public health and what's happening with the coronavirus pandemic. So the idea that the pandemic somehow violated a rule is something that advocates and activists have said doesn't make much sense. And at the end of the day, what they want is for Title 42 to go away. They want to go away quickly so that people can, as you said, have their legal right to declare asylum in the American immigration system, something that they have not been able to do since the Trump administration put this CDC rule into effect all the way back during the beginning of COVID.
So we've been looking at some of your reporting, and you've reported that when Title 42 eventually does end, Homeland Security might need a lot more money to try to deal with the expectant migrant surge at the border. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that's what they say. So Julia Ainsley and I reported late last week that there are senior DHS officials who are concerned about what might happen once Title 42 is lifted, because they have kept tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of migrants outside of the United States with this revolving door of expulsions once they show up here. And they say they want maybe as much as $2 billion in order to be able to have the bed space, the flights to move people around, the transportation once this regulation is lifted. Ultimately, another question the Biden administration is going to have to answer is, how does what happens after Title 42 is lifted play into their vision of a fair, safe, humane, orderly immigration system? Because right now, if you look at the immigration system, it looks a whole lot like it looked under the Trump administration, absent, of course, the cruelty of the family separation policy.
It's going to be really interesting to watch how this all develops and plays out. It's always been so complex, and it seems like that's not going to end anytime soon.
And they got a big task on their hands with not only lifting this thing, but figuring out how they're going to pivot from it once they do.
All right, NBC's Jacob Soboroff with us today. Jacob, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Well, on the money this hour, Wall Street looking to recover some of its losses after weeks of relentless sell-offs. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joining us now to dig into that. Bertha, things are looking up first for the market. I want to start there if we can. What are some of the biggest moves we're seeing today?
We are basically seeing all of the sectors within the overall S&P 500 are all positive. We haven't seen that in a long time. A lot of green, not just my dress today. The Dow is actually up over 650%, it looks like, or 650 points rather right now. A lot of folks are attributing it to the fact that a lot of stocks have been oversold. It's been relentless selling. The Dow has been down 8 weeks in a row. It hasn't done that in about a century, since 1923. Some discussion as to whether if the Fed keeps raising rates, that will lead us into recession. The CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, says he doesn't think so. He thinks a lot of consumers are in a better position. They have a lot of savings, and he thinks we'll be able to weather this storm a little better than some others.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about today, Bertha, is Starbucks, the latest big company in this country to exit Russia completely as the war with Ukraine goes on. What's that going to look like for employees in the country?
Well, Starbucks has about 130 locations that it licenses in the country, and they've been shut down since the invasion of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. They say they're going to pay the nearly 2,000 Russian Starbucks workers for 6 months to help them with the transition. They're not the first to do this. You saw McDonald's also pull out completely, and it's now selling its locations in Russia to a Russian licensee. For Starbucks, it represents about 1% of global sales in Russia. It's a bigger hit for McDonald's, though. Russia and Ukraine combined made up nearly 10% of its revenues last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs with us today. Bertha, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, just ahead, an all-out manhunt. Our first look at the person wanted for killing a New York City subway rider. The message from the victim's family as well. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are getting our first look at the man New York City police want to question in a deadly subway attack. Police say the suspect shot a 48-year-old man at point-blank range in an unprovoked attack early Sunday morning. He was seen darting out of Manhattan train station moments later. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is here now with where that search stands at this hour. Hi, Emily.
Hey there, Aaron. Well, considering the nature of this attack, police calling it an unprovoked shooting, there is an urgent manhunt underway for this gun-wielding suspect now 24 hours since the attack.
Terror on the Another attack in New York City subway system, sending a wave of fear over riders this morning.
The most efficient way to go somewhere, but you know what? It is what it is. You got to take your chances.
In broad daylight, police say a 48-year-old rider was gunned down as the Q train crossed the Manhattan Bridge Sunday. An unprovoked and fatal shot to the chest.
The suspect was walking back and forth in the same train car and without provocation pulled out a gun and fired it at the victim at close range. What we've gotten from the witnesses, there is no prior contact between the victim and the suspect.
Dmitry Glivinsky was on board and called 911.
Everybody immediately reacted and started dispersing to the very ends of the cars. Everybody huddled.
This morning, the victim's family telling NBC News Daniel Enriquez was the son of Mexican immigrants, an NYU grad who enjoyed the rich New York culture. His tragic death comes several months after a 40-year-old woman was shoved in front of the subway, and 6 weeks since 10 people were shot on another train in Brooklyn, where the subway security camera system failed, complicating the search for the shooter. But this time, police say the surveillance cameras were working.
Investigators are in possession of and currently reviewing the MTA security video obtained from the station.
Murders in major cities have surged throughout the pandemic, increasing 44% since 2019. This morning, there's growing pressure on New York's mayor to fulfill his campaign promise of curbing gun violence. New York City passengers have been slow to return to public transit, at just over half of what we saw before the pandemic.
This is not what we need at a time when our city is trying to recover.
So, Emily, have police learned anything about a possible motive in this shooting yet?
Aaron, I think that's one of the most concerning aspects of this story. As we mentioned, police say this was an unprovoked attack. These two men hadn't talked to each other. It doesn't appear that they knew each other. Mayor Eric Adams reacting today, saying that he's trying to grow the police's presence on subway systems to improve safety. He's also talked about increasing the amount of technology within the subway system. Aaron?
All right, Emily Ikeda for us today. Emily, thank you. A royal tradition is officially in bloom, but will Queen Elizabeth be there? Some pressing questions about the health of the monarch next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Making news right now, at least 2 people are dead and nearly 4 dozen others are hurt after a rare tornado ripped through northern Michigan on Friday. The EF3 tornado packed winds of up to 140 miles per hour. Authorities say all the people reported missing have since been found and are okay. 25 people are recovering after a megabus crashed in Maryland on Sunday. Fire officials said that bus rolled onto its side while driving on a state highway near Kingsville. The bus driver was one of the 15 people taken to the hospital. Police are investigating what happened. And Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor and Democratic U.S. Senate candidate John Fetterman is out of the hospital. He's recovering from a stroke earlier this month. Fetterman shared this picture of him and his wife on Sunday, writing that he can't wait to get back to 100%. Tomorrow, Georgia voters head to the polls in what could be the biggest test of former President Donald Trump's political power so far. Trump has thrown his full weight into the Republican gubernatorial primary, looking to prevent one-time ally Governor Brian Kemp from winning re-election. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now from Atlanta. Vaughn, in the latest Fox News poll, Kemp has a massive lead over Trump-backed former Senator David Perdue. We've not seen a candidate with President Trump's endorsement trail in a race that far in a race. What's happening here?
No, and you're right, Aaron, and we haven't even really seen much opposition to Trump's desires over the past 6 years. I mean, when you look at where this Republican Party has stood ever since he won the nomination back in August of 2016, they have been firmly behind him, and those who have opposed him have either retired or lost most often their efforts to remain relevant to the Republican Party. But what you see with Brian Kemp is not only a likely win in tomorrow's primary, but also this evening, former Vice President Mike Pence is campaigning alongside of him as he potentially looks towards his own 2024 presidential run. You also saw the likes of Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, Chris Christie, Governor Pete Ricketts of Nebraska all come onto the campaign trail with Brian Kemp. You know, if there have been cracks in the Republican Party over these last 6 years, these are the biggest ones that we have seen yet, in a sign that not only are there some politicians who are willing to step away from Donald Trump, but also voters, because Brian Kemp has focused on the issues, whether it be the heartbeat bill that he signed in 2019, or the so-called election integrity bill that he signed last year, or the way that he opened up business at the height of the pandemic in 2020 here. You're hearing conservative Republican voters talk about the issues as opposed to his decision to certify Joe Biden's win in the 2020 election, something that David Perdue and Donald Trump were not banking on.
And Vaughn, what are both campaigns doing for the final days of this race?
Yeah, I think tonight is really telling here. You know, having the former Vice President Mike Pence willingly put himself out there. He will be campaigning at a rally down the road alongside Brian Kemp. And I think the interesting split screen to this is that Donald Trump will not physically be here in Georgia, despite this being the most emotional and most personal race for him. He had called Brian Kemp a coward. He had called him a rhino who let this country down. And yet he will be only going as far as dialing in for what he's calling a tele-rally for David Perdue. So essentially from Mar-a-Lago, he will be dialing in by phone to express his support of David Perdue. But that is a sharp contrast to actually flying in and campaigning alongside David Perdue at a time in which it's very evident that David Perdue needs all the support he can get to even come close to Brian Kemp tomorrow.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us in Atlanta today. Vaughn, thank you. And tomorrow, people in Texas will head back to the polls to vote in critical primary runoffs. The race for the 30th congressional district is getting a lot of attention in particular, and that's because as long as it's been on the map, it's only been represented by one person. That person is Eddie Bernice Johnson. But now, at age 86, the Democratic Congresswoman is stepping down, and her endorsement is making things interesting. MSNBC correspondent and Into America podcast host Tremaine Lee traveled to Texas. He spoke with the two front runners. He joins us now. So, Tremaine, what did the candidates have to say about the weight of being the first new representative in that district in decades?
Aaron, think about it. Eddie Bernice Johnson was in Congress for 30 years representing this district. And so she's like a local legend, an icon. And everyone was vying for her coveted appointment, right? Everyone was trying to be tapped and don the next one, handed the mantle from Eddie Bernice Johnson. And she gave it to one person, which really kind of threw some people for a loop, but also made this race extremely interesting. Let's take a listen.
Hi, I'm Jane Hope.
Jane Hope Hamilton is going door to door, asking voters to send her to Washington.
So this is the final stretch here. You're making sure you're back in the neighborhood?
That's right. That's right. That's what it's all about, you know. It's really taking the message directly to voters. And frankly, that's how I got into this runoff, right?
On Tuesday, she faces Jasmine Crockett in a runoff for the Democratic nomination for Texas's open 30th Congressional District House seat. It's considered a safe blue district, so whoever wins the runoff will likely go to Congress. Retiring Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, a legend in Texas politics, who served 30 years in Congress as a moderate, made her choice clear. But it wasn't who many people were expecting. The Congresswoman picked Jasmine Crockett, a progressive, explaining to our Dallas affiliate why she thinks the newcomer is right for the job.
I want somebody to get in there and work, study the issues, and do things for the district that can be identifiable.
There are a lot of people that never thought that the Congresswoman would end up picking kind of like the loud, wild child freshman.
Crockett, a freshman Texas state representative, made a national name for herself after she joined her Democratic colleagues in protesting restrictive voting laws introduced by conservative Republicans by fleeing the state ahead of a vote. And she's become a rising star on the left among a new crop of progressive candidates challenging and sometimes colliding with the Democratic establishment.
To me, being a progressive just means I don't want to be regressive, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there while you take me back. I'm going to fight back against that.
With Johnson's endorsement, Crockett emerged from the 9-way primary with 48% of the vote, 31 points ahead of Hamilton. As the runoff race has heated up, both women have tried to underline contrast in their political experience. Hamilton highlighting a 20-year career as a congressional staffer who's also worked to elect many of the most powerful Democrats in the region.
I do know that there's obviously a struggle inside of our party. You know, people look at me and they say, she's the establishment candidate. I'm a black woman in America. The only thing established about me is my record.
While Crockett has forged a path on her own as a civil rights lawyer and passionate advocate for justice.
I'm here to fight for the people. That's why I think there are those that get confused about progressives, because progressives will call out somebody even if they say are playing on the same team.
Aaron, now this is a safe blue district, so whoever wins will have a great opportunity to bring a new style, a new vision, a new voice to this district that's been represented by one woman for 30 years.
All right, Tremaine Lee with us today, watching Texas. Tremaine, thanks. And be sure to check out more of Tremaine's reporting on his weekly series, Into America. You can download it now wherever you get your podcasts. We are also following developments in the war in Ukraine today. Russia stepping up shelling in the eastern part of that country. The humanitarian toll of the fighting is coming into greater focus as well. The UN is now reporting more than 6.5 million Ukrainians have become refugees, while 8 million have been displaced inside the country. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky delivered a message to global business leaders at the World Economic Forum today on the backdrop of that conflict. NBC's Jay Gray joining us now from Ukraine. Jay, what was President Zelensky's message for the international community that was listening today?
It was that Ukraine is open for business. The headline from the president today: we will destroy our neighbor and rebuild entire cities and industries. And he's inviting the global economic community to be a part of that rebuild. He says it will be the biggest rebuild since World War II. And he's urging people around the world to get in on the bottom level of this. He says that they are going to provide opportunities for businesses here, especially those who have pulled out of Russia because of the war. He says that they will get special opportunities to move into Ukraine. And he continues to say that this rebuilding process will be quick, it will be efficient, and Ukraine will be back. He made that statement, as you talked about, to the World Economic Forum today, and says that he's a bit concerned that the support for Ukraine is beginning to wane a bit, beginning to fizzle, in his words. And he wants to make sure people remember what's happening here and what he believes the future will be in his country.
And Jay, there was a Russian soldier who was sentenced to life in prison today in that war crimes trial that happened in Ukraine, the first since the war started. How might this trial impact other potential war crimes trials that are still to come, possibly?
Yeah, look, it's the first of what are more than 1,300 being investigated, according to the prosecutor general here in Ukraine. And the maximum sentence, life in prison for a 21-year-old soldier who said he was following a commander's orders when he shot and killed a 62-year-old civilian who was simply riding his bike. There are some who have said that the penalty was a bit too strict. He could have faced 10 to 15 years in prison. But what prosecutors here in Ukraine are saying is that following a superior's orders is not something that is allowed under international law. If you know right from wrong, you're not to shoot a civilian, especially when he's minding his business and riding his bike. They say that this is going to set the benchmark for these trials to come. And again, 1,300, Aaron, so they've got a lot to work through as this war continues. And one other thing to remember about all of this, he did plead guilty, and the wife of the 62-year-old who was killed did say during the trial that she would gladly trade this Russian soldier's life for one of those men who was taken out of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a second here. Jay Gray for us in Ukraine today. Jay, thank you. I want to bring in Vladislav Davidson now. He is a fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He also serves as the European culture correspondent for Tablet magazine in Paris. Vladislav, we appreciate you being here. I understand that you recently spent some time in Ukraine. Can you describe for us what you witnessed there, what Ukrainian fighters and civilians are dealing with from what you saw?
Thank you for having me on. I did get out to the eastern part of the country where the war is, the salient in the Lugansk, Donetsk regions, right between the parts held by Russia in the south and the parts held by Russia in the north of that region. And they are trying to close up the salient. There's a little place right between Severodonetsk and Liman and Rubezhny. These are little towns. And this is a very important piece of territory for Russians to sew up if they're to control the entire territorial regional borders of that region, and if they're to close off their supply lines from being bombed by the Ukrainian counterassault.
You know, Jay Gray mentioned the Ukrainian fighters at that steel plant. It still remains unclear what exactly is going to happen to those Ukrainian fighters who were holed up in that plant in Mariupol for so long. They are now reportedly in Russian custody, we know. What more have you been able to learn about those fighters in particular?
Well, the Azov fighters, there was some negotiation, back-channel negotiation between the presidential administrations of Russia and Ukraine. I'm told that the Secretary General of the United Nations personally intervened in those negotiations. That's what I've been told by my sources. And I'm also told, and I think it's well understood now on the Ukrainian side, that the Russians don't seem to be keeping up to their side of their deal, or they're going back on the deal that they made in order to extract additional concessions from the Ukrainians or whatever deal that they get, trading those Azov steel guys for Russian POWs. So there is interest from the Russian side in getting Medvedchuk out, a pro-Russian member of Ukrainian parliament who's related by family ties to Putin, and he's the head of the pro-Russian opposition, or the fifth column opposition within Ukraine. And he's now being held in custody by the Ukrainians. And he's one of the big pieces that they're going to trade for those guys. How many POWs also come along with him? That is a question up to the negotiators. They're going to, roll logs.
All right, Vladislav Davidson, we appreciate your time and your reporting today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, a ferry goes up in flames in the Philippines, and China tells people to work from home a little while longer. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. The Philippines, where at least 7 people died in a ferry fire today. Rescue personnel tried to save as many people as they could. That ferry was carrying 134 people in total, but several of them are still missing. It's not clear yet what caused the fire. China, where the Communist Party extended its work-from-home requirement in Beijing as COVID continues to spread. Beijing reported 99 new cases on Sunday, an uptick from the day before. Testing sites have popped up across the city in a continued effort to curb the virus. And Australia, where the woman with the world's largest royal memorabilia collection is excited to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's Jubilee.
If she sends me an invite to the garden party, I'll be there in a flash.
Jan Hugo owns more than 10,000 royal trinkets. 2,500 of them are dedicated to the Queen.
And as we come back on this side, we have Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip.
The celebration of her Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne, starts on June 2nd. And that's the world now. And speaking of the Queen and her Platinum Jubilee, that big event celebrating her 70 years on the throne, less than 2 weeks away now. Festivities are already underway across the UK. This week, the Queen will be honored at one of her favorite events, the Chelsea Flower Show. Here's NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
There are new reports today that the Queen will be bowing out of yet another key event, this one for the Jubilee. But today, she's hoping to be back among the crowds and the flowers.
Queen Elizabeth opens the Chelsea Flower Show.
It's a tradition dating back to the Queen's childhood, visits to the famous Chelsea Flower Show. Queen Elizabeth hopes to get a sneak preview of the blooming exhibits in her honor later today. The show this year dedicated to the monarch's 70-year reign. But this morning, reports of another big change. The British newspaper, the Sunday Times, says the monarch will not take the salute during the annual military parade for her official birthday, known as Trooping the Color, for the first time in 70 years, handing over the reins to Prince Charles, Prince William, and Princess Anne. Buckingham Palace says the Queen has episodic mobility problems. She's been delegating more of her royal duties to other members of the family.
For any 96-year-old, doing a fraction of what she attempts to do would be almost impossible. So nobody wants to see her overdo it, but everybody wants to see her enjoying it.
The Queen is now regularly using a cane and has been seen in public just 3 times in the past few weeks, beaming at this celebration of horses and history to kick off her Platinum Jubilee with star-studded tributes from Helen Mirren and Tom Cruise.
But it wouldn't be complete without a celebration of a kingdom united.
Your Majesty, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, the United Kingdom.
The Queen opening a new London Underground line named after her, learning how to top up her subway card, and getting a glimpse of her favorite horse show in Windsor from the comfort of her car. During the last Jubilee celebration, tens of thousands cheered the Queen as she waved from the famous Buckingham Palace balcony. And she is expected to be on the balcony this year, too, with Prince Charles and Camilla and Prince William, Kate, and their 3 children all waving to the crowds. The Queen has an incredibly packed schedule on paper over the next couple of weeks going into the Jubilee, but she may be bowing out of some of those public events depending how she feels on the day. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, London.
If it's time for you to go back to the office, maybe leave the suit and tie behind. We're going to take a dive into the new work dress code next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love. Radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Well, the COVID pandemic pivot to working from home had a lot of us ditching business suits for sweatpants. Now, with offices filling back up with workers, a lot of Americans are giving their wardrobes a bit of a makeover, and a casual makeover at that. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan shows us how comfy may be the new normal.
Most Americans aren't working just 9 to 5 anymore, but at least we're more comfortable. Stiff suits and muted colors are gone. Color, prints, shackets, jardigans, blazers, denim. We're emerging from the pandemic, wearing work leisure.
It's comfort, it's stretch, it's ease. It's certainly technological fabrics that might be wrinkle resistant or odor-proof.
While business comfort trends began pre-pandemic, the last 2 years poured gas on the flame. Colton Ruggieri runs an academic tutoring company. He no longer rents office space or wears suits when he teaches, now completely online.
If I'm going to wear something to the office, this would be my perfect suit. And now I've gone to typical straight. This is what I normally wear.
Denim sits at the center of this notion of versatility. A great denim leg that can take you morning, noon, and into night. And great pieces like blazers seem to be having a real resurgence coming out of the pandemic.
Run the Runway subscribers are borrowing blazers 166% more than last year. They're lighter weight and colorful. Bye-bye boring black. Surprisingly, suits are hot too.
It's all about the suit. For men and women, people are flocking to suits.
Though likely a knit suit with stretch. 200-year-old Brooks Brothers suit business went up significantly since last July. Dress shirt sales are up triple digits in a year. And Taylor's suiting business has never been stronger. After putting celebrations on hold for 2 years and power comfort now guiding workwear, Lane Bryant says its shoppers are yearning for an excuse to dress up again. LaFleur, Chico's, and even resale shops like Style Encore are seeing a surge in dress buying. But with 80% of Stitch Fix shoppers heading back to the office wearing business comfort, there is another benefit.
My dry cleaning bills are very minimal now.
They're live from New York for the very last time. The big names who took a victory lap at Saturday Night Live this weekend.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Well, finally this hour, 4 familiar stars we see on Saturday nights have taken their final bows. The 47th season of Saturday Night Live wrapped up this weekend with 4 longtime cast members saying goodbye. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer shows us the laughter and the tears.
That's right, Aaron. We've learned 4 key cast members are leaving Saturday Night Live. Kate McKinnon, Pete Davidson, Adie Bryant, and Kyle Mooney. And on this past Saturday night, the show's biggest stars took time to say farewell.
The season finale began with a goodbye.
I always kind of felt like an alien on this planet anyway.
Kate McKinnon gave us laughs, then tears as the alien-obsessed Ms. Rafferty.
I love you. Thanks for letting me stay a while.
The comedian closed out a chapter on her out-of-this-world 10-year run, celebrated for her impressions of political powerhouses like Hillary Clinton and Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's a Ginsburg.
McKinnon told Hoda earlier this year she's ever grateful for her time on the show.
It's given me a work family that is so close-knit and so kind and so wonderful. I'm a boss.
The hilarious Adie Bryant also bid farewell with a sweet moment during Weekend Update.
In my best guise, kissing me.
Well, then we must.
Bryant found success beyond SNL, including co-developing and starring in Hulu's Shrill. Cast veteran Kyle Mooney joined Kate and Adie later on for the show's last sketch of the night.
And we'll love him forever.
And Weekend Update also featured a heartfelt message from Pete Davidson, who shared how SNL boss Lorne Michaels gave him a chance at just 20 years old.
He looked me right in the eye and said, I don't think you're right for this show. So let's screw this up together.
Davidson gave us one final rap parody.
You got a mind as sharp as a razor, quick as a laser.
He rounded out 8 seasons of laughter and headlines, including a newer relationship with guest host Kim Kardashian, and candid jokes over the years about his struggles with addiction.
Well, they say quitting drugs is hard, and that is true. But what they don't tell you is how boring it is.
The iconic players leaving their hearts in Studio 8H with their beloved cast and crew.
Have a great summer.
All 4 cast members were on SNL for at least 8 seasons, and Kate McKinnon's 211 episodes rank the most by any woman in the show's long history. Aaron.
She is hilarious. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Playing defense. President Biden says the U.S. military will intervene if China invades Taiwan, how Beijing is firing back. Baby formula on board. A military plane bringing tons of much-needed supplies to the U.S. So when will you finally be able to buy them? Plus, don't hold your breath. The new drunk driving prevention technology that could be in your next car. We start with President Biden in Asia and his comments today about Taiwan and China. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley's in Tokyo. He's traveling with the president. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby is in D.C. Mike, I want to play what President Biden said during his press conference this morning with Japan's prime minister. Take a listen.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. We agree with a one China policy. We signed on to it and all the attendant agreements made from there. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate.
Now, Mike, Taiwan's self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory. China's foreign minister expressing strong dissatisfaction with Biden's comments. How's the White House handling this one?
Well, Allison, based on their facial expressions alone, our colleague Peter Alexander was in the room, talked about how Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, Rahm Emanuel, the ambassador to Japan, were sort of reacting with stunned faces after what the president said. But then very quickly, the White House walked back and said basically nothing to see here. They issued a statement saying President Biden was simply reiterating existing policy. He expressed support for the one China policy while also reiterating the U.S. commitments under what's known as the Taiwan Relations Act. That's what the administration official was saying afterwards. But what's different here, Allison, and this is not the first time Biden has indicated that we would potentially be able to support Taiwan militarily should China move by force to take it. But what was different was, and I'm glad you played the full question, Biden was asked a very clear example, comparing this to what we're doing with Ukraine, where we're supplying an awful lot of defensive and even now offensive weaponry for the Ukrainians. The question he was asked was, would we be willing to go further with regards to Taiwan? And he did answer in the affirmative. Now, later in the day, another number of other reporters tried to ask the president to follow up. What exactly does military involvement mean in your view? Is it just supplying weapons, or is it something more? You can be sure that as we're now into Tuesday here, the president has a number of events on his schedule. This is going to be another question we try to get back and see if he clarifies, walks back himself, or maybe even goes further than he did here on Monday.
So, Courtney, you asked Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin about Biden's comments. No doubt his ears perked up when Biden made them. What did he tell you?
Yeah, that's right. So I asked it exactly the way that Mike just framed it, too, which is the questioner to President Biden specifically said the U.S. didn't want to get involved militarily in Ukraine. Will the U.S. get involved militarily in Taiwan? And why that's such an important distinction is the U.S. has been touting how much support they've been providing Ukraine with weapons, offensive, defensive, a massive amount of intelligence sharing. Just today, a couple of hours ago, Secretary Austin and General Milley held this conference where they literally talked to dozens of other leaders about what kind of equipment they can provide to Ukraine. So there has been a huge influx of help there, but it was still, in this case, President Biden answered in the affirmative that he is willing to do more militarily. That means U.S. troops. So that's exactly what I asked Secretary Austin today is, does that mean the U.S. is willing to commit U.S. troops to Taiwan? And here's how he answered that, Allison.
As the president said, our one China policy has not changed. He reiterated that policy in our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. He also highlighted our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to help provide Taiwan the means to defend itself. So again, our policy has not changed.
So I knew he was going to mention the Taiwan Relations Act, so I went in there with it written out. And it specifically says that the U.S. has a commitment to ensure Taiwan has the resources it needs to defend itself, but it does not require the U.S. military to intervene in Taiwan. So I followed up and asked that. Again, he said that the U.S. policy here has not changed. But the reality is President Biden, as Mike said, has said this now 3 different times. He has talked about the option for providing U.S. military intervention if China invades Taiwan. It really opens up the question of, is strategic ambiguity, which in and of itself would be ambiguous how the U.S. might respond, is strategic ambiguity being undermined by the president talking about this in this way? No one here wants to say that, but the reality is that's what we're asking behind the scenes, Allison.
Mike, I have to ask you about something else that went on there in Asia while everyone's been talking about this. President Biden announced a new trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific countries. Which ones and what's in that agreement?
Yeah, Allison, it's interesting. There's a long list of countries, 13, including the United States, that are going to be part of maybe not a trade agreement, but a trade framework, as the White House is calling it. It includes the United States, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand. You see the list there, a long one. A lot of those countries, Allison, were also part of what was known in the Obama administration as TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. That was a much more binding trade deal among these countries. But these 2 agreements essentially have the same goal, which is providing an alternative in the region economically to China, which has really been expanding its economic horizons over the past decades. Now, what's different, of course, is now the Biden administration is framing this as not just about trade relationships. It's about working together to deal with things like the supply chain. It's about working together on climate change. It's about agreeing to a sort of common set of principles about fighting corruption and other sort of democratic principles that go beyond sort of traditional trade pacts. But it's no doubt less binding because individual countries who want to sign on to this don't necessarily have to abide by all the agreements. One interesting note to tie back to our discussion already, though, Allison, there has been some encouragement on the part of the United States to include Taiwan in that. You notice they were not on that list.
Mike Memoli, Courtney Kube, thank you both so very much. The first Operation Fly formula plane landing in Indianapolis yesterday, delivering more than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic infant formula from Europe. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins me now from Indianapolis. So, Megan, this is specialized formula. It requires a prescription. Who will have access to it?
Yes. Right. So this batch that we just saw land here in Indianapolis on the tarmac, that's 78,000 pounds. This is for the babies that can't tolerate cow's milk. They can't take the regular formula that you would go into a store to receive. And the government has said they have prioritized this group because, according to doctors, there's no shortcut for these parents to be able to feed their children. They can't cut corners with this particular formula. It is essential that they get exactly what they need. And we talked to a mother who's been living in this perpetual state of just anxiety because she has a child that isn't able to take the regular formula. I want you to listen to what she had to say as she's watching this plane land on the tarmac.
It's a relief. I know I can go to bed tonight knowing that I don't have to be worried about the fact that in time it's coming. I have enough to get me by for a little while. That was the hardest part, is knowing that it was coming, that there was going to be a solution. Now we've jumped that hurdle and we have it. We have it now.
Now, we know from Nestle, which is the manufacturer of this formula, that they are going to try and get this formula out across the country in the coming days and in the coming weeks, Allison.
Megan, I understand there's another flight coming later this week with even more formula. What do you know about it, and when will parents be able to get their hands on some of those supplies?
Right, so we know that the second flight of Operation Fly Formula is expected in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. It's supposed to carry about 114 pallets, and then it's going to go up to Pennsylvania. It'll be processed before it's distributed. This is also going to be that hypoallergenic formula as well that's needed with the prescription. And to just give you some context here, according to the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, he tells us that 132 pallets that we saw yesterday, same as 78,000 pounds, that is something that will feed 9,000 infants and 18,000 toddlers in a week. So that kind of gives you the perspective of what we're looking at here. Obviously, that's not enough. That's certainly not going to reach everybody in the country. But it's a step in the right direction as the government does everything they can to try and ramp up production.
So, Megan, this is great, right? It helps in the short term. But what's the government saying about a long-term fix for this shortage? What will it take to get us out of this slump?
And so, we pressed the secretary on that yesterday, and he said, look, we had a major manufacturer here that was responsible for creating the majority of the formula that's in the country. And obviously they had to shut down in February, and that contributed greatly to this crisis. So they said there's a lot that they can learn here moving forward to try and avoid this crisis from happening. But they really wanted to focus on the solution and what they're trying to do to try and ease concerns of parents who are really on edge as they wait. They're watching the footage of the plane landing, but they want to know when can they get this in their hands. The answer to that question is in a couple of days, possibly more likely in the weeks to come. But I want to play for you a soundbite of what the secretary said yesterday.
This is an important step, but it is by no means the only step that must take place. I've been told by the FDA commissioner that in a matter of a week or so, we should begin to see some supply, but over the course of the next several weeks, we should see an ever-increasing supply. So I would say certainly within the next 30 days, we're going to begin seeing an abatement of this situation.
Right. So we tried to get an exact timeline in terms of, when will this crisis be fixed? When people go into the grocery store and they're trying to buy formula, will they see it? Give us a date on when that will happen. They couldn't do that. But we said, is this a situation that's going to persist through the summer? And Allison, he said he hopes not.
We all hope not as well, Megan. Great to see that they're finally making some headway on a solution, and hopefully they'll just continue to make progress. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely.
We're in the early days of this response. It's likely that there are going to be additional cases reported in the United States.
Monkeypox spreading here in the U.S. with 3 new suspected cases, 1 in Florida, 2 in Utah. The virus is now in 12 countries across the globe, the U.K. announcing 36 new cases today, while researchers still don't know how monkeypox is transmitted. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
A mysterious new outbreak of monkeypox is growing. In Florida, potential cases now being investigated in Broward County. Officials say the person traveled internationally and remains isolated. On Wednesday, the country's first positive case of the year was confirmed in Massachusetts, a man who recently returned from Canada, followed by another suspected case in New York City.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about. If it were to spread, it's consequential.
Worldwide, at least 92 confirmed cases and 28 suspected infections of monkeypox have now been identified in 12 Western countries. The majority of cases found in Portugal, Spain, and the United Kingdom. Monkeypox is a rare but potentially serious viral illness, usually found in West and Central Africa. It was first discovered in monkeys in the late 1950s. More than a decade later, it spread to humans. Common symptoms include fever, aches, and rashes all over the body.
The most likely spread of the cases we are seeing now are probably human to human. It usually requires prolonged contact. So we're not talking minutes, but we're talking a long amount of time in direct contact with body fluids or lesions.
Though there's no proven cure for the disease, the CDC says outbreaks can be controlled with the use of smallpox vaccines and antiviral treatments.
This is a virus we understand. We have vaccines against it. We have treatments against it. It's not as contagious as COVID. So I am confident we're going to be able to keep our arms around it.
An elite cyclist in Austin dead. Texas police now searching for her killer in a shooting they believe was romantically motivated. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
U.S. Marshals leading a coast-to-coast search for a murder suspect who hasn't been seen in more than a week. 35-year-old Caitlin Armstrong is accused of fatally shooting professional cyclist Anna Mariah Wilson. Police say on May 11th, officers found the 25-year-old's body at this Austin home with multiple gunshot wounds.
There's some suspicious activity going on in there, so we definitely went with a suspicious death.
In an affidavit obtained by our NBC affiliate KXAN, police say Wilson had met with the suspect's current boyfriend, Colin Strickland, the night she was killed. The two, both pro cyclists, who Strickland said briefly dated last fall, went swimming and to dinner before Strickland dropped Wilson off at the home where she was later found dead. Detectives say 1 minute after Wilson arrived, security footage shows an SUV similar to Caitlin Armstrong's appearing to pull up outside. When officers confronted Armstrong with video evidence, she provided no explanation and continued to remain very still and guarded. Police later told her she was free to go. In a statement, Wilson's family says they are devastated by the loss of our beautiful daughter and sister.
I don't think anyone would have anything bad to say about her.
As police enlist the help of the U.S. Marshals to assist with finding Wilson's suspected killer, investigators say an anonymous tipster they call credible told them Armstrong discovered Strickland, her boyfriend, was having a romantic relationship with Wilson. The tipster telling police Armstrong became furious and was shaking with anger and wanted to kill her. Wilson's family says at the time of her death, she was not in a romantic relationship with anyone.
It is all Mariah Wilson.
Known best as Mo. Wilson had been a rising talent in the gravel cycling circuit, a combination of mountain and road biking.
I really put a really hard effort in at the end.
Now, as investigators piece together what may have led to Wilson's death, the search is intensifying for the missing suspected murderer.
Coming soon, a Republican showdown in Georgia. We'll look at all of tomorrow's big primaries and what they could mean for the future of the GOP.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. reporting from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Voters in 4 states heading to the polls tomorrow to determine who'll be on the ballot come November. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia all have primaries tomorrow. Texas has a runoff election. Georgia is the one to watch. Will Donald Trump sway the GOP primaries for governor, Senate, and Secretary of State? Let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She is in Athens, Georgia. So, Ellison, early voting ended Friday. How many people took part, and what are you learning from those early numbers?
Early voting numbers broke records in this state, Allison. Over 850,000 Georgians cast their ballot early. That is up 168% more than what we saw in 2018, up 212% more than what we saw in 2020. What it tells me, looking at it on the surface, is that voters here are engaged. This, though, also has a bit of a political angle, a political element to it, because there was an incredibly controversial bill that was passed here that critics and voting rights groups said when it was passed back in 2021 that it was voter suppression, plain and simple. Republicans and people who supported that bill said it was about election integrity. Now you have people who supported that controversial voting law back in 2021 pointing to early voting numbers saying, hey, look, they told you that voter suppression was going to happen because of this bill. These numbers prove that that was not true and that's not the case. On the flip side, now you have Democrats and voting rights activists saying, no. The hurdles are still there. Just because we worked harder, we changed the ways that we were going to mobilize voters to get them to the polls, that does not mean the hurdles disappeared. They say voting access, voter suppression is still a big issue in this state. But big picture, the numbers tell us that you have an incredibly engaged electorate here right now. Allison?
Ellison, Raphael Warnock, Herschel Walker are likely Senate nominees. Those are 2 pretty big names. How is that race looking right now?
Yeah, they're names that, for the most part, most people you stop on the sidewalk will tell you they have at least heard of both of them. There are 2 pretty big names here in Georgia. Herschel Walker, because he is a college football legend here in Athens, which, by the way, he's going to have a rally here later this evening. Senator Raphael Warnock, a very big deal in the religious community, especially in Atlanta, and also someone because of the last time, the close Senate race that he won, has become very much a statewide name. Both of them are people who, generally speaking, people say that they like them as individuals, just kind of their general take on the names, that they seem like they're likable, decent people. But this race, it's going to be a huge deal. In a local poll by WXIA putting Walker versus Warnock, Warnock was only ahead by about 5%. And this is a race that will likely determine which party controls the United States Senate. We've been out talking to voters in Athens today, trying to get a sense of what they think of this race and who they might be supporting as we head towards the general election and also in the primary elections tomorrow. Listen to some of what we've heard.
I don't know who I'm going to support.
What do you think about Senator Raphael Warnock and how he's done so far?
I think he has done excellent. And I just feel like, you know, we have a lot more to go to, but so far he's done excellent.
Do you think that he will have your vote moving in, or are you open to exploring?
Well, definitely. I'm open, so I'm not quite sure, but, you know, he definitely had my vote last time.
I'm going to choose party because of the platforms.
And who is that
for Senate? Herschel Walker. For me, it's more for party. You know, I've seen a lot of changes over the past 10 years, and you know, I'm not so happy with some of the direction the country's going. So I'm gonna choose a party decision.
Do you have a preferred candidate in that race?
Or not.
How come?
Absolutely. Well, first, I'm a lifelong Democrat, and secondly, I support anybody who has already demonstrated to me in his political life already that he's the type of politician I want to be in office.
Most of the action in the primary election in the Senate race has been on the Republican side. Incumbent Raphael Warnock, he had one challenger, but she'd never risen above 6% in the polls, so wasn't really a viable candidate there. You have a lot of people running on the Republican side, but in the latest poll, Herschel Walker, he is 58% ahead of his nearest competitor. So barring any sort of extraordinary, unexpected event this evening, we expect that heading into November, we're going to see a Walker-Warnock matchup, and it's going to be something that is closely watched across the country. Allison?
Yeah, it sounds like he's got that one on lock, but hey, you do never know, so we watch till the finish. Ellison, abortion access obviously a huge issue in races across the country. How could it factor in particular into Georgia's Senate race?
It's going to be a really big deal here. Remember, Georgia passed a controversial heartbeat bill that would essentially ban abortions before most people know they're pregnant. That is still being adjudicated and taken through the court system here, but that's been a really big issue in Georgia for quite a while. The Supreme Court draft opinion, when that was leaked, that only made it even more apparent that it was going to be a very big deal in this race, as well as others. Senator Raphael Warnock really hasn't spent a whole lot of time campaigning because he hasn't had a challenger. He says, focused on his work in Washington, D.C. But we heard him speak at a fundraising gala in Gwinnett County this weekend. That's an incredibly important swing county in this state. And one of the issues that he talked about pretty extensively was abortion rights and his position on women's health issues. Listen.
I have a profound reverence for life, and I have a deep and abiding respect for choice. I just happen to think that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government.
In the last Republican Senate primary debate, every single candidate who was on stage, minus the frontrunner Herschel Walker, they were asked whether or not they would support an all-out ban on abortions. No exceptions in this state. Every single candidate said they would support an all-out ban. Herschel Walker, for his part, he recently said this, quote, he says that he supports a ban on abortion, adding, "There is no exception in my mind. Like I say, I believe in life. I believe in life." He has the endorsement of the nation's largest anti-abortion rights group. Allison.
All right, Ellison, in Athens, Georgia. Thank you. Polls show Georgia's incumbent Governor Brian Kemp has a major lead ahead of tomorrow's Republican primary. A Kemp victory would be a major blow to Donald Trump, who threw his support behind Kemp's GOP rival David Perdue. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
Well, perhaps more than any other individual, Governor Brian Kemp really is the person that former President Trump has been blaming for his election loss, the person that he's really been trying to paint as the villain to emerge out of 2020, repeatedly attacking him for not trying to overturn the election here in Georgia, and then, of course, hand-recruiting a candidate in former Senator David Perdue to run against him. Now, it does show, however, if you look at the latest poll, that tactic is not necessarily working. Perdue is down some 30 points up against the former governor, and unless something goes wrong, or if those polls are to be believed, the governor is set to cruise to a very easy victory tomorrow evening. Now, when you talk, however, about looking ahead to November, one thing that has united the two candidates is both of them going after Stacey Abrams. Both of them have argued that they are the candidate who's going to beat her in November, and that's why they should be made the Republican nominee. But Kemp is already, to a degree, looking past tomorrow night and really kind of giving us a preview of what we can expect to see heading into the general election. I want to play for you a little bit of sound from a speech that Stacey Abrams gave over the weekend that's getting some attention. She was speaking to a fundraiser for Gwinnett County Democrats here in Georgia, and she said this, and it's something that Republicans are seizing on. Take a look.
I am tired of hearing about being the best state in the country to do business when we are the worst state in the country to live. When you're number 48 for mental health, when you're number 1 for maternal mortality, when you have an incarceration rate that's on the rise and wages that are on the decline, then you're not the number 1 place to live.
And they're really pointing to her remarks, saying that this is the worst state in the country in which to live. Now, Governor Kemp, as you can imagine, seized on it very quickly. He put out a tweet saying that he believes that Georgia is the best place to live and the best place to work, and he's going to continue working to make it so. But Abrams, for her part, really doubled down. She fleshed out some of those stats in social media posts and says, essentially, in her words, that as governor, she will fight to make sure that all Georgians have access to a good quality of life. Now, of course, that's what's happening on the governor's side. Another very close race to watch very quickly is the Secretary of State. That's where another Trump-endorsed candidate is coming up against the incumbent, and again making 2020 a central issue.
For nearly 3 decades, one person has represented Texas's 30th congressional district, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. She's had that seat since the district was created. Now she's passing the torch with an unexpected endorsement. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee takes us inside the race to replace her.
Hi, I'm Jane Hope.
Jane Hope Hamilton is going door to door, asking voters to send her to Washington.
So this is the final stretch here. You're making sure you're back in the neighborhood?
That's right. That's right. That's what it's all about, you know. It's really taking the message directly to voters. And frankly, that's how I got into this runoff, right?
On Tuesday, she faces Jasmine Crockett in a runoff for the Democratic nomination for Texas's open 30th Congressional District House seat. It's considered a safe blue district, so whoever wins the runoff will likely go to Congress. Retiring Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, a legend in Texas politics who served 30 years in Congress as a moderate, made her choice clear. But it wasn't who many people were expecting. The Congresswoman picked Jasmine Crockett, a progressive, explaining to our Dallas affiliate why she thinks the newcomer is right for the job.
I want somebody to get in there and work, study the issues, and do things for the district that can be identifiable.
There are a lot of people that never thought that the Congresswoman would end up picking kind of like the loud, wild child freshman.
Crockett, a freshman Texas state representative, made a national name for herself after she joined her Democratic colleagues in protesting restrictive voting laws introduced by conservative Republicans by fleeing the state ahead of a vote. And she's become a rising star on the left among a new crop of progressive candidates challenging and sometimes colliding with the Democratic establishment.
To me, being a progressive just means I don't want to be regressive, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there while you take me back. I'm going to fight back against that.
With Johnson's endorsement, Crockett emerged from the 9-way primary with 48% of the vote, 31 points ahead of Hamilton. As the runoff race has heated up, both women have tried to underline contrast in their political experience. Hamilton highlighting a 20-year career as a congressional staffer who's also worked to elect many of the most powerful Democrats in the region.
I do know that there's obviously a struggle inside of our party. You know, people look at me and they say, she's the establishment candidate. I'm a black woman in America. The only thing established about me is my record.
While Crockett has forged a path on her own as a civil rights lawyer and passionate advocate for justice.
I'm here to fight for the people. That's why I think there are those that get confused about progressives, because progressives will call out somebody even if they say are playing on the same team.
Coming up, Ukrainian President Zelensky and his wife giving a rare joint interview, what they said about the war with Russia and what it's going to take to end it. Next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're ready for anything. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky saying the war with Russia won't stop unless there are negotiations, making those comments in a rare joint interview with his wife. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
A rare joint appearance by the Ukrainian president and his wife, telling Ukrainian television, "Our family was torn apart, just like every other Ukrainian family." As Russia continues its assault on Ukraine's eastern Donbas region, striking command centers and troops and ammunition depots, according to its defense ministry. Refugees from the east described scenes of destruction. The horror. There's nothing to say, especially the city center, this woman said. The schools are damaged, the monuments. Still, Ukrainians continue to fight. We're ready to attack, ready to defend, ready to retreat if necessary, he said. We're ready for anything. Ukraine's president now saying only negotiations will end the war. The victory will be difficult, it'll be bloody and in battle, but its end will be in diplomacy, Zelensky said. But Ukraine's military is hopeful weapons from the West could break the impasse. U.S. President Biden signed a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine during his South Korea visit. Meanwhile, in Ukraine's capital, the Kyiv Opera held its first performance on Saturday since the war began, striking a defiant note for a nation that's refused to stay silent.
A Russian soldier sentenced to life in prison for killing an unarmed Ukrainian civilian. A panel of judges convicting the 21-year-old sergeant in the first war crimes trial since Russia invaded Ukraine 3 months ago. Now Ukraine has a new weapon it can use to prosecute future war crimes: facial recognition software from a U.S. company. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman put it to the test.
In its David and Goliath fight against Russia, Ukraine is getting a high-tech boost from face recognition technology, artificial intelligence that can identify almost anyone just from a photo. The Ukrainians now using it to identify invading Russian soldiers and to seek justice.
Each person which was identified here is a possibility for us to open criminal case against a specific person, against specific war criminal.
On the battlefield, Ukraine identifying dead Russian troops and sending photos of their bodies to their families back in Russia, a new digital form of psychological warfare. Take the battle for Kyiv, when Russian soldiers shot 2 civilians in the back, the killing caught on surveillance footage obtained by the BBC.
And with the facial recognition tool, we were able to identify one of that soldiers, and now we have criminal case.
The software comes from Clearview AI, an American company that's scraped 20 billion photos from the internet and social media sites, sparking controversy over privacy and bans in multiple countries.
I saw the images coming out of the Ukraine, and some of them were very distressing, disturbing, of women and children fleeing. And the other thing that really struck me was some of these people who had been captured Russian soldiers, and I realized that perhaps facial recognition technology could help identify them.
Clearview says it's giving Ukraine the technology for free, but does it really work?
We want to test out whether this works on someone who doesn't post a billion photos of them online. So I'm going to call up my friend Kelly in West Virginia. She keeps a pretty low profile online.
I spend time on social media, but I don't post often.
What about Instagram?
The only pictures that have me in them on Instagram are all on a private account.
She's not sure that the software is going to be able to figure out who she is. Should we try it?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
First step is basically you find a file and you upload. And so here is your friend. Never done this before, so we'll see if it works. Marshall
University, that's her.
Yeah.
Clearview says the software is so good it works on faces with masks, even on bodies of soldiers whose faces have been disfigured by war. I want to test that too. So a special effects artist is distorting my face, nothing gruesome, to try to throw the computer off.
So what we'll do is we'll do another search here, and this is the photo that they gave you with a different nose, and we'll see if it happens.
Oh my God, that's me.
93 photos here. It looks at all the things that stay the same through age. So there's just only some variation in the nose area and the chin area. It's still picking up on these other features that stay the same.
Clearview says nearly 500 Ukrainian officials have access, conducting more than 24,000 searches since the war started. Ukrainian officials tell NBC News they're also using it at checkpoints to root out potential Russian infiltrators.
Some of your critics say that you're trying to promote this Ukraine work to sort of whitewash the very profound privacy concerns that people have about this software.
A lot of people's minds on facial recognition were changed around Jan 6 when the insurrection happened. It was very instrumental in being able to make identifications quickly. So I think any new technology will have detractors and misunderstandings, especially on how it's really used in practice.
We live in a digital world, and this world will never be the same.
Coming up, new life-saving technology to prevent drunk driving when you'll see it behind the wheel of your car. Next.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Deadly drunk driving crashes are on the rise, but there's a new federal law to try and stop them. It requires anti-drunk driving technology in all new cars by 2026. A company just outside of Boston developing that technology as we speak. NBC News Now anchor Erin Gilchrist sat down with the engineer building it and a woman who became an advocate for the new law through her own loss. Take a look.
A testing volunteer getting dosed with enough vodka to get her blood alcohol level just below the legal limit. She's part of a team working to combat an alarming trend on the nation's roadways. New federal data showing more than 11,000 people died in alcohol-related crashes in 2020, a 14% increase from the year before.
This is our opportunity today. It is what I call the seed bud of our generation.
Eliminating those preventable traffic deaths is the top priority at KEA Technologies near Boston. Engineers are developing an alcohol sensor to detect drunk drivers and disable their cars.
Right, so this is a door sensor, and then the steering column sensor is right here. The sensor is down here, and it's taking the sample from this location all the way down, and we calculate the alcohol concentration.
Last fall, President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, greenlighting a new law requiring car manufacturers to install anti-drunk driving tech in new cars by 2026. Rena Abbas-Taylor of Michigan worked with her local congressman and Mothers Against Drunk Driving to get the law passed.
It was this fight that gave us something to live for.
Taylor's younger sister, her brother-in-law, and their 3 young children went to Florida on a family vacation in 2019. On their drive home through Kentucky, they were hit head-on by a wrong-way driver. The family died in a fiery wreck on Interstate 75. The man in the other car died too. His blood alcohol level was .306, nearly 4 times the legal limit.
AJ was an old soul. His sister Izzy, very ethereal, demure, quiet, kind. And Giselle was rambunctious and full of life. A loss like this, it doesn't just impact you, it alters you. I mean, indefinitely.
Through their grief, Taylor and her husband have been vocal advocates for getting anti-drunk driving tech as soon as possible.
How many lives are going to have to be lost before we can say, all right, let's put this technology in? So when I hear 3 years, I hear 30,000 lives, and that's not okay.
Back in the lab, Zauk says his team is on track to have sensors ready in 2 years. The human subject trial includes putting that dosed volunteer in the passenger seat, refining the sensor's ability to only measure the driver's breath.
And the goal was to develop in-vehicle alcohol detection systems, sensors that can be non-invasive, unobtrusive, passive. You get in the vehicle and you don't have to change your typical starting of a vehicle.
If I get in and I am over that limit, will the car not start? Will it start but not move?
So a recommendation is start the car, don't move the car.
Some groups like the ACLU worry this type of technology could be a privacy disaster, but the industry says that should not be a concern.
There's nothing about what we are doing that would allow the technology to report you to a third party, to law enforcement that will track you.
Driver safety advocates and the liquor industry are on board with this new technology. In the end, it could help save thousands of lives. Exactly what a loving big sister set out to do.
What do you think your sister would say to you today after knowing that her big sister put in so much work on her behalf?
I would like to believe that Rima would say, I expected nothing less from you.
And Aaron joins me live now. So Aaron, we got a taste of what this technology does. It won't let you drive the car or move if you've had too much to drink. But tell us more about how it works. I'm fascinated by this.
So for this particular piece of technology that's being developed, and there are hundreds of different pieces that are being developed by different companies, but here the recommendation is the car be able to start, but you can't actually put it in gear. So that way you can't move. You can sit there in the car, turn the heat on, turn the AC on, sober up if that's the place to do it. Yeah. And then be able to try again to start the car, but it won't start. It won't allow you to move. Rather, put it in gear if you're drunk.
So I have to ask this question because so many people are worried about the cost of things today. Will this kind of technology raise the price of cars and the supply chain issues we're seeing? Could they slow it down?
Yeah, so the supply chain issue, I mean, that's something that sort of changes and evolves over time. When this becomes a mass-produced item, it's going to be a fresh question as far as supply chain goes. As far as the cost right now, we did ask that question. Is this going to increase the cost of the car? The president of the Automotive Coalition said that no, it shouldn't increase the cost of cars significantly. It might add $200 to the manufacturing cost of a car down the road, but it's not something that's going to make cars, a Honda Accord, something that folks can't afford.
We won't get priced out because of this.
Right.
Yeah. The sister. I know we're talking about the technology, but what a beautiful thing to do in your family's memory.
Yeah, and it's something that this family, that Rena and her husband have made a part of who they are every single day, trying to make sure they get the word out, get the technology put in cars, and save lives.
They've done incredible work. Aaron, so have you. It was a great piece. Thank you.
Thanks.
Another pandemic-related shortage at U.S. hospitals, contrast dyes. They're used to diagnose, manage, treat life-threatening conditions. We're talking heart attacks, strokes, and cancer. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
When breast cancer survivor Lynette Orduna began having terrible headaches last year, she was rushed in for an MRI.
And sure enough, they found 16 lesions in my brain.
Lynette's cancer is now metastatic. She needs a CT scan every 90 days to monitor how her disease is progressing. But this month, her doctor is hitting a major roadblock to get the critical imaging done.
He said, yeah, we're going to schedule it, but he said, we don't have the dye, so we won't get a true picture of what's going on.
The FDA says the U.S. is in the midst of a nationwide shortage of two important contrast dyes.
This shortage was really a major crisis. At the time that this information came out, we realized that we had a 5-day supply of this contrast dye.
At the University of Kansas Medical Health System this month, they've had to reduce their use of contrast dye by 80%.
We had to implement a significant conservation strategy so that we could preserve contrast dye for those patients that desperately needed it for a life-saving procedure or a limb-saving procedure.
GE Healthcare, the biggest supplier in the U.S., relies on its factory in Shanghai, China, where a recent COVID lockdown meant shutdowns. In a statement to NBC News, GE Healthcare said, we are working to return to full capacity as soon as local authorities allow. The company shared production is now back to 50%, and it expects to improve over the coming weeks. But for Lynette, waiting longer for a scan is precious time spent worrying if her cancer is still at bay.
It's really terrifying. Time is of the essence with cancer. It just grows so fast, you don't know what's going to do. I never thought in a million years it would go from my bones and my abdomen all the way to my brain.
Coming up, cut off the Russian banks. That message from Ukraine's president today at Davos. What else he told the world's CEOs next.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Volatile markets, global supply chain disruptions, and a war. That's a pretty heavy agenda for the world's political and business elite meeting today at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky calling for maximum sanctions against Russia, telling corporate execs it is time to decide whether brute force will rule the world. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Davos.
Hey there, well, President Zelensky, president of Ukraine, addressed some of the most powerful people in the world all in one room. He was speaking remotely from Ukraine. He urged the listeners, the people listening to his speech, not, as he said it, to bend to brute force. He said that one man, President Putin, should not be able to change history. He called for an oil embargo, for all Russian banks to be cut off from the world economy, and for an embargo on Russian information technology. But he also called for what he described as a new Marshall Plan, a new investment in Ukraine after the conflict is over, to try and help his country get back on his feet. There was a standing ovation after President Zelensky spoke, but many are noticing what a change this year at the World Economic Forum. In the past, Russian oligarchs and their entourages have walked this street. President Putin even himself has addressed the same audience as President Zelensky addressed this year. Now the Russians are not here. Just down the street there was the Russian house. Now it is the Russian war crimes house, changed by the Ukrainians themselves. Meanwhile, another group who are missing here this year, many Chinese business leaders and diplomats. They in the past have been here in huge numbers, very few here this time because of coronavirus. Davos this year is providing a snapshot of a changing world.
It is a great time to be a college grad. The class of 2022 entering a job market with more leverage than ever before. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson checks out some of their bargaining chips.
The class of 2022 has reason to celebrate. They are entering one of the best job markets in years, with employers planning to hire almost 32% more grads than a year ago.
Which was easier, finishing school or finding a job?
Finding a job, for sure.
I would completely agree. Myself being a pre-med student, finding a job was definitely easier than, 4 years of undergraduate.
Finding a job was much easier than finishing school for me as well.
Aga Noel got an associate's degree and is a licensed occupational therapist assistant.
I was receiving job offers before my license even came in.
Carolina Ruiz earned a degree in biology and is a clinical research coordinator at a New York hospital.
Now, how many job offers did you consider?
So I considered 3.
Liam Burke studied supply chain manufacturing. He chose to work for an aerospace company after multiple offers.
I landed my position about 6 weeks after graduation.
All 3 are making more than the national average salary for grads, $55,260. A recent Monster.com survey shows while salary is the top priority for graduates, career advancement, work-life balance, and remote work options are also important.
I was really focused on the research project that I would be a part of and the fact that it would be making a difference in certain people's lives, mainly focusing on minorities or any sort of groups that I am very passionate about.
Allowing today's grads to be choosy, an unemployment rate of 3.6%, compared to the daunting 14.7% the class of 2020 faced, and almost 2 job openings for every person unemployed.
I really wanted what my career services person would say the perfect fit.
The market giving new grads some leverage and making hiring hard for employers.
We know that they're having real difficulties finding candidates. They're having to make concessions around things like salary, around flexibility, other benefits that they didn't have to think about, over the past few years.
The class of 2022 joining the working world at just the right time.
The unofficial start to what could be an incredibly expensive summer now just days away. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson previews what you can expect to pay more for this Memorial Day weekend.
Nearly 40 million Americans expected to hit the road or take to the sky ahead of Memorial Day. But with heavy demand, rampant inflation, and surging prices, it comes with a warning. Brace for headaches.
It's a little bit of a perfect storm. We're just seeing a lot of people come back to wanting to travel.
Average domestic flight prices expected to soar, up 46% from 2019, with some flights already sold out for weeks. Not much better on the ground. Demand for rentals spiking 130%, while the gas forecast could average close to $4.65 by next weekend, a 51% over last year.
We're having to, go a different route than we usually do.
Amanda Reesing's family is driving from Arkansas to Florida to vacation before their son's football training, with rental car inventory so low and gas so high. This year, they're calling an audible.
It's definitely a whole new ballgame this time, and we're trying our best to budget.
They plan on meal prepping instead of eating out, and a game changer. Pay for the room in zero-interest installments.
You're not paying it all at one time, and you're not taking that lump sum of money out of your savings that you need to hold on to.
Experts say more ways to save include looking for midweek and early morning flights, booking at least 6 weeks early, and if you're okay with a staycation, this is the perfect year. Getting away without breaking the bank, a summer travel tightrope.
That's the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. And hurry up, take a look at this one because it's a good one for once. The Dow up over 600 points, trying to put up a winning week for the first time in a couple of months. We will dig into what happened on Wall Street today and what else is going on in business and the economy this week coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Stuck in the middle. Countless migrants who crossed into Mexico now left waiting. So what's next for Title 42? Fierce battle. Ukraine's industrial heartland under heavy attack, where Russia is trying to take control now. And considering crypto, do your homework. What you should know before investing in digital currency. We start this hour with the court order keeping Title 42 COVID restrictions for migrants at the border. We have team coverage. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Tapachula, Mexico. NBC News correspondent Julie Ainsley also with us. Julia, the COVID border restrictions were supposed to be lifted today. I know we talked to you on Friday and you're waiting for a change any moment. What did the judge say when he decided to block it?
Yeah, Allison, I think just moments after we spoke on Friday, we did get that preliminary injunction. Yeah, just right away. We got that preliminary injunction from Judge Summerhays. That's the Trump-appointed judge in the Western District of Louisiana. Now we understand the Biden administration will be appealing it, so it will be taken out of his court and put into the circuit level for their appeals. It could go all the way up to the Supreme Court. But what that means for over 170,000 migrants who have been waiting in northern Mexico is that they thought that this might be the day they were coming in, but it's not. The U.S. still has the ability under this public health order to push asylum seekers back into Mexico without hearing their cases. And what that means, I've seen it firsthand when I go to the border, is that some people are allowed through who might be single adult males just looking for work, while there's some people who might be, say, a mother with her young child who's been kidnapped before, they're sent back into Mexico. Basically what it means is that there's really no rhyme or reason to our asylum system, and it just has to do with where Mexico can take migrants back. That's what Title 42 has meant. It's not an across-the-board shutdown. It doesn't work very well for immigration enforcement. As you can see, we're still at record levels on the crossings over the Mexico border. But what it does mean is for a lot of migrants who had a hope of coming to the United States, they will not be able to enter to make their asylum claims. Right now, that's indefinitely on hold until we hear from what's going to happen next in that appeals court.
Julia, the top Republican on the House Homeland Security Committee, New York Congressman John Katko, saying the federal court's ruling to block the Biden administration's termination of Title 42 is a win for our Homeland Security, Border Patrol agents, and the safety of Americans. But as we know, the Justice Department is appealing that ruling. What else is the Biden administration doing?
Yeah, that's right. They're appealing it. And we also know internally at DHS that there's already been a lot of hand-wringing over the current numbers. They're already at record highs. We're seeing 7,400 migrants crossing the border every day, although many of them not able to stay and sent back under Title 42. But this idea that somehow Title 42 was this make or break, that if we keep it in place, we have an orderly system, and if we lift it, it's mayhem, that actually has really been questioned, especially internally. When I talk to sources at DHS, they say there's a huge budget shortfall at DHS just running out the summer, even with Title 42, because they have so many people that they're encountering every day at the border. So it's interesting to see what might happen next. For now, the Biden administration appealing it. Some people looking at the political calculus of this would say, you know, maybe this could be a good thing for the Biden administration going into the midterms, not to have even higher numbers at the border. But of course, that really disregards the humanitarian situation there.
All right, Julia, thank you so much for reporting for us today. I know we'll be talking about this one again soon. And as Julie was saying, Title 42 isn't going anywhere just yet, but a lot of migrants believe the border is open thanks to widespread information in Mexican shelters. Guad Venegas is in Tapachula, Mexico. Guad, you visited several Mexican shelters. You talked to migrants waiting for help. Where is that misinformation coming from? Who's spreading it? What's fueling it?
Allison, so we came to Tapachula, Mexico. This is at the southern border near Guatemala, and we wanted to talk to migrants that have arrived into Mexico. This is sort of the last city where a lot of migrants will be together before they take off to different parts of Mexico and eventually make their way to the U.S.-Mexico border. So the migrants keep telling me there's 3 platforms where they mainly get their information, right? TikTok, Facebook, and WhatsApp groups. These are the platforms that they use to get information from friends, from others who have made it to the U.S.-Mexico border, and try and understand what's happening. 99% of the migrants I spoke to and aid workers I spoke to also told me 99% of the migrants they talk to tell them they believe something has changed at the border that has opened things up for them. So they understand, because of the messages that come to them through these social media platforms, they understand that things have changed in a situation that is more favorable to them. Why? Because I'll give you an example. Some of them might see a video and they don't understand what's happening in that video. And that's why maybe the video shows somebody crossing the border and they think that they can do the same thing. I'm going to show you part of a conversation I had with a woman who pulled out her phone and showed me exactly what she's seen and why she has a certain understanding of those videos. So this is a video. She just watched the video 3 hours ago. This was published on Facebook, and she's seen migrants that are now crossing the border. This is how they learned what's happening at the border. It's just a video that someone uploaded. She's seen that they just crossed the river. This is the kind of stuff that they see, and a lot of migrants are thinking, okay, well, if they're crossing, maybe I can go and I cross myself. So migrants can watch a video like that one, and then they could potentially go to a WhatsApp group and say, hey guys, there's videos right now with people crossing into the U.S. We need to arrive now. What they might not know, as you were talking just before me, the U.S. government under Title 42 can expel them right away. In some cases, some of them might be flown right back to their countries. They don't understand what it means for migrants who are entering the U.S. requesting asylum, and that's where the misinformation affects them. They're making this trip without understanding exactly what is happening at the border.
Guad, you also talked to American migrant aid workers from the Coalition for Human Immigrants' Rights. How are they tackling misinformation there? What are they doing?
Right, so they were sort of our guides at the shelters, and they were the first ones who told us they are trying to fight misinformation with real information, which is quite difficult because most of the, you could say, false information or information out of context is favorable to the migrants. So that's what they want to believe. So when the aid workers come and tell them, look, the reality is that the border isn't open and things can be tough for you, they don't want to listen to that. I'm going to show you part of the conversation that I had with one of these aid workers.
Do you think giving them the right information of what's happening at the border will make someone maybe rethink the trip and stay behind?
Absolutely. I mean, we've had many folks that have decided, for example, to stay in Mexico and to accept the refugee status here and to try to integrate into Mexico.
Now, the reality is that even though you have groups like these aid workers going around and talking to 30 or 40 migrants at a time, you have hundreds of them entering Tapachula every day. We spoke with local officials here in Tapachula who told us that every day they're seeing 700 to 800, sometimes 1,200 migrants arrive here to seek refugee status in Mexico. This would hopefully keep them in the country and avoid them being deported back to Central America. And these are the migrants that come register with the refugee office. You also have hundreds that choose to do this journey without doing the refugee process. So what does that tell you? That you've got hundreds, maybe more than 1,000 migrants every day just right here in Tapachula making their way through on their way to the U.S.-Mexico border, Allison.
All right, Guad Venegas in Tapachula. Thank you. Overseas, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says his country may be losing up to 100 soldiers a day. Russian forces using scorched earth tactics, according to Ukrainian officials, as they try to capture the city of Severodonetsk. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is in Lubny, Ukraine. Jay, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says 20 countries have announced new security assistance packages for Ukraine. Here he is at a briefing earlier today.
Many countries are donating critically needed artillery ammunition, coastal defense systems, and tanks and other armored vehicles. The fight is really shaped by artillery in this phase, and we've seen serious exchanges of artillery fires over the last several weeks.
So, Jay, what's the situation in Severodonetsk right now, and why has Russia made that such a focal point?
Well, that military power is desperately needed to the east, especially in Severodonetsk, which is really right now one of the most intensely fought over cities in the entire Donbas region. Why? Because it's one of the few that's still held by Ukraine fighters in the area. Today, we know that Russian troops came from all four sides of the city trying to break through. They were held off by Ukraine troops, but that has been a struggle, especially across much of the east. As we know, the fighting has picked up dramatically, and not only on the ground, but there have been missile volleys from both sides in the area, and that's expected to continue. As you talked about, one of the mayors said that the Russian troops are using a scorched earth policy. He also said that he expects things to get much worse before they begin to get any better.
Jay, Russian diplomat to the United Nations resigned today, telling his colleagues he has never been so ashamed of his country. It is one of the most high-profile critiques of this war. What else is he saying about his decision?
Yeah, pretty stunning. Boris Bondarev, who is a longtime veteran member of the Foreign Affairs Ministry for Russia, also said that that ministry now is all about warmongering, lies, and hatred. He said it took him days to work up the courage to walk in and resign, and that he's not sure where he'll go next. But obviously, he said going back to Russia is not an option. Let's read you a little more about what he said. He said that those who conceive this war want only one thing: to remain in power forever, live in pompous, tasteless palaces, sail on yachts comparable in tonnage and cost to the entire Russian Navy, enjoying unlimited power and complete impunity. To achieve that, they're willing to sacrifice as many lives as it takes. So he held nothing back in really attacking the Kremlin over the war here in Ukraine.
Jay, a district court in Kyiv convicted a Russian soldier of war crimes today for shooting an unarmed civilian in the head. He's sentenced to life in prison. What else can you tell us about that case, and what does it mean for future trials?
Look, there are 1,300 war crimes being investigated right now. This is the first to go to trial, and I think it does set a precedent. This soldier, 21 years old, as you talk about, who shot a man, 62, while he was riding his bike, said that he did that at the orders of one of his commanders. What prosecutors said is that is outside of the law, that he did not have to follow that command if he knew that it was wrong. He could have been sentenced to 10 to 15 years or life in prison. He got life in prison from the 3-judge panel. One thing to remember, the wife of the 62-year-old man who was killed said during this trial that she would gladly trade this Russian soldier who now looks to spend life in prison for one of the Ukraine fighters who was pulled from the Azovstal steel plant. As you know, Ukraine trying to work some type of deal, some type of prisoner exchange to get those soldiers that they call heroes back into Ukraine territory.
All right, Jay Gray in Ukraine. Thank you. And 3 months into the Russian war in Ukraine, Keir Simmons takes an in-depth look at Vladimir Putin's history and what drove him to this point. You can watch the special Putin's War tomorrow at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Over in Asia, the president saying a recession is not inevitable. President Biden making that declaration in Japan. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley live in Tokyo traveling with the president. Mike, what else is President Biden saying about our economic path forward?
Well, Allison, until about 2 o'clock local time here on Monday, the most sort of interesting part of this trip here for President Biden had been the degree to which he was talking so much about the economy back home while traveling here in Asia. He's, of course, did that event at a Samsung plant as they're getting ready to build a similar plant for semiconductor chips manufacturing in Texas. He had an event with the Hyundai manufacturer as they're talking about building an electric vehicle plant in Georgia. But, you know, the question of the state of the economy is one that has been following him throughout this trip. And President Biden was asked at that news conference whether or not a recession was inevitable. And I thought his answer was interesting. Take a listen.
Our GDP is going to grow faster than China's for the first time in 40 years. Now, does that mean we don't have problems? We do. We have problems that the rest of the world has, but less consequential than the rest of the world has them because of our internal growth and strength. This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
A long haul, Allison. That's not necessarily good news for a lot of Americans who've been closely watching the prices go up, especially at the pump. But it was interesting, the president trying throughout this trip to put the problems that we're facing in the United States in a global context, talking about inflation as a global challenge, supply chain issues as a global challenge. It was interesting to note, therefore, Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, she's been traveling with the president, spoke with our colleague Kelly O'Donnell, and she said, yes, she thinks some of the lockdowns in China could make these supply chain issues a longer-term issue. And she said, this is Biden administration, we're asking the American people for patience, but we know it's a hard thing to ask for.
Mike, the White House quickly clarifying some other comments from the president about Taiwan after he said the U.S. military would intervene if China invaded there. Ahead of the president's visit, you wrote, the war in Ukraine looms over Biden's 4-day trip to the other side of the globe, with leaders planning to press Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to take a firm position against Russia's invasion, and the U.S. hoping the global response to Moscow's aggression might deter China from moving on Taiwan. You've been covering President Biden longer than anyone. Take us inside his thinking here.
Well, Alison, you know, when we have a moment like we did today where the president gets himself in trouble by speaking, as he would say, what he's really thinking, I'm reminded of what Biden very often says, which is, no one ever doubts that I mean what I say. Sometimes the problem is I say all that I mean. And so when you look at this comment that the president made that's kicked up a lot of dust, one way of looking at it is that this is exactly what he means. This is exactly the message he wants to get across. And it's especially true when you consider the longer-term arc of the last few months. It seemed at every turn that when the United States was considering ways to sort of punish Russia for its invasion of Ukraine, the degree to which Biden held back in some cases to wait till our allies were willing to do the same thing, a lot of that was in fact done with China on their mind, because they had been indications that China was potentially getting more aggressive, potentially moving to seize Taiwan. And so that really does, I think, speak to Biden's mindset, in that he thinks, as he said ultimately as part of his answer, China's not going to move on Taiwan because they've seen the example of what we've been willing to do with Russia. That's at least the hope for now, Alison.
Mike, President Biden wraps up his Asian trip tomorrow. As far as I know, it's already tomorrow where you are, I think. That was the most Yogi Berra thing I've ever said. What's on the schedule before he returns to the White House?
Well, hello from the future, Alison. Yes, it is indeed Tuesday here. And the president has a busy schedule here as he wraps up that trip. Today is all about the Quad. That's the sort of arrangement that has really gained steam in the administration as a way to counter China. In fact, it's the leaders of India, Australia, and Japan, as well as the United States. So the president's going to have some one-on-one meetings with some of those members, the leader of India, as well as the brand new leader of Australia, Anthony Albanese. He was literally just sworn into office yesterday. Then the first thing he does is get on a plane to come to Japan to meet with the president. The president's also going to do what you often do on the foreign trip. You meet with the local embassy staff, the Americans working here in our embassy abroad. That includes Rahm Emanuel, a big player here now in Japan, former mayor of Chicago. And then it's back home where the president actually, depending on how you look at it, lands before he took off. At least that's the case for me when I take off, too.
Mike, wishing you a very good tomorrow. We'll be thrilled to have you back on American soil, whatever day that is.
Thanks, Alison. See you soon.
Operation Fly Formula bringing some relief to families. More than 70,000 pounds of hypoallergenic baby formula made it to Indianapolis yesterday, but only parents with a prescription will be able to get it. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joining me now from Indianapolis. Megan, when is the next shipment coming, and when will more baby formula be back on store shelves? I know a lot of parents are going to the supermarket every day and there isn't much there.
I know. So the federal government says that another shipment is expected on Wednesday coming from Germany to Washington, D.C. before they're going to drive it up to a facility in Pennsylvania and then, of course, eventually get that distributed across the country. We know that there's 114 pallets of this hypoallergenic formula. This is Gerber brand that's coming on Wednesday. On Sunday here in Indianapolis, what we saw was 132 pallets. So to put that into perspective, the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, tells us that that's enough. The shipment from Sunday is enough to feed 9,000 babies and 18,000 toddlers. But they realize that that's not enough, which is why they're doing everything they can to try and ramp up these flights to try and ease the strain on these parents, Alison.
Megan, is there any specific plan for distribution as we see more shipments of formula coming here into the U.S.?
Right. So Nestle says they're trying to get this stuff out as soon as they possibly can, but they have their own testing procedure in place where they test for their own quality. It is FDA approved formula, of course, but they do an extra level of testing, and they tell us the results for some of the portion that was delivered yesterday is expected to be in the coming days. And then that's when we'll see part of that shipment released. The rest of those test results, they say, are expected in the coming weeks, and then they'll get that out across the country. So for the parents that are sitting at home that are filled with anxiety and they want to see this in their stores, they want to have this in their hands right away, it is a process. It's something that we see is there are steps that are being made. But as far as when parents can actually get this, it does sound like it's going to be in the coming weeks, Alison.
So how about bigger picture here in the U.S.? When might we ramp up production so we won't be depending on these flights coming from other places?
Right. Absolutely. So, you know, having the president sign that Defense Production Act is allowing for our manufacturers here in the United States to have precedence and priority over materials that they need to be able to ramp up production. So we're talking everything from paper to make labels, for example, or caps to be able to put onto jars. All of the things that they need to ramp up production is a priority, and that is something that we could see in the coming days. But when can that be seen on shelves? Again, we pressed the administration on that that very question yesterday, and they tell us that they're hoping to see that in the coming weeks, Allison.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald in Indianapolis, thank you. Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. We'll take you to the Peach State on the eve of the primaries next.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Tomorrow is primary day in Georgia, where early voting is already setting records. More than 850,000 Georgians have voted. That's a 212% jump over the 2020 primary and up 168% from the last midterm in 2018. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is with me now. But first, we're going to check in with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Atlanta with the latest on the GOP governor's primary and what it could mean for both the candidates and Donald Trump.
Yeah, this Georgia governor's race is a defining one because it speaks to the extent to which Donald Trump's influence remains in this Republican Party here today. You know, not only is Trump eyeing a potential 2024 presidential run, but there's other top GOPers who are as well, including the former vice president, Mike Pence, who is here in Georgia this evening campaigning alongside Brian Kemp, the incumbent Republican governor that Donald Trump wants to oust. It was months ago that Trump urged and ultimately got David Perdue, the former U.S. senator here, to run for office and try to primary Brian Kemp, who grew the ire of Donald Trump in 2020 after certifying Joe Biden's election win here in the state of Georgia. And that is where, when we come to this day here in May, you know, I think it will speak to the extent to which voters are willing to push aside Donald Trump's endorsements and desires here. Right now, polling shows Brian Kemp up by about 30 percentage points. We'll see tomorrow what ultimately that likely win amounts to. But if in fact Brian Kemp wins, it'll be a rejection of Donald Trump's desires. David Perdue ran this race almost solely on the 2020 election conspiracies, while Brian Kemp argued that Georgia is still a red state, and he was fighting for conservative principles, conservative policies and issues, and used his record over the last 4 years to mount that case. And if in fact he wins, it'll be a strong repudiation of Trump as the ultimate kingmaker of the Republican Party today.
All right, so let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, Governor Brian Kemp looks like he is heading to victory tomorrow. What would a clean Kemp win mean for the Georgia Republican primary? And what would a Kemp versus Stacey Abrams rematch look like?
Yeah, Allison, two things can be true at the same time. Yeah. Number one, Donald Trump has a lot more influence within the Republican Party than many would have thought right after his presidential defeat in 2020. But on the other hand, if you end up having Brian Kemp winning, this would be an absolute faceplant by the former president in his vengeance tour on trying to actually end up getting the settle scores from 2020 and actually have a current governor beat somebody who still might have desires on being the party's presidential nominee and a future president would be pretty embarrassing. As for the general election, Kemp versus Stacey Abrams would end up being one of the battle royals on the entire gubernatorial map. And again, it would be a rematch. These two ended up fighting in 2018, and Kemp ended up defeating Stacey Abrams by just about a percentage point.
Mark, Democrats criticized Georgia Republicans for passing new early voting legislation. We're seeing record early turnout. Let's talk about how those two are related and why else we're seeing such high numbers.
It's important to note that this primary is the first test of how these new voter restrictions might end up impacting people's ability to vote. And yes, we're seeing a lot of early vote that is occurring right now, but it is important to note that a primary electorate is very different and smaller than what you'd end up seeing in the general election. And of course, we're going to see if there are any hiccups that happen tomorrow on the day of balloting for the primary. But so far, you have had record participation when it comes to the early voting. So we just have to be able to see. One other thing, Allison, on this front, Georgia has really been the epicenter of American politics over the last 5 years. And so Georgian voters have gotten very used to voting early and voting often.
Mark, one last one for you about Pennsylvania. The GOP Senate primary is still unsettled. Our very own Dasha Burns reporting the latest hang-up has to do with mail-in ballots, not even necessarily from this particular race. What's going on?
So what's going on right now, the candidates are separated by about 1,000 votes. You end up having Mehmet Oz in the lead over Republican David McCormick. And yes, they're counting every single vote. And there was a ruling over the weekend that the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, it's a federal appellate court, ended up ruling that ballots from a previous Pennsylvania election, if they did not end up having a date attached to them, but they were turned in by the time, could still be counted. And, Allison, it's important to note that when you end up having a race that's decided by about 1,000 votes or even fewer, all these types of legal decisions, either past, present, future, on how to count all these votes, that's the name of the game. And we're going to see this kind of legal activity really play out over the days and weeks ahead in this still incredibly close race.
Unbelievable. And we got a big day ahead tomorrow. Mark, thanks for the preview. New York State finally has new congressional maps, setting the stage for at least two brutal primary matchups for top Democrats. NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitz-Wald joins me now. Alex, we've got two new districts in particular the Democrats are not happy about. The first is the 12th in New York City. Congressman Jerry Nadler and Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney will go against each other. They have each served for 30 years. Give us the tale of the tape for this heavyweight fight.
Yeah, so Jerry Nadler and Carolyn Maloney were both elected the same year, 1992. They've served kind of side by side. Nadler represents the Upper West Side, Maloney the Upper East Side, with Central Park dividing them. And they've risen through the ranks. They've both become committee chairs. Nadler chairs the Judiciary Committee, so he oversaw Trump's impeachment. Maloney runs the House Oversight Committee, which does a lot of high-profile investigations. So these are two heavyweight lawmakers with established records, established networks, big donors behind them. But despite their long tenure next to each other, they are indicating that they're not going to pull any punches. Maloney came out with a statement saying that she has proven throughout her life that she will not be bullied by men and their ego, and she will run and fight. And Nadler came out with his own statement saying that no one owns this district, which was kind of an allusion to Maloney because a little bit more of her old district ended up in the new one that drew them together. So we have these kind of member-on-member primaries, as they're known, after redistricting. It's, somewhat common, but to have two veteran, longtime members like this is unusual, and it is going to be a battle royale for sure.
Alex, the other district to watch, New York's 10th. It includes parts of Manhattan and Brooklyn. You call this the epicenter of American liberalism. Explain what you mean there and how this new map is shaping that primary battle.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating primary to watch. We're talking about Lower Manhattan and Brownstone, Brooklyn, as it's called. So this is, not to paint with too broad of a brush here, but this is where a lot of the cultural elite, a lot of people that we know maybe live and work. This is home to the Park Slope Co-op that the New York Times loves to write about. And it's home to Bill de Blasio, the former mayor of New York who just left office. He has announced he's running. There's no incumbent, so it's going to be a wide open primary with a lot of candidates jumping in with their own vision. The awkward part comes from another member of Congress, Mondaire Jones. He represented a different part of New York, just north of the city. But after this new map, there was this really kind of awkward dance that he did with several other members of Congress. Sean Patrick Maloney, the powerful chairman of the DCCC, the campaign arm of House Democrats, he announced that he was going to run for the district that Jones was expecting to run in. That would have forced Jones to run against another young black progressive member of Congress, which he didn't want to do. So he has now moved south to a place that he doesn't live to run in this New York 10th congressional district. But he was a guy he was just elected 2 years ago. He was the first openly gay black member of Congress. He's a progressive. He's young. He was seen as a future rising star, and now he's going to be forced into this primary against the former mayor of New York and probably a half dozen at least other candidates. So it's a really awkward look for the party, to say the least.
Yeah, what a mess these maps have made for the Democrats. Alex, thank you so much. Coming up, crypto as currency, what it's like living on a digital coin salary. Next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. This week, we've got eBay entering the NFT market with a little help from the great one. More retail earnings and stocks bouncing back big time today. The Dow jumping over 600 points. The S&P 500 moving further away from bear market territory. The Nasdaq also starting the week off in the black. All good news. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan here now. Courtney, let's start with the markets because this is rare. All three higher today. What brought us this good fortune?
Yeah, it does seem to be a little rare recently. We've been in a bit of a downtrend. And look, to be clear, the fundamentals and the concerns about the market and investors and the economy have not gone away. But we did get some bright spots today, and that's what lifted things up. So basically, President Biden was one of them. He talked about considering reducing some of the tariffs on goods that we import from China. Those, of course, are tariffs that were largely put in place by the Trump administration, although some level of tariffs did exist before that as well. And so the fact that that might at least be a consideration could mean that the price of products will go down, which is a relief right around the time that it's getting more and more expensive to bring in products because of the price of fuel, because of the supply chain congestion. So that was a bit of a relief. But we also heard from JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. So he leads a big bank that, of course, has tentacles everywhere, whether it comes to consumer banking or corporate banking. And he had a lot of good things to say about his business doing better as interest rates are rising. And so that gave us a little bit of hope. And then we had some potential deal news, at least some reports about companies being the subject of or being the acquirers for different deals. So VMware was part of that discussion and Electronic Arts. And so shares there were higher as well. But of course, let's see if this trend holds. It's just one day, but hey, we'll take it.
We'll take that one day for sure. All right, you cover retail. We've got some earnings in the spotlight again this week. Who are you watching out for?
Yeah, lots of earnings reports this week. So Best Buy and Nordstrom are two biggies. We're going to hear from them tomorrow, but we're also going to hear from Costco and Gap and American Eagle and Abercrombie and Fitch and Ralph Lauren and just a lot of the apparel players, a lot of the mall specialty names. And so I think what's really going to be in focus here, of course, is the commentary that the executives have about the state of the American consumer. We know that unemployment is low. We know that jobs are plentiful if people are interested in switching. But we also know that we're all dealing with inflation levels that we have not seen in many, many decades. We also know that we kind of had this pent-up demand for goods, and spending was very good last year coming out of the pandemic. Of course, I guess we are still coming out of the pandemic, but from what we heard last week from retailers like Walmart and Target, it does seem like consumer spend is shifting a little bit, so out of some categories and into others. And apparel is one area where we may be spending a little bit less. So there's a lot of concern about those retailers this week. And then, of course, Best Buy sells TVs and appliances. Those were two areas that Target said were pretty soft. So going to be very interested to see what all of this means for the state of the U.S. consumer. Is the consumer, in fact, starting to pull back on spending because of inflation? Or are we just getting a little more discerning? Are we just spending in certain areas over others?
Courtney, a last question for you. eBay is getting into the NFT game with an assist from hockey legend Wayne Gretzky. I'm a big hockey fan. I'm particularly into this one. Tell me more.
Oh, I love it. And I love that. An assist from Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, so eBay is launching its first NFT collection. And this is in partnership with One Of and Sports Illustrated. There's going to be 13 NFTs, non-fungible tokens. It's kind of like a digital artwork that then can be owned by just one person that's backed up by blockchain technology. And so these 13 images are sort of these 3D images of the great one, of Wayne Gretzky in his earlier days in the league, and they're going to be, of course, something that you can own that digital copy of for as little as $10, all the way up to potentially $1,500. Some of them, I understand, will have a digitized autograph, and this is just the first of several sports-related memorabilia collections that eBay has planned for this year.
Very cool stuff. Courtney, thank you so much for hanging out with us this afternoon. 12% of adults had their hands on cryptocurrencies in 2021. That's according to the Fed's latest economic well-being report released today. But it's one thing to invest in cryptocurrencies. Trying to live on a salary paid entirely in crypto can be a little tricky. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson explains.
Alyssa Howell joined a crypto wallet company last fall that pays all of its employees in Bitcoin.
It has been a very steep learning curve for me.
She never owned digital currencies before this job. Now Howell is paid in Bitcoin on the first of every month, based on her salary in U.S. dollars.
If Bitcoin is $50,000 and I make $25,000 per month, I'll receive half of a Bitcoin. Now, on the first, our company sets the price. So at a certain time on the first of every month, they'll say, this is the exchange rate for Bitcoin.
Employees can then convert their crypto paychecks back into dollars, with the company covering the conversion fee. But this single mother of two has gone all in with crypto.
You read it.
While she exchanges Bitcoin for dollars to pay day-to-day expenses, she found a lender who would accept Bitcoin for a mortgage and keeps 10% of her Bitcoin pay for retirement savings.
I'm long-term cryptocurrency, so I'm not watching the volatility on the day-to-day. I'm here for the next 5 years, the next decade, the next 2 decades. That's where I really see the opportunity.
Howell has worked for the firm Exodus for about 7 months. The company's CEO, J.P. Richardson, says paying employees in Bitcoin is a way to help make virtual currencies more mainstream.
I love telling people that only invest what you can afford to lose, because this market still is early. Even though we believe in the future of this market, early days, it's still volatile. You know, the price goes up and down, up and down.
Bitcoin has been a roller coaster for investors, the price reaching an all-time high above $68,000 last November, but losing half its value since then. Financial advisors caution investors to balance their crypto investments with other financial goals and not to get in over their heads. Before investing in crypto, ask yourself, do you have sufficient emergency savings, disability and life insurance? Are you saving enough for retirement? Also, consider your cash flow.
Take a breath before pressing that buy button and potentially consulting with an advisor to say, is this the right thing for me?
And Sharon joins me live now. So Sharon, I was just chatting with our stage manager, Don, here about whether people should invest in crypto. Let's talk more about the pros and cons of going all in here.
Well, you know, nothing ever goes as planned when it comes to your personal finances. Something's always going to go awry. So here, crypto or not. So here, Alyssa found a lender who was going to let her pay her mortgage in Bitcoin, and then that lender sold the mortgage. The new servicer saying, I'm not so sure. So her plan on being able to pay her mortgage with crypto may not happen. Then there's the conversion fee. When you transfer from Bitcoin to dollars, there's a fee involved. Her employer's paying that. That's not true for everyone. So that's something else to consider, the fees involved. And then there are the tax implications. Anytime you use crypto, it's right there on the front of your tax form to declare what you've done with crypto if you've used it in the past year. And so that you really want a tax professional, got to get a family member of yours involved here to make sure that you're doing the right thing when it comes tax time and you have crypto. And then the other thing to keep in mind is it doesn't have the consumer protections that you have if you keep your money in a bank or have a brokerage account. So you got to be really careful there as well.
That's the one that concerns me the most. Sharon, every year around tax time, we get the same note from my dad, the CPA. No crypto, right? Question mark. I want to ask about another interesting thing we saw. The Federal Reserve, as we mentioned at the top of the piece, including crypto in its annual economic well-being report for the first time ever. What else did it say about digital currencies last year?
Well, it's interesting how it breaks down. About 11% of adults said that they used crypto and had it as an investment in the prior year. Only 2% said that they used it to make a transaction, to make a payment or to buy something. And only 1% said they sent it to friends and family. But then it breaks down even further when you talk about income. It's mostly higher income Americans that are using crypto as an investment. Those making $100,000 or more a year. About 46% of those who make above that amount said that they had crypto as an investment. Meanwhile, lower income folks are using it more for transactions. And some of those people do not have a bank account or even are using a credit card. They're using digital assets instead. So it's interesting to see the economic breakdown here on who's actually using crypto right now.
Yeah, Sharon, GameStop is launching a digital wallet for cryptocurrencies and NFTs. Tell us about it. Are you expecting more companies to do the same kind of thing?
You know, everyone's interested in getting into this market in some way. And, you know, there was this frenzy about GameStop, and they've gotten a lot of investors interested in it, gamers as well. This Ethereum wallet that they're offering is a non-custodial wallet, which means that you get a private key. It's yours. You make it up. You keep your hands on it, and no one else can look at it. That means no one else, if no one else has it and you lose it, then you lose the assets too. So you got to really make sure you remember what that private key is. So there's a lot to think about here again, and caveats to think about, but there are probably going to be many more companies getting into this market.
Sharon, Don's sitting here shaking his head going, no, 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 it's too much. He's just saying it's too much. He's not sure he's ready to dive in just yet. I don't blame him. It just feels like a little early on, still makes me nervous. But that's just us here in Studio 4E.
A lot of homework to do.
For sure. Thank you, Sharon. Coming up, is this the last week? This is rather the last week of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's defamation trial. Heard's team making a last-minute strategy change. That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard now on the final days of their defamation trial. Heard's attorneys changing course this afternoon. Sources close to Heard saying they will not call Depp to the stand. He's suing Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed she wrote. Heard countersuing for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa covering the trial. She joins me now. So, Maggie, do we have any idea why Heard's attorneys decided not to call Depp to the stand?
You know, by the looks of things, it seems like this hard pivot came from plain old risk analysis. I mean, they decided basically it wasn't worth it from what we can tell. And sources close to Heard saying in a statement, this is an interesting statement, calling Depp back to the stand would be as relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. Everything Depp has testified to up to this point has been irrelevant to the heart of the case, and there's no reason to believe it would be any different now. But Allison, I mean, it does beg the question, like, they knew what he testified to. They've known that for the last couple of weeks. This trial's been going on for 6 weeks. So why did they make this decision today? We don't know, but it is worth noting that legal experts have been saying it would be a big mistake for her team to bring them back because he has been so likable to the public and then possibly the jury.
Maggie, could Depp return to the stand? Could we hear anything else from him ahead of closing arguments, or is he likely done talking in this trial?
He definitely could. His legal team has the chance to bring back rebuttal witnesses. That's the last step in this trial before closing arguments. That starts tomorrow and should wrap up Wednesday. So we could hear from him during that time.
Maggie, let's talk about the timeline here. Is the trial still on course for closing arguments Friday? What else needs to happen? First, how are things looking? Here we are at the beginning of the week for the end of the week.
Definitely. So the closing arguments still seem like they're on track for Friday. The judge has really been keeping things moving along at a nice clip, and that was kind of always the plan. It would make for a 6-week trial total. Again, we could hear from Depp during those rebuttal witnesses during that phase. We also, multiple reports today saying that we could hear from Depp's ex-girlfriend, supermodel, Kate Moss. So that's possibly also on the list. She is in the list of rebuttal witnesses. Again, that should last about 2 days starting tomorrow, and then we should hear closing arguments and get this turned over to the jury, Allison, on Friday.
All right, quite a week ahead. Maggie, thank you so much. The NYPD is looking for the man who shot and killed another man on a New York City subway Sunday. Police asking the public to help identify and locate this guy. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is here with me on set. Emily, witnesses telling police that it looked like an unprovoked attack. What else are you hearing from police about this one?
Allison, I think when you consider the nature of this shooting, they're saying, as you mentioned, a so-called unprovoked attack, that it speaks to the urgency in the manhunt for this suspect. Investigators releasing new surveillance images of the man. He's being described as a heavy-set, dark-skinned male with a beard. As I mentioned before, those surveillance images, they're really pushing out, encouraging anyone with information to come forward. Another piece of new information we're getting from our police sources this afternoon is that he actually may have handed the gun on his way out of the subway station, escaping in the chaos, to a homeless man. I also spoke with a witness who was on the train inside the car of the shooting about the chaos on board. Listen here.
Everybody immediately reacted and started dispersing to the very ends of the car. Everybody huddled.
And police are speaking to witnesses, but they're again asking anyone with information to come forward as this urgent manhunt continues, Allison.
They say the victim was from Brooklyn and worked at Goldman Sachs. Can you tell us anything else about him?
Yeah, Daniel Enriquez, I actually just wrapped up a very emotional interview, understandably so, with his sister, who described him as an incredibly hard worker. He inspired everyone in their family. He encouraged them to chase their dreams. He worked at Morgan Stanley as a researcher, then Goldman Sachs. So this was a very successful, hardworking, driven man. He spoiled his nieces and nephews. He's going to be extremely missed. And the other thing that I'll note is, you know, during the pandemic, he really avoided riding and taking the subway, and he just recently returned to the subways, and obviously a lot of emotion in this tragic time for the family.
Yeah, look, it's something we've all been thinking about here in New York, right? I was on that exact same line on Saturday morning. People started getting a little tense in the heat, and you just get so nervous now thinking something could happen. I mean, just a month ago, 10 people were shot and a bunch of people were injured on a city subway. What are the police saying? What are they doing to try to make sure the subways are safe again so that when people are coming back from the pandemic, that they feel comfortable getting a ride to work or getting a ride home at night?
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. This is a point of concern for so many people. We've witnessed a lot of highly visible crime take place this year. We had that 40-year-old woman who was shoved in front of the train. Then we had that mass shooting in the Brooklyn subway station. The mayor speaking out today, really saying that he's trying to continue to increase police presence, not just at the stations, but on the trains themselves. He's also exploring more technology, such as metal detectors. But a lot of people are asking, and they want answers for how these victims are going to see justice and also how they can feel safe on board.
All right. Emily, thanks for joining me on set. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Coming up, more severe weather brewing. Bill Cairns is here to tell you where. Next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
What kind of weather are we in for this week? It's a pretty good question given what we've seen in the past few days. Record heat here in the Northeast, a mid-May snowstorm in Colorado. Look at that. And deadly storms in parts of Canada, killing at least 8 people. Check out the intense winds, sending a trampoline flying. Oh, my God. All right, now the National Hurricane Center is tracking the first tropical disturbance ahead of hurricane season. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with the latest forecast. Bill, I don't mean to complain. I love the summer heat, but I woke up this morning and said, oh, thank God that's over for now.
We were the last ones to get the relief. So much of the country had that same heat wave, and everyone was like, this is much better. So, yeah, it's not quite where like the midsummer where it just sticks with you the whole time. So this is going to be one of those weeks for the haves and the have-nots. Let's just start with our current drought monitor showing where we have drought and where we don't. 18% of the country is in what we call extreme or exceptional drought. That's everywhere in the red, and it just really jumps out at you. You know, we've talked about the mega drought in the West for like the last 10 years, but New Mexico, that shouldn't surprise you if you paid any attention to the huge fires burning in New Mexico, and a good chunk of Texas now is moved into extreme or exceptional drought, and that's not good for farmers at all. So this week in Texas, we're going to get a little bit of relief. So here's what we have our computers. They add up how much rain is going to happen each day, and this goes out through the next 5 days. So this takes us all the way out to about Saturday morning. Anywhere in yellow shows where it's going to be 1 inch of rain, orange is 2, red is 3. So we're going to get some rain, especially in central Texas and East Texas. West Texas, where we desperately need it, a hit and miss, not great. New Mexico, really none for you, unfortunately. And so all the rain will be in the east. And that's where we will see the chance of some severe storms, too. And today, we mentioned that tropical little disturbance thing that moved on shore last night around Panama City. That is now located all the way up in the upstate of South Carolina near Charlotte. A lot of rain throughout the Appalachians, kind of like a cool, a rare spring day for this time of year to be that cool and that rainy. But in the warm side of this, we do have a tornado watch in upstate South Carolina, including the Greenville area, Columbia to Augusta, Georgia. Severe thunderstorms are possible. We've already had a lot of wind damage down here. So just had maybe about 20, 30 minutes when these storms head your way, just head indoors, and then that should be fine. They go back out after that. So the severe threat for today, we have 2 spots. I just mentioned that one here in the Carolinas and Georgia, 17 million people total. And then we will see some isolated strong storms in West Texas. So we get the rain, good. but we may also get some large hail and damaging wind with that. And then tomorrow, we bring this all right into the heart of Texas once again, from Dallas to all the way down to San Angelo and Austin, maybe even San Antonio. So this is good to get the rainfall again, but tomorrow we'll be watching severe storms in this area. And in case you're wondering, I know Allison already is, about Memorial Day weekend, here's the outlook. This is just kind of a generalized where it's going to be warm or where it's going to be cool. It looks like beach, pool weather from the Ohio Valley, Northeast included in that, of course, the Southeast this time of year every single day is, and cooler than average, Northern Rockies and through the Northern Plains. And as far as wet weather goes, wetter than average also in the Northern Rockies, normal for the East Coast. So just kind of, as the week goes on, we'll give people a little better feel of what they can expect Memorial Day weekend.
I'm getting the bathing suits ready. It looks like we might be in the pool.
You already were. It was like 95 this past weekend.
And I was out cheering for the Brooklyn half. That's how I spent the hot weather. No pool for me, so I got to make it up next weekend.
You're a diehard.
You know, you too. Thanks, Bill. That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now. Have a good one.
Tons of baby formula from overseas is now on the road, headed for those infants who need it most. We'll talk about how Operation Fly Formula is getting off the ground and how soon store shelves near you could get restocked. Plus, new cases of monkeypox. You heard about this now being reported, but it's the conspiracy theories that just might be spreading faster. We've got a context check to sort out what's true and what's not. And the voting is about to go down in Georgia and what political observers see as the revenge races for former President Trump. We're live on the ground with what Republicans and Democrats are up to in these final hours of campaigning. Plus, police looking for a yoga instructor who they believe murdered a professional cyclist who had just gone out with the yogi's boyfriend. The new twist now in what may be a love triangle gone bad. And Bill Cosby back on trial less than a year after he was let out of prison, this time on accusations he sexually assaulted a teenage girl in the 70s. But don't expect to see him in court. We'll tell you why a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with some good news tonight for those parents with little kids who really need baby formula, because that formula is now on the ground in Indiana, headed to the people who need it most. And in just another 48 hours, you've got another shipment on the way. We're talking about more than 70,000 pounds of baby formula coming in Sunday on a C-17 from Germany as part of this Operation Fly Formula. Listen, that's enough to feed 9,000 babies, 18,000 toddlers for a week. The vice president saying today parents should know they're working overtime to try to get them what they need. Watch.
I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies. Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it, and it is truly one of our highest priorities.
Now, this isn't stuff you're going to go to the store and see on the shelves, though. You're looking at these pallets of formula coming out. This first shipment you can only get via prescription. It's specifically for babies who are allergic to cow's milk. And listen, for some of their parents, they have been in a desperate situation. This is exactly the visual, the piece of video, the image that they have been waiting and hoping to see. Watch.
We only can buy that one brand and one type for her, or she doesn't sleep and she's in excruciating pain. So it's a battle, and it's a terrifying feeling to know that you can't find it.
The Biden administration says they were able to bring this specialty formula in just about 3 days. It typically takes a couple weeks. Megan Fitzgerald knows that. She's joining us live now from Indianapolis, which is the airport where this formula arrived. So it's on the ground, and it is headed to parents in need here. And I think we need to be clear here, Megan. This isn't stuff that's going to get restocked like at your local grocery store or your local, pharmacy here. Right. This is really specialty stuff.
Absolutely, and that's an important distinction to make, because people see this formula coming in and are getting excited. Exciting, sure, because we know that progress is being made, but as you mentioned, this is for babies that can't accept cow's milk. So they need this specialty formula. The president has prioritized this hypoallergenic formula here, and that's what we're seeing coming in. Now, Nestle is the manufacturer of what we've seen. They already have this distribution process set in place well before this all started, which is why when the formula comes in, it goes to their distribution sites, and then they're trying to get it out as quickly as possible. This is FDA approved, but it is important to note that Nestle has their own way of testing to make sure it's up to their quality and standards. So they tell us, as far as that shipment was concerned yesterday that we saw, that some of that shipment has been tested and those results are expected in the next couple of days. That's when they're going to get this out to places like hospitals and healthcare providers. As you mentioned, it's prescription only. And then in the coming weeks, they said the rest of that shipment will go out across the country. So things are happening. Wheels are in motion, but it is going to take time, Hallie.
And when you talk about wheels in motion, an administration official is just confirming that on Wednesday now you've got another, set of shipments, if you will, of formula coming into Dulles, which is an airport right outside Washington here. It's then going to be driven up to Pennsylvania. But what about parents whose babies don't have a special need for it, right? Like, what about babies whose parents have chosen or who need to use formula that aren't necessarily allergic? The Biden administration has put in place the Defense Production Act. How much longer is it going to take to start seeing those shelves get restocked?
I know that's the question that everybody wants to know. They're seeing formula come in, whether their baby needs that particular kind or not. When can I get this in my hand? And we've asked the administration that. Yesterday, specifically, we talked to the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, and they keep on saying that it's going to be a couple of weeks. We tried to nail them down on an exact timeline, but they're saying, look, they're working as quickly as they can to try and make this happen. As you mentioned, the Defense Production Act certainly helping. That means that these manufacturers here in the country will be able to be prioritized. Anything that they need to ramp up production, they'll get it. So if it's paper to wrap around these bottles, for example, to make labels, that's going to get to them. If it's caps to screw on top of these bottles, that's what they're going to get. Obviously, this is an emergency situation. The government says they're doing everything they can to try and stock these shelves and, of course, get these prescription formulas out as well. But again, unfortunately, it's not happening today, but it's something that they hope to see in the coming days and as far as on store shelves in the coming weeks, Hallie.
This comes as the CEO of Abbott apologized in an op-ed in the Washington Post over the weekend. Of course, Abbott was one of the plants that was shut down, was the plant that was shut down over this recall in February that made things worse with this formula shortage. But what we're seeing now is, and we've talked about it a little on the show, what feels like price gouging, right? NBC News has seen cans of formula being sold for way, way more than what you would pay for in the store. New York City actually just declared a state of emergency to, I think, try to help them deal with this kind of price gouging.
Yeah, Hallie, this is preying on the most vulnerable. I mean, these are moms and dads that are just trying to find formula to be able to feed their babies. And like you said, we're seeing markups of up to 300%, is NBC's reporting. And so, we're seeing these platforms trying to do a little something to take care of this. But this is still a big issue, which is why you see cities like New York City trying to crack down on this. Because, again, you've got the government trying to do everything they can to ramp up production. But in the meantime, the little that is available, it's really a shame, quite frankly, that people are marking it up so high.
Megan Fitzgerald, stand on top of this for us in Indianapolis. Megan, thank you. The CDC and the World Health Organization now both warning they expect to see more cases of monkeypox popping up now that both agencies are working with local health officials to try to track the outbreak. It's coming as the CDC sends a clear monkeypox message in the U.S. They say this is naturally occurring. This is not something that just showed up out of nowhere. Medical experts right now are trying to figure out why monkeypox is showing up outside the countries in Africa where it normally circulates. But they're trying to reassure people that, listen, this situation is containable. And it's a similar message from President Biden today from Tokyo. He says this whole thing is not comparable to what we've experienced with COVID. There's at least 160 confirmed cases of monkeypox across 16 countries, according to one group. And just out of Salt Lake County, Utah, 2 more possible cases being looked at there. Comes as we're hearing reports of some pretty crazy, unproven conspiracy theories about where this virus started. And online, some Chinese social media influencers are trying to pin the blame on the U.S. Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, what's up with this Chinese social media misinformation on monkeypox?
So, Hallie, the Chinese government isn't saying this stuff, but they don't have to because there are armies of people on social media spouting whatever the government wants them to say. And in this case, they're spewing these conspiracy theories about a U.S. role in spreading monkeypox, much like they once accused the U.S. of creating COVID-19 in a lab, Hallie.
Seems to be a trending topic on Weibo, right, which is kind of a popular Chinese social media site. It's almost like similar to Twitter, I guess you could say. Tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, so Weibo is one of China's biggest social media platforms, and it's heavily censored by the Chinese government. One nationalist influencer who has like 6 million followers on Weibo distorted a 2021 American think tank report on a possible monkeypox pandemic, and he called it a plan by the U.S. to leak bioengineered monkeypox virus. And that post was liked thousands of times. And in general, Weibo hashtags on the U.S. monkeypox outbreak have been viewed tens of millions of times, so it's really resonating.
Explain that. Give us the context check here on some of this stuff, Ken.
Well, the context is this is a problem that's much bigger than any one conspiracy theory, Hallie. I mean, social media is rocket fuel for disinformation. And, you know, look, nations have been using propaganda against adversaries forever, but social media and the atomization of our society makes it much easier. You know, for example, in the 80s, the Soviet Union used an elaborate intelligence operation to spread the lie that the AIDS virus escaped from a U.S. bioweapons lab. And, you know, millions of Americans came to believe it. Today, Russia and China are spewing disinformation on a daily basis that is then recycled by American extremists and embraced by large swaths of our country. I mean, last week, Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene accused Bill Gates of somehow trying to profit from monkeypox. That's obviously false. And even though, you know, the United States invented Hollywood and the advertising industry, we have not been very successful at winning this information war. And in fact, by some measures, we're losing it, Hallie, because more and more Americans are in the grips of these conspiracy theories.
Ken Delanian, thank you for that reporting. Appreciate it. Overseas now, President Biden will meet soon with leaders from Japan, Australia, and India on his last day in Asia after international reaction to something he said about Taiwan, saying the U.S. would defend Taiwan militarily if China were to decide to invade. The White House scrambling to walk this back today, saying, hey, the U.S. policy hasn't changed. That policy, of course, being strategic ambiguity. Taiwan, they welcomed what the president said. China, not so much. They basically told the U.S. to stay out of it. For context, of course, China, you see the map here. There's China, there's Taiwan, this self-governed island you see here. China claims it as part of its territory. Mike Memoli is with us now. Mem, let me start by playing that moment from the president. Here it is.
You didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
He then goes on to say, yes, that was the commitment that we made, Mem. The policy on Taiwan is strategic ambiguity. Those comments from the president were not all that ambiguous.
Yeah, you know what, Hallie? If I didn't know any better, I would think that perhaps President Biden no longer thinks that the policy of strategic ambiguity makes sense anymore. And the reason I say that is, one, Biden likes to say sometimes, you know, no one doubts I mean what I say. Sometimes I say all that I mean. And this is now the third time he's essentially spoken out to say that the U.S. would be prepared to come to the defense of Taiwan should China move aggressively against it. But also, it's very important that you play the context of the president's answer because of the question. But if you broaden it out even further and you look at how Biden got to that point, it starts with a question about Taiwan, and Biden immediately pivots it to the situation in Russia. Now, what do we know about Biden's foreign policy? It's really been grounded in this idea of democracies versus autocracies. And as we were reporting ahead of this trip, Carol Lee and I, Biden has really, and his team have been conducting their response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine very much with China on their mind. They know that China was watching how the West, how the U.S. specifically would respond to Russia as they considered, and they've been more aggressive in moving towards Taiwan. So I think this might be a case of simply the president thinking the policy for decades no longer matches the moment, and he went there. And obviously there is some walk back. This is a conversation we're going to be eager to hear what the president says today, but it's worth following as we see where things end up with the president when he's surely going to get a follow-up question later today.
It's also not the only instance in which we've seen the White House work to walk back something that the president has said on the world stage in a key international moment. I'm thinking about, for example, when he talked about, I think it was March, Mem, and he said something like, Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. The White House had to go and say, wait a second, he's not calling for regime change, et cetera. What are you hearing from folks maybe behind the scenes, your sources around the Democratic Party and in the administration about this kind of push-pull, it seems, between what the president says and then what the White House says the president means on these international issues?
Well, Hallie, I think one of the stories to me of the entire Biden presidency is the story of Joe Biden, who wanted to be in this office for his entire career, being frustrated by sometimes the constraints of that office. And these might reflect the fact that there are debates happening behind the scenes within the administration, and he's frustrated by the caution, by the sense that he can't necessarily say what he means or move as aggressively as he might want to. But it all puts into really, I think, stark relief the statement that candidate Joe Biden would make throughout the campaign as he was running against then President Donald Trump. He would really often contrast himself with Trump and say that Trump was too flippant at times, that he was going and saying things without thinking it through. He would say, quite simply, the words of a president matter. They can send a nation to war. They can bring a nation to a peace. And that's the concern of the critics of what the president said today, that perhaps he was being too flippant with an issue that China could respond to very aggressively and would box us in very seriously, given what the president said.
So we know that as the sun is rising in Tokyo, where you are, and the president is starting his day here, he's got these meetings. He's probably going to get asked about, as you say, this issue with China, Taiwan, et cetera, what he meant. What else are we looking for? What else are you watching, Memlik? What's in your notebook?
Well, I think the most important meeting today is the meeting of Prime Minister Modi of India with President Biden. Now, we're going to see all four of the members of the Quad. That's Modi, Biden, as well as the Japanese Prime Minister and the brand new Australian Prime Minister. But as we talk about this summit and this meetings and this trip to Asia being also about Ukraine, Modi has not gone as far as Biden would like in terms of speaking out, especially as it relates to buying Russian oil and taking a harder line against Russia. And so to the extent that Biden is trying to be showcasing the strength of our relationships, these alliances that the United States has, this is one with a very real sticking point. And unfortunately, Hallie, I have to say, the White House has that meeting as closed press, meaning we won't necessarily see their body language at the top. We won't have a chance to put both of the Prime Minister and the President on the record, but certainly something to watch as we move forward into the final day of the President's Asia trip.
Mike, Memoli, thanks for being there. Thanks for covering it. Appreciate it. To Ukraine now. You heard Mem reference that, where today the Ukrainian military is saying fighting has really intensified in the eastern Donbass region. One governor there calling what Russian troops are doing a, quote, scorched earth approach. They've been under 24-hour shelling, basically round the clock, as Russia tries to bring in troops from Kharkiv, from Mariupol, from inside Russia itself. The governor's also saying the only working hospital there only has 3 doctors, and they only have enough supplies left for about another 10 days. It is dire. Comes as the Ukrainian court just sentenced this 21-year-old Russian soldier to life in prison today in the very first war crimes trial of the invasion. He'd pleaded guilty, admitted to shooting an unarmed 62-year-old man in the head in the early days of the war. Some COVID news we've been waiting for now for parents of kids younger than 5 years old. Guess what? It is possible that you are a mere matter of weeks away from getting the COVID vaccine for your children. That's because Pfizer has some data out today saying that 3 doses of its COVID vaccine for kids under 5 were 80% effective against Omicron. They're hoping to submit their findings to the FDA this week. A lot of people say this cannot come soon enough because COVID cases have been going up in kids for the past 5 weeks. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported 93,000 new cases in kids a little more than a week ago. That's up 76% from 2 weeks before that. Meg Terrell is joining us now. So, Meg, it feels like this moment has been a long time coming for people who have kids under the age of 5. As full disclosure, I do. It has been a roller coaster ride. Is there a reason to finally feel like a glimmer of hope that there's a light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, this time does seem to be different. I hesitate to say that. I also am a mom of a kid under 5, and this has been a really long wait. We've been delayed so many times, but now it is different because Pfizer's study actually met all of the goals of the trial. You mentioned that 80% efficacy. That was against just 10 cases, so it's a very preliminary number. The actual primary goal of the trial was this immune response, and with 3 doses, it did meet the goal in matching the immune response they see in young adults. It also showed to be very safe, very similar to placebo, essentially getting nothing. And so now they have gone ahead. They say they're filing it this week, and the FDA has set a review date tentatively once it gets that application for mid-June.
Can you help us understand the efficacy rate here? 80% with 3 doses for the Omicron variant of COVID. That seems to be pretty good. Moderna has some different numbers. Like, how should we be thinking about the efficacy rates and what we should be looking for, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, this is going to be really important because these two vaccines look like they're going to be reviewed literally on the same day. June 15th is the tentative date for both vaccines for kids under 5. Moderna's is 2 doses at 25 micrograms each, given about a month apart. Pfizer's is 3 doses at just 3 micrograms each. The first 2 are about 3 weeks apart, and then the third one is 2 months after that. So that's 3 months to get through the whole Pfizer course. Moderna's efficacy topped out at about 50% for the youngest age group, about 37% for the 2 to 5-year-olds. And so we're going to have to see how regulators look at these 2 different vaccines, and if both get through, are parents going to want to make different considerations? Maybe take the 50% efficacy for a quicker time frame to get fully vaccinated, or do you want that 80%? We also know, unfortunately, protection against symptomatic COVID in the Omicron age does start to wane fairly quickly, so we'll be watching all of this.
Meg Terrell, thank you so much. It's good to have that context. I'm sure I'll be talking to you in the weeks ahead. We're learning this afternoon that the House Ethics Committee is looking into a controversial congressman over a couple of different allegations, including his use of crypto and an improper relationship. We're talking about the guy you see on your screen right there, Congressman Madison Cawthorn. Members of the committee say they voted earlier this month to launch this subcommittee, this investigation, basically, to try to figure out whether he improperly promoted crypto, in which he may have had what they call an undisclosed financial interest. And then they're also looking into whether he engaged in an improper relationship, their words, with somebody who worked for him. Cawthorn's office, just in the last maybe couple hours, responding, saying they welcome the opportunity to prove that the congressman committed no wrongdoing and was falsely accused by partisan adversaries for political gain. Scott Wong joins us now. Okay, so, Scott, let me take this in a couple of buckets. First, what the actual investigation is. Crypto, this improper relationship allegation, an ethics complaint filed by a super PAC that was opposing Cawthorn, who, by the way, just to remind people, we reported last week, he lost his primary re-election push. He's not going to be serving in Congress next year.
That's exactly right. This super PAC, American muckrakers, threw everything at Madison Cawthorn in a bid to defeat him in his GOP primary. And it looks like they did just that. And among some of these allegations in the ethics complaint that they filed with the House Ethics Committee stated that he improperly promoted a cryptocurrency while he may have had that cryptocurrency in his investments. So the Ethics Committee said they're going to take a hard look at that. The cryptocurrency is called LGB coin, standing for Let's Go Brandon, the disparaging term, of course, for President Joe Biden. Secondly, the Ethics Committee said they're going to take a look at whether or not Mr. Cawthorn had an improper relationship with a staffer. Specifically, the allegation takes a look at whether or not he was providing free housing to this staffer as well as free travel. Both of those things are against House rules. And so, he will not be in Congress come January, but he still remains a member of Congress, and so the Ethics Committee said they are moving forward with this investigation.
Is there anything else you're hearing from Cawthorn's office, Scott? I mean, we read a piece of their statement. They're basically saying that they feel this is politically motivated, yeah?
That's right. They are denying all of these allegations. They are saying they look forward to, having their day in front of the Ethics Committee where they could convince the Ethics Committee that there was no wrongdoing here. Also, it's important to note in Madison Cawthorn's Instagram post after he was defeated in his primary last week, he posted that, the time for niceties are over, and that this is really the time for quote-unquote dark MAGA, which left a lot of Republicans sort of scratching their head as to what exactly he is referring to when he referred to dark MAGA. But remember, Madison Cawthorn is significant because he remained one of former President Trump's top loyalists on Capitol Hill. He also was one of the election deniers. He did not believe that Joe Biden won the election, and so that is why he's made waves up on Capitol Hill and caused ire among some of his fellow Republicans.
Scott Wong, live for us on the Hill. Scott, good to see you. Thanks for being on the show, bringing that to us.
Thanks so much.
Just a few hours ago, we learned active shooter incidents were up more than 50% in 2021 versus the year before, according to this new report from the FBI. Check out these numbers. In 2021, There was a 52% increase from 2020, with more people dying from these shootings, too. It's also a nearly 100% increase from what we saw in 2017. And for this past year, the FBI also noticed a trend involving what they call roving active shooters. What does that mean? This means people who shoot in multiple locations, either in a day or in a bunch of places over the course of several days. The FBI also emphasized their support of the Don't Name Them campaign, encouraging the public to shift the focus from the people who commit the crimes, the shooters themselves, and instead focus on the victims and the survivors. Coming up, the Southern Baptist Convention being rocked by a new report that says the church covered up sexual abuse for decades. What survivors told investigators in this explosive new report. Plus, the numbers are in Georgia with record early voting numbers. We'll talk about how the former president and vice president are affecting or trying to affect the races there.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A stunning new report out today, released by leaders of the Southern Baptist Convention, details a history of sexual abuse and cover-up that's been going on decades. This 7-month-long investigation that was initiated by the church itself and then conducted by an independent firm found top officials in the country's biggest Protestant denomination either ignored or just didn't believe survivors of clergy sex abuse and defied calls for reform to protect their own reputations. The report says survivors share these allegations with the church's executive committee to, quote, only be met time and time again with resistance, stonewalling, even outright hostility for some within the EC. It also suggests leaders lied about whether they could keep a database of offenders when they had secretly been keeping a private list for years. Joining me now is Katie Beck. And Katie, listen, this report has in many ways dropped like a bomb, right? Talk about how the SBC is reacting, what else we're finding out today.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. These secrets were kept, according to this report, at the highest levels. These were the people who were overseeing the 14 million members of this church community, and they were the ones who were doing what they could to keep these lawsuits and settlements a secret, and even the allegations to an extent. There were a lot of people deliberately left in the dark, it seems. Now, the president of the SBC has come out and said today that he is grieved at the core by what has happened, and he feels a great regret and sadness for the victims of sexual abuse that have happened at the hands of the church. He is praying that this is a time that will result in some meaningful change and reform, and he is hoping that that is going to be something they can discuss in coming weeks and really try and implement. But yes, this absolutely was a bombshell. This was something that has sort of been percolating since 2018. And it wasn't until they hired this independent firm to do this investigation and get unprecedented access to a lot of confidential stuff, emails and internal communications and all of these lawsuits that have been very closely guarded, were exposed to this firm. So this 288-page report really does shed detailed light on exactly how deep this cover-up went.
I think for some people, when they hear about this investigation, there's a thought back to the 2002 Boston Globe investigation of the Catholic Church and those abuse allegations and how they were covered up. And like the Catholic Church scandal, some of these allegations involve top leaders of the Southern Baptist Convention, right?
Absolutely. It certainly does draw a similarity there, a parallel. Obviously, both of these churches have massive, massive memberships. There are 47,000 churches operating independently under the SBC. So that is a whole lot of congregations that are affected by what is in this report. And yes, it was not your rank and file people in the church denominations. It was the top leaders who were very close to this executive committee. And they say it was actually a small insulated group that was really sort of doing the maneuvering here, even keeping some things from the greater committee as a whole. But the saddest part was that they were belittling and dismantling the victims at the same time, telling them they should be praying about their behavior and be careful, who they tell and that kind of thing, using the power of faith to sort of threaten and intimidate these people that had been victimized. And we're talking about allegations of molestation and rape. These are serious allegations that were brushed under the rug on purpose.
So they're going to make any changes? They've got this annual meeting in California next month. Is reform on the way?
They hope. I mean, the president of the SBC says he hopes that is the primary dialogue they are going to have. They are meeting in Anaheim, California on June 14th. And this is an annual meeting that brings tens of thousands of people to whatever convention center is hosting it. I've actually attended it once before in Dallas in 2018 when these allegations first surfaced. And at that time, it wasn't the center of the debate. It wasn't the center of the conversation. Perhaps this time it will be. But some of the things they're discussing are, restricting these NDAs, restricting these civil settlements so that they can't happen in the dark and people can't kind of be paid to go away. And also coming up with some sort of offender registry, because really another appalling part of this is that while all of these allegations are surfacing, none of the abusers are being removed or being told about to their communities. So some of them were allowed to remain for years operating in ministries and with people, and the people they were serving had no idea that they were actually accused of some pretty serious sexual abuse. So those are some conversations that may or may not be central to this meeting in June. I guess we'll have to wait and see. The president says he's hopeful it will.
Katie Beck, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, stock market starting the week with some gains. Well, that's a nice new sentence to say after what we've seen in the last week or so, right? Look at the Dow up almost 2%. Same for the S&P, which dipped into bear market territory last week. The NASDAQ, which is mostly tech stocks, up big as well. Number 2, Starbucks will leave Russia after 15 years, closing down 130 cafes. It says it'll pay the nearly 2,000 Russian workers employed there for 6 months and then help them transition to some new opportunities. Starbucks, of course, is just one of many companies withdrawing from the country completely because of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Number 3. Government officials in Beijing are extending work-from-home requirements with COVID cases going up. The city said nearly 100 cases were detected on Sunday, the biggest increase since this month-long outbreak has been going on. In Shanghai, of course, they're trying to break out of their lockdown as COVID cases there start to come down a little bit. Number 4, some Jif peanut butter products were recalled recently over salmonella fears. The CDC says 14 people reported getting sick, 2 of whom were hospitalized. The FDA posted a list online. If you have Jif in your pantry, check the list online, see if what you have is getting recalled too. This is important. Number 5, for the first time in 70 years, Queen Elizabeth will not take the royal salute at the Trooping the Color parade. It's held every year to officially mark the leader's birthday. This year, it'll celebrate her 7 decades in power. The Queen reportedly is having some trouble with her mobility. Prince Charles, Princess Anne, and Prince William will take the salute in her place. Coming up, a New York man heading to Sunday brunch, shot and killed on the subway. What we're learning about the hunt for the shooter. Plus, political advertising like we really haven't seen before as primary season heats up. We'll tell you about the changing landscape next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We started the day thinking Johnny Depp may get back on the witness stand today in that defamation trial against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Didn't happen. We're going to tell you why in a couple of minutes. But first, elections happening tomorrow in Georgia. Big-time primaries as voters are set to decide on some key races for governor, Senate, and Secretary of State. The latest primary test after Pennsylvania's primaries last week with the GOP Senate race, by the way, still undecided there. But midterm season, of course, means that voters, of course, can have your screens, however you watch, on TV, on your phone, on your computer, whatever. Tons of political advertising. But they may look a little different than the ads you've seen in the past. Maybe they play a little bit more on the cultural divisions in the country. We took a look at the changing landscape of political ads.
Action.
Behind the scenes, a camera and a candidate.
The reality is that so many of us are waiting in the shadows.
The anatomy of a political ad, a campaign staple, even as the ad landscape's changing.
How did you think about your own ads versus the ads you grew up watching?
I never saw anybody who looked like me. I never saw anybody who shared a story that was relatable to me. It felt so distant. I'm running for U.S. Congress here.
That's Victoria Virasing, a Democrat running for Congress in Northern Virginia. And that's Sean McCoy, ad maker.
People need substance. People want change.
Political ads have long been a part of any candidate's election push, and this year's expected to see the most ad spending ever in a midterm cycle, nearly $9 billion.
It's morning again in America.
But these days, we're a long way from the optimism of this Ronald Reagan classic. NBC News has been tracking midterm political messaging for months, and some of it's provocative, from a shootout showdown to cannabis in a lit joint and cannibalism.
One felon released by Governor Stitt was Lawrence Anderson. Anderson brutally murdered his neighbor, then tried to feed her organs to his family.
But overall, one theme has emerged. The top boogeyman so far, President Biden.
And that should be no surprise, given that Republicans want to turn these midterm elections into a referendum on the president.
On the GOP side, our NBC News review found a shift over the last decade from a focus on fiscal policy to now so-called culture war issues, like guns and the border.
I'm anti-woke.
Hot-button education topics.
And all of them born racist.
And for some, a focus on lies about the legitimacy of the last election.
The biggest story out there, the rigged election of 2020.
Number one.
For others, it's about getting your attention fast before you flip or scroll to something else. Dave Carney's been in the political ad business since 1978, and he's seen a lot working with Republicans, including in the White House over 5 decades.
In your view, how has the political messaging landscape changed since, let's say, 10 years ago?
It is faster, and it is more diverse, and the ability to communicate a 30-second commercial is really hard.
Carney sees the economy as among the most important issues this year. And sure enough, NBC News has found inflation mentioned the most of any topic so far this year, in 10% of all ads we tracked in April on both sides of the aisle. But for Democrats, our review shows in just the past month an increasing focus on something else, too, abortion rights. With the Supreme Court just weeks away from potentially overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling protecting abortion access.
Waiting for the protection of reproductive rights.
Vera Singh is highlighting reproductive rights in her new ad. But beyond that, she hopes being real and really authentic makes the biggest difference.
We're rewriting the Democratic messaging playbook, and I hope that people are listening and watching.
Of course, if you live in Georgia, which is a key primary midterm state, you are probably seeing a ton of ads. In less than 24 hours, we are in the final hours of campaigning now. And actually less than that, right? Maybe 12 plus hours from now, voters are going to head to the polls for a Republican governor's race that may be the biggest test and the biggest blow to a Donald Trump endorsement so far. The former president's own vice president, Mike Pence, laying the groundwork to split from his former boss, campaigning tonight for current Governor Brian Kemp, not the guy that Donald Trump backed, just former Senator David Perdue. This is an election that's already seen a record number of early votes, more than 850,000. That's up 168% from 2018. Look at these numbers. The one in green there, up 212% from 2020. In other words, a ton of people came out to early vote. Let's talk about some of the polling. It suggests the current governor, Governor Kemp, has a pretty wide open field here. He's polling, 20, 30 points plus ahead of his next closest opponent, probably avoiding a runoff. And if the writing wasn't already on the wall, the Kemp campaign is dumping more than $1 million into political ads in this final stretch. The Perdue campaign is spending $0 on the year. Joining me now, Blaine Alexander. Blaine, there is a lot to talk about in Georgia. Big headline, I think. Let's start with the governor's race there, the primary on the Republican side. Looks like a win, not just for Brian Kemp, but a loss for former President Donald Trump, who is not on the ballot, but the guy he endorsed is, and looks like he is headed for a loss. Again, we won't know till we know. What's interesting to me today is Governor Kemp said, hey, I'm not mad at Donald Trump. He's mad at me, but I'm not mad at him. And there's this interesting dynamic of voters in Georgia who simultaneously may like former President Trump, but may also like the guy he did not endorse, Brian Kemp.
And I have talked to a number of them, actually, Hallie, and they tell me that they voted for Trump before. They would vote for him again, most likely, but that's not enough to sway their support for Brian Kemp. He's very popular here in the state of Georgia among conservatives. And, you mentioned him saying that he doesn't have any interest in attacking the former president. That's really been his whole kind of move all along. He's really talked about the fact that he's running on his record. He's not running on 2020. Here are what a couple of candidates told me. Take a look. I'm told we don't have that sound, but I'll paraphrase it for you, Hallie. Essentially, they say that, they do not, feel like they're swayed by the former president's words. In fact, they say that because he is attacking them, that makes them want to support him more because he's holding his ground and not doing something illegal, which the president wanted him to do in overturning the election, Hallie.
Tell me more about what you're hearing from voters, Blaine, as you're out talking with folks in these last few hours before they actually go and vote, if they haven't early voted already.
Well, I think that's the thing. Early voting has been astronomical. Like you said, you talked about the numbers. We have seen far more people vote than we saw back in 2018 and 2020. But for the people who I talked to who were voting and the people who are yet to vote, it's very clear that this race is an important one, not just on the Republican side because of these highly contested races on the Republican side, but on the Democratic side as well. Remember, Stacey Abrams is running. She's running unopposed, but I was at a heavily Democratic area and I saw lines out the door in the sun for an hour just to cast their ballot for her. So in terms of people who are looking at this race and finding it to be very important, that is certainly high here. Take a look at what they had to say.
David wants fair elections, and Kemp didn't seem to want fair elections before. I mean, he shouldn't have done anything illegal. I mean, just legal means to help straighten out the election.
Did you support President Trump?
I did.
And does his criticism of the governor...
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
So, Hallie, that's just a sample of people that I talked to, both supporting the governor and supporting David Perdue. Now, I've got to say, you also see the difference in their campaign rallies. Perdue held a rally, a press conference today. 2020 was, again, central focus, a big issue there. But when you talk to Brian Kemp, when you listen to him, he talks about his record. He talks about bills that he signed into law. He talks about being the first state to reopen after COVID. Several things he does not talk about: 2020, Donald Trump, and really he doesn't even talk about David Perdue until sometimes at the end, Hallie.
That's interesting. I wonder if he's talking even more about Stacey Abrams these days, Blaine, especially considering it looks as though, I mean, she's all but certain to be the Democratic pick for the governor's race. She would be his general election matchup if he's not already looking past tomorrow and looking to November.
You know what's interesting? If there is one thing that unites the two, Kemp and Perdue, it's their opposition to Stacey Abrams. That is the one thing that really does unite them. You kind of hear both of them really kind of going to bat over who is going to be the one that's more likely to beat her in November. In fact, when you go back to the first debate between the two, her name came up some 19, 20 times, and she wasn't even on the stage. So it's very clear that both of them have kind of used her as a rallying cry, saying that we're the more likely person to beat her in November. Meanwhile, Stacey Abrams is running unopposed. She has been running unopposed this whole time. By the end of tomorrow night, she will officially be the Democratic nominee, and I understand that that's when her campaign is going to shift into a completely different gear. Hallie.
Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. We're going to have a lot more to talk about with Blaine when we are on the road tomorrow for a very special edition of this show, Primary Day, right here on NBC News Now. We'll see you live from Georgia tomorrow night. Still ahead on this show tonight, police say a cyclist in Texas may have been killed because of a love triangle. And now the U.S. Marshals are getting involved with the search for the killer. We're going to tell you why coming up. Plus, a couple of thieves getting quite the surprise when they tried to rob a jewelry store. How the employees fought back. Next, but look at that. More of that in the local.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our New York bureau, police in New York are looking for the person who shot and killed somebody on the subway. Witnesses say the suspect was a man who kept pacing back and forth before firing at the victim. Authorities are calling this whole thing unprovoked. NYPD ID'd a person of interest, but they're still trying to figure out the motive here. From our West Coast bureau, Huntington Beach jewelry store employees, can you look at this video for 1 second? They fought back during a smash and grab robbery. Man, you see the 4 suspects in hoods coming into the store. They smashed the glass. Look at this. It looks like the one person in a ponytail is literally kicking and punching them out of the door. It worked. They got him out. They got out empty-handed at that point. Wow. Gotta be careful with stuff like that. Also from our West Coast bureau, 6 people were hurt when a bull escaped from a rodeo in Northern California, I should say. Here's some more wild video. Look at that. The bull straight up jumps the fence, runs through the crowd, goes to a parking lot, gets half a mile away before it's finally caught. 6 people were hurt, but only minor injuries, at least. In Texas today, the family of an elite cyclist who was shot and killed over an alleged love triangle says her death was senseless, as officials are on this nationwide manhunt for a suspect in the killing. In a statement to NBC News, the family says they're devastated, that no words can express the pain that they're feeling by the loss of 25-year-old Anna Mariah Wilson, known as Mo. You're going to see Wilson on your screen here in a second. A friend of hers found her body at a house in Austin on May 11th. Police say Wilson was shot multiple times in what did not look like a random act. Now, the U.S. Marshals Service is looking for this woman, Caitlin Marie Armstrong, who's suspected of killing Wilson, according to an affidavit obtained by our NBC affiliate in Austin. Wilson and Armstrong were dating the same guy at the same time, which one unnamed friend who talked to police said made Armstrong furious. Morgan Chesky is joining us now. And Morgan, it wasn't long after Wilson was killed that Armstrong was in custody on something else entirely, unrelated warrant. She was let go after police questioned her, and now she's the one they're looking for?
Yeah, Hallie, she is the one that U.S. Marshals are now searching coast to coast for. Caitlin Armstrong, that 35-year-old murder suspect in this case. And you mentioned one of the strangest twists of all here, Hallie, and that is in the days following this crime, police did take Armstrong into custody on that unrelated warrant, but they did question her about this crime at this time, according to an affidavit, when they presented her with video evidence of her vehicle, or a vehicle looking very similar to one in video footage just outside where this crime took place. Armstrong essentially agreed with officers that it didn't look good, but she offered no explanation as to why her vehicle would have been there. The affidavit also said she appeared quiet and very still and guarded during this questioning, but because that warrant that they initially brought her in on was not valid, police told Armstrong she was free to go. And then she did, and now here we are. Police say that they do believe she is on the run, and they're currently trying to track her down. Hallie?
In their statement to NBC News, Wilson's family says she wasn't dating anybody, but an arrest affidavit tells a different story. What do we know about, what happened here in this so-called triangle?
Well, we have heard from Colin Strickland. He is the one man that both of these women have dated, at least at some point. He says that he's been dating Armstrong for the past 3 years or so. The two of them lived together. However, there was a period that Strickland said was a couple weeks last fall in which he did date Wilson, a fellow pro cyclist, as was Strickland. He said that was in the fall. That romantic relationship ended. And he said following that, the two were strictly platonic and just friends. However, Hallie, if you look in this affidavit, Strickland did admit to police that when he continued to communicate with Wilson, he had to lie to his current girlfriend, Armstrong, and even change Wilson's name in his phone to avoid any issues with Armstrong, who is, of course, the prime suspect in this murder case. Strickland said that he dropped Wilson off at the home that she was staying at in Austin for an upcoming race after taking her out to go swimming and dinner back on May 11th. And this is disturbing. They looked at surveillance footage right after he dropped her off, and it was just about 1 minute later that a vehicle looking nearly identical, if not the identical vehicle belonging to Caitlin Armstrong, pulled up outside. And it was within about an hour, Hallie, that police found her inside that home where she was fatally shot.
So what is the next piece of the investigation from here, Morgan? Is it just a matter of the U.S. Marshals tracking down this woman?
They're certainly trying to do that. That's what appears to be the main priority at this point in time. Okay. Authorities are clear to say they do not believe Strickland is a suspect here. Hallie?
Morgan Chesky live for us there in Texas. Morgan, thank you. Coming up here on the show, Bill Cosby facing another trial. We'll tell you about the first civil suit against him to go in front of a judge and jury right after the break.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Amber Heard's lawyers deciding not to call Johnny Depp to the stand after saying this weekend they might want to question him in his defamation suit against Heard. Sources close to Heard's team tell NBC Today that Depp's testimony would be, quote, as irrelevant to us as a bicycle to a fish, adding that everything Depp has testified to so far has been irrelevant. We still might see him back on the witness stand later this week if Depp's team decides to call him back up as a witness in their rebuttal. We're in the final week of this trial now, which started more than a month ago. And today we heard some expert testimony from witnesses like a psychiatrist, an orthopedic surgeon, and an entertainment industry consultant. Closing arguments set to start Friday. Jury selection kicking off today in an L.A. courtroom in a civil trial for Bill Cosby on accusations from Judy Huff, a woman who says he sexually assaulted her when she was a teenager. This is the first case to head to court since his criminal conviction was overturned last year, which, look, remember this? Freed him from prison. He came home. Video cameras were there. This trial is expected to last 2 weeks, and Huff, who's seeking damages from Cosby, is expected to testify. As for Cosby, he has pleaded the fifth. We won't be hearing from him. His lawyer also says he's not even going to attend the trial. According to court documents, Huff met Cosby when she was a teenager. Days later, she says she went to Cosby's tennis club with a friend where he gave them alcohol before taking them to the Playboy Mansion. And here she says he assaulted her. Cosby has denied this account since the case was first filed back in 2014. Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, this is the first civil case to go to trial. Cosby has settled the other ones against him. Lay out to you what stands out here.
What stands out is that this is actually a civil sexual assault case that is going to trial. California recently amended its statute of limitations to allow for somebody whose memory has been repressed to avoid the statute of limitations, or at least pause it until they remember it. So this was always a close call to be brought within that definition of an exception to the statute of limitations. But what stands out is that this is a case that hinges on facts nearly 50 years ago. 1974 are the supposed allegations. And even since those allegations, the plaintiff has officially said, oops, I may have gotten some of those dates wrong, possibly even a year wrong. So this is going to be a very challenging case for the plaintiff to meet her burden, but at the same time, difficult for Bill Cosby, his side, to prove where and when he was in 1974. Imagine trying to prove where you were in 1994.
Right. With this criminal case overturned, you might imagine that some of the women who accuse Cosby of being a sexual predator are going to be watching this one pretty closely. Some have said this may be their last stand for justice. Talk about the larger significance this trial may have.
This may be really one of the only times that Bill Cosby is brought before a civil trial for what he's alleged to have done. For the most part, there's almost 0.0 chance of any criminal liability at this point. The statutes of limitations have all expired, even with the newer expanded statutes of limitations. And civil statutes of limitations are even shorter. So it's really amazing that there are even any civil cases remaining against Bill Cosby based on allegations, especially dating back nearly 50 years. So this is a very important test of why we have statute of limitations in sex assault cases and why we toll them, why we extend them. And I think the awkwardness of the evidence here, being almost 50 years old, may go to either explaining why we have statutes in sex assault cases or make the case for eliminating them altogether and bringing in all evidence, however old.
Danny Savalos, thank you so much for that. We're going to be keeping our eye on how that unfolds, too. Appreciate it. That does it for us for this hour. Good to have you with us, as always. And we'll see you tomorrow. And again, we'll be on the road in Atlanta for Georgia's primary elections. I'm getting ready to go pack, but I'll see you from there. More coverage picking up right now. Tons of baby formula from overseas is now on the road, headed for those infants who need it most. We'll talk about how Operation Fly Formula is getting off the ground and how soon store shelves near you could get restocked. Plus, new cases of monkeypox. You heard about this now being reported, but